All right, we live.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that I understood that. So you don't know anything about conflict with the Northeast conflict. And you didn't know that. I mean, maybe somebody, maybe after the fact, but you didn't know that at the time, is that right? And so you don't know any of the relationships or the connections between any people.
You got your headphones on? Go in my joint and see how that sound like.
Miss Noble, we're sorry for your loss. Yes. Yes.
So, not broken from state government, this witness found to be excused.
State defense? No, yet. Yeah, yes. Miss Noble?
Salute, country, salute. I bet. That's pretty straight. So, man, why they tried to play on MO3, man? They tried to play on MO3 top, y'all. I wasn't gonna even go live, but we went ahead. Yeah, we gonna crank up early, man. I'm watching the try, y'all. But we gonna keep it. We gonna keep. So it's a couple things that I did not expect. Let's start with one of them. One of the things that I did not expect is let me get my mic right. Let me see something. Do not disturb. Yeah, he gonna lose. Let me see. So the first witness. Let me get my automatic mic adjust. See what that do. That turned me down.
I swear the testimony you're about to give and nothing but the truth to help you.
Mic check. So y'all, the first witness surprised me. The first witness was Mama 3, man. But hold on, I'm gonna go on mute and see who this is.
And Ms. Hopkins,
Tabitha, T-A-M-A-T-H-A.
and Ms. Hopkins, is it fair you don't particularly want to be here today?
That's correct.
But you just being out and we've met, I think, twice now, is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I do appreciate you being here. I want to just a couple of questions. Are you nervous?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions before we start getting into some things. Where are you from generally?
I'm from the Dallas area.
Okay. And how long have you lived generally in this area?
Since 1991.
And as far as your involvement on this case on which you've been brought down here for, it's really only regarding one part of this case. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, November of 2020, are you familiar with that date?
Yes.
And what were you doing on November 11th of 2020?
I was en route to car dealership.
And what roadway were you on en route to that car dealership?
From 20 to 35.
I-20 to I-35?
Yes.
And which direction did you take I-35, north or south?
Yes.
Ms. Hopkins, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and tendered to the defense and state's exhibit 45 and 46. Have you an opportunity to review these prior to your testimony today? And does that show state's exhibit 45 a zoomed out view of Dallas, and then state's 46 a zoomed in of the area you're going to testify about? Stand up for state's exhibit 45 and 46 previously tendered to the defense.
No, Judge. Okay, basically it's 45 and 46 or the minute for
Parade and Bowie on.
What can I see?
Yeah.
Alright. Now, State's Exhibit number 45 zoomed out view of kind of southern Dallas County.
It seemed like
See that?
this is
And then
somebody who was driving on the highway.
we see a
Witness number
fork
2.
in the middle of two highways that come together. Is that where 67 and 35 combine?
Yes.
All right. You're on I-35 heading north, and this is November 11, 2020. What did you observe that day, or did you observe anything?
I observed, right when I was exiting 20 to get on 35, I noticed a black vehicle coming up, approaching pretty quickly behind me, like the circle area.
And what time of day was this that you were on 35?
It's been 10:30 or 11ish.
Okay.
10:30, 11ish.
It was
Let's
almost
go.
6 years ago, right?
Yeah, I remember I had a car point, so I think it was 11, so something.
Okay. Middle of the day.
Yes.
Now, can you describe at that time, 35 I know is always under construction, but specifically at that time period?
Facts. Can they already trying to throw this on rain. It's crazy work.
Is that how the highway looked back in 2020 with clean roadways and everything?
No.
Okay. What was particularly going on in this area?
Traffic.
I know there's a lot of construction in this area, or it was, I'll say this,
And so right here in the middle of State's Exhibit 46, we see Clarendon running from the left-hand side of the screen to the right-hand side of the screen. Does that sound right?
yes.
And as you were driving north approaching Clarendon, you see a black car in your rearview mirror. And you can describe for the jury what you saw it doing.
And I would just, I'm so sorry, man, excuse me, I would just object to the lead.
Leading.
Well, I know it's a black car before, right as I got on 35.
Let's go.
Changing lanes, trying to get over because there was 3 of us at first. And so the car, the black car was trying to weave in and out of traffic. I heard the noise behind me and the black car was on the right side of me.
When you say there were 3 of us, what was there a third car?
Right when I got on, when I noticed the black car, so that was what I know now to be. I'm going to check what she knows now. It's good. There was a gold car on the left, there was a truck in the middle, and then I was on the right hand side, the far right.
And when you say you heard a noise, what did you think you heard?
I thought it was either a red or a blowout, or someone had a blowout.
A what?
And as you drive north on I-35, did you see any car act erratically like it had a blown out?
It happened pretty quickly.
So she ain't hear no gunshots?
And then I saw the black car kind of came corner to the right of me. And so they came to an abrupt stop. And that's when I thought either they'd been hit or had a blowout.
And what did you do when that car came to a stop? And where were you?
We were past the zoo. Couple exits up from the zoo.
On the highway.
On the highway.
Okay.
Yes.
So when they came to a complete stop, what did you do at that moment?
I came to a stop as well.
And where was your car located on? Were you on a shoulder or was there a
I was in
shoulder?
the middle lane.
Okay.
I was in the middle lane.
Middle of I-35.
Yes.
And what did you do when you stopped? What did you do?
I lay down my passenger window.
Okay. And why did you do that?
I was trying to ask the person if they were okay.
Sure. Just make sure everything.
Oh, so you that?
Roll down your window. Did you speak to that person and check on them?
Yes.
And what happened when you did that?
Well, the person was exiting the vehicle.
Ooh.
Putting the mask over his face.
Oh my God.
And when I asked if he was okay, that's when they probably forgot that and told me to.
Get the fuck on. Man, we about to wait till I get to the crib. Y'all know, look, we about to play that. This whole time we thought that was he said, bitch, get the fuck out of here.
And did you see him? He had a mask, and did you notice anything else that he had?
She looked Keywan in his face, y'all. How y'all feel about that?
Identified anybody or been asked to identify anybody in this case? When he said that to you, what did you do?
Drove off. Both. I don't know if y'all just know what happened right now. They talking, y'all. Hold on. She seen Keywan's face, y'all, before he put the mask on, man.
States Exhibit.
Ooh.
States Exhibit 43. Do you recognize that? And is this the 911 call that you made? States Exhibit 44. Does this show
Boy, you cook.
What was going on the highway that day when you were driving?
Yes.
States Exhibit 748, 749, and 750. Do those come from what's in States Exhibit 7? Or excuse me, do those come from what's in States Exhibit 44? States Exhibit 48, 49, 749, and 750 are photos from States Exhibit 44, correct? And still shots that show actually your vehicle when you stopped. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the video, does that accurately depict and show the events of November 11th, 2020?
Yes.
State would offer States Exhibits 43, 44.
So Keywan, y'all, we got breaking news, man.
750.
We got breaking news, y'all. How many of y'all knew Keywan White ain't fully had a mask on when he looked this lady? Witness number 2, y'all. Let him cook. How y'all feeling right now, man? Witness number 2. Look, Keywan dead in his face before he put the mask on and exchange words. Breaking news.
States 56 is the business records affidavit, and States 44 is the records for the business records affidavit.
May I take a witness on board? May I approach the witness? Yes.
He in trouble.
I just want to show you a few of these photos.
No, we at the cross.
This one, and this one, and this one. Okay. What type of vehicle was that? Okay.
Ooh.
Photos. No objection to this copy. This 911 call.
So we got the sister witness number 2 on the stand, y'all. They having to point out pictures. She said something about a BMW. We don't know who BMW yet.
And Hopkins, I'm just showing you a smaller version of 748, and that's very small. Is that just a smaller version of it?
What is that? Oh, they got the calendar. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me see if I can show y'all this.
And I apologize. How soon did you call 911?
Probably just a few seconds after I left the scene. That was all out of the thing. Yeah, right on 35 North before like on Sailor Surf, the guy with a assault rifle, he shot a guy in another car. He got out and shot him some more. Is that north down 35 as well? Almost to yeah, that's what I was like between Marcellus and 8th Street. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly where, but this is on the freeway at 35, right? Yeah, 35 North. And the man was white, black, Hispanic, and another black again. He was a black male, light skin. He had on a sweater with a hoodie on it. It wasn't a hoodie, but more like a T-shirt, T-top.
Ooh.
His face was only covered up like his skin. And when I thought the guy had a blowout, and I pulled up on top of him, and he got out with his gun, and he told me to get the fucking away so he can point the gun. And that's like he had I don't know what kind of rifle it was, but it was some kind of assault rifle. And he shot like twice, and then he shot again like 4 times. I didn't know what the fuck. You know how he shot a vehicle? He shot at the vehicle. The vehicle stopped. I don't know if the guy got hit the first time, but the guy that was doing the shooting stopped and got out of his car and ran to the car and he shot at it first. And what kind of vehicle was the suspect in? It was a black, I want to say it was a Camaro, a black Camaro, and the suspect, the victim was in like a 10 four-door sedan. I don't know what kind it was.
We ain't never heard this 911 call, y'all.
The suspect was on the farm left, the fast lane, and the black sports car. He came up behind him really fast, and he was getting out to get to that car. And then he pulled up on side of it in the right lane next to us and shot him. And the car kind of spun out in front of me. That's why I thought we had to go out. And I thought the guy was trying to stop him. But he wasn't shooting at him. Yeah, it was between Mercedes and 8th Street. I don't know exactly. I just know that I came up on 8th Street when I called you guys. Okay. Did you get his age or something? He was probably between, I would say he's between 26 and maybe 30, 32. His height, weight, and strength that they come out. He was probably around, I want to say 5'8". Like I said, he was light skinned. He had on dark clothing. He was probably around maybe 180, maybe 180. Okay. He was still built, but he wasn't a skinny dude, but he wasn't a big guy either.
She remembered all that.
And the vehicle, the center, it was like a newer model, older model. Yeah, it was a newer model. You didn't have any other license plate to get? I didn't. I didn't get any other license plate. I just doing this out. She did a lot. She has a lot of information. Thank you. And can I have a hand? Tabitha Hopkins? Tabitha? T-A-M-A-T-A-A.
It's on the link stop right there. Just to not have any of your personal information that's
Right.
put out there. State's Exhibit 44, that's been previously admitted, which is going to be the back end video. And you've watched this, correct?
Yes.
New footage, y'all. We never seen this before.
Your Honor, just because it's kind of hard to see on this video. Would you mind? Thank you, Judge.
Hold on, let me put this on.
Your Honor, again, it's for the record. This is State's Exhibit 44.
We got new footage we never seen. Oh, this the whole. Okay, this must be the whole truck footage. Okay, this the part where we all seen before. Here we go. So this whole time, y'all, I'm thinking that the car that stopped at the black Camaro was with him, but nah, that was just somebody. You gonna see in a minute. She gonna stop at the black Camaro and then she gonna pull off, which made sense. That's when he said what he said to her.
There appears to be about 1 minute, I believe,
Can y'all still hear?
where we see the box truck, and then where we come on the far left, silver car. Is that your silver unit?
Yes.
And then the two cars that are in front of you, are those the two cars that you've described?
Yes.
The one on the left, which one was that?
That's the tan car that I called him on.
Okay. And the other car, and that car was, if you could only
Just break it down.
Oh, yeah, you can actually start building that screen. Would you mind circling on that first where you're at? Okay, that's fine. That works. And then the tan car that was in front of you. Okay, perfect. And then the black car you described. Can you please hit that? Okay, thank you very much. Very good, thank you. And as they were in front of you and you passed the truck that is recording, when did you first hear the first two loud sounds that you described?
It was shortly after this is when I heard the noise.
So he was already shooting. Okay, let him cook. So all right, you see that car that stopped? I don't know if y'all seen that briefly. It was a car that stopped. So he ain't fully had that mask on, but you know you done messed up, right? They done started the trial off. Witness number 2 done down there identified Keywan, y'all. How we feel about that, man? They done down there identified Keywan, y'all. He ain't have his mask all the way on. Let him cook. We here now.
Now, Ms. Hopkins, in our line, just at the moment we see in this video,
Boom.
her car stopped and the driver hit out.
That's her. This whole time I thought that was far left. That's her, y'all.
Okay, and you testified earlier about
Right there. That's her.
the interaction you had with the driver of that vehicle. Is this
Ooh.
where that interaction takes place? Roughly, yes. In the next couple seconds after our press play. And I will press play here in a second. Now,
That's her car. That's Keywan. That's true.
Just for the record's purposes, you did a motion with your face, like kind of a pulling motion.
Yes.
And did you? I can't remember. You said putting on a ski mask.
Yes.
I know there's probably time while I was wearing that, but you was trying to ski mask, correct?
Yes. It was a blue color.
And I'm showing you states 751, which is still like just a portion of that exhibit that already came in 750.
Yes.
Does that show what the person looked like when they were getting out of their car?
Yes.
And this comes from 750 that's previously been admitted. Just a closer view should be able to see what he had on as far as on his face and the clothing.
Yes.
There's no way for you to identify who that person was. Is that fair?
Yeah.
We are at this time statement on State Exhibit 751 for all purposes.
Let her cook.
We would just object to 751 being a duplicate of previous.
It's a duplicate.
751. Yes, sir. Thank you. Permission to publish. And Ms. Hopkins, again, you described the individuals having what type of firearm?
I thought it was a assault rifle. I'm surprised.
Do you remember if the weather was cold enough that day to be wearing a ski mask?
No.
It was not.
No, it was not.
And so, just I'm going to play here.
Oh, let me see.
I forgot it first. So just I'm going to press play here, and that shows the beginning interaction, and then what do you do after that interaction?
I take off at that point and call 911.
Ms. Hopkins, have you ever seen anything like this on a highway before?
No.
What was going through your mind once you realized it wasn't blood? What was going through your mind?
Well, I was frightened. I thought that maybe the incident thought that's all in his face. You know, to recognize with the gun pointing toward me I didn't know if I was going to be shot or not. Afterwards, I kind of got out there and
That boy cook.
called 911. But so,
And we talked about this. You never had it. No, you aren't. Sorry about that. Um, uh, as far as the information and description that you provided that day on the freeway, was that the extent of what you could provide?
yes,
And this was in Dallas County, correct? Correct. That's in the state of Texas.
yes.
I'll pass it to Charlie.
Thank you. Ms. Hopkins, on the video that we just watched, at least the video that we just watched, you are driving in the far left lane, right? Correct. And the black car is in the middle lane. Yes. And that black car stops, is what we saw, right? Yes. And it appears that you stop, is that correct? That's correct. And you're there for a few seconds and then you continue to drive, is that right? That's correct. And in the video that we just watched, you drove off before the person in the black car got out, right? Before he got all the way out. Okay. So you're saying that the car was he was putting on a mask, opening the door, pointing a gun at you, and yelling at you, and then you drove all at the sort of at the same time, but then you drove off and then you got out, is what you're saying? He got out enough to, as I say, he was putting his mask on when he was getting out of the car. Okay, could you see inside the car? Yeah. Okay, so you don't know who else was in the car? I don't know if anybody else was in the car. Okay, so you don't know if anybody else was, but you don't know that there wasn't because you couldn't see inside the car. Yes. Okay, because you ultimately were just driving on your way somewhere on this day. Yes. And you said that in the video, once the two cars passed the box truck, they were in front of you now. You said that's when you first heard the loud pop. Yes. Okay. And then you continue to drive, is that right? After the pop. Yes. After the pop. And then what you saw behind you was this gold car? I saw the black car first. Okay. I know it's the black car first. Once you stopped, did you see the gold car or the tan car? No. Okay. Did you see the person in the tan car, what he was doing? No. Did you see whether or not he had gotten a gun? No. Did you know whether or not there was anybody coming out of the passenger side with a gun? Of the gold car? Of the gold car? No. Of the black car? No.
Shoot, how about the passenger side of that Camaro?
Do you know whether or not there was any other shooting? Any additional shooting? Yes. From each, I think you said that you heard a couple of more shots before you started going out. Yes. Okay. Do you know if there was any more shots after that? Not that I heard. Okay. And is that because you were obviously driven off at that point? Yes. Okay. And you didn't know anything about the person in the black car, right? And you don't know who that person is, right? No. And you don't know who else was in the car. I don't know. And you don't know anything about the person that was in the tan car. No. You don't know anything about whether those people even knew each other. No. You don't know whether or not there was any surrounding circumstances that precipitated this. No. You don't know whether or not the gold car initiated.
Miss West, this don't got nothing to do with none of that. Come on,
you just
man.
Came upon a scene
Your damn client.
And just whatever.
Let her see his bare face. That's all it's got to do with.
In the time frame that you saw it. Yes. And the whole time, how long do you think that was? From the time I saw the black car or just from that interaction? From the, I guess you described it like a popping sound. That's right. From like the popping sound. I think it happened so quickly.
So this dude shooting and driving, hold up, man. Somebody in that car with him. We're going to find out.
Maybe 20, 30 seconds. 20 or 30 seconds in a minute. Less than a minute.
We're going to find out, y'all.
And you said that the person in the black car had a mask, right?
Putting on mask.
Was putting on a mask.
Was putting on the mask.
But you couldn't see anything about
Ooh.
their face. Is that right?
I could see from their nose down.
Okay. And you said that you couldn't, I think you had stated earlier that you couldn't see whether or not there was markings or tattoos or anything on their face.
No, I don't think anyone asked me that.
Okay. And you described them having on dark colored clothing. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And when you say dark colored clothing, were you talking about top and bottom?
I was talking about the top.
You were talking about the top. So when you said clothing, you didn't mean bottoms.
No.
Did you describe the bottoms?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you describe anything about the lower half of that person's clothing?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Just that a mask and dark clothing is what you said.
Correct.
Okay. And then you said that you saw an assault rifle. Is that right?
Yes.
So you're not a person. I mean, I don't. Are you a gun aficionado?
I am not.
Okay. So you weren't sure.
I knew it wasn't regular because
Okay.
I wasn't sure what it was. That's why I said it seemed to be a some sort of.
Okay. You said that you were subpoenaed to be here.
Yes.
Who subpoenaed you?
The prosecution.
Okay. And you said that there was a lot of construction going on the highway on this day,
Correct.
and this was in November, is that right, of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was not warm outside, is that right?
It was not on my side.
And you described that car in the video, in the foreground of the video, as a distant tan or sedan.
Yes.
But that car also came up next to you or on the other side of you. In other words, it was close to you as well.
Yes. I was close to the tan car from the time I got on 35.
You were close to the tan car from the time that you got on 35.
From I-20, yes.
From I-20. Okay. So did the tan car on I-20 with you?
The tan car was on 35.
Already. Okay. And as you were merging, you came together with the tan car.
Yes.
Do you know where the tan car was coming from?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know where the black car was coming from?
I could see as far back as Wintergreen on 35. I know that that's right. I noticed them that far back.
Okay, so the black car was coming all the way from Wintergreen and 35?
Yes. It looked like Wintergreen or right where 35 is right before you can get off on 20 west, I believe.
Okay, so it's before or after the I-20 entrance?
Before.
So before I-20 and 35 come together, you're saying you could see back past that.
Once I got on 35.
Okay.
Yes.
And that Wintergreen and 35 is where you saw the black car.
In that vicinity, yes.
In that vicinity. Okay. But you're saying that the gold car was on 35.
Already, yes.
Not know where it came from.
I do not know what came from.
I mean, you don't know where the black car came from.
I don't know where it's coming from.
And how
she
many times
just
have
left.
you met with the prosecution?
Yo,
Twice.
Okay. And when was the first time you met with them?
confirm that she just left.
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it in 2025?
No.
Was it before 2025? Was it in 2026?
Yes.
Okay. And so both times that you've met with the prosecution has been in 2026?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. And during those meetings, did they provide you with information about the allegations in this case?
No.
Did they tell you the name Key One Way?
I don't recall.
We about to be plugged in, y'all. I'm on the way to the high.
Did they say anything to you about somebody named MO3?
Yes.
Did they say anything about somebody named Melvin Noble?
Yes.
Did they say anything about somebody named Marquise Conway?
Yes.
Did they say anything about somebody named Yellow Easy?
Yes.
Did they give you a description of what the allegations were?
No.
They just told you those names?
Yes.
And did they ask you if you knew those people?
Yes.
Do you know those people?
I do not.
I think you described the person on the highway as not skinny, but not a big guy.
From what I could see, yes.
Okay. And that they were about 5'8".
I was estimating, yes.
Okay, and about 180 pounds.
Correct. We in motion, y'all. So yeah, we'll be live soon with the audio. But man, I had to tap in real quick with
You don't
y'all,
have any
man.
idea why
The first witness, Mama 3. Second witness is the lady on the highway who just identified partial face of Kiwan, y'all. So now you got the cross saying, "Oh, well, did you see his whole face?" Then it came out she ain't see his whole face. The way they laid it out, we thought she seen his whole face. But let them cook. Damn, they done with her? I think she gonna get called back. She might get called back. I think that's very important. Her testimony. See who we got in the comment. Hold on. Man, his lawyer is stupid. Kiwan just pled guilty. What you mean he pled guilty, bro? What you talking about? I ain't heard. Oh, so they gonna break it. Come on. Put your seatbelt on. Country, what you talking about, country? Nah, I'm saying he needs to plead guilty. Man, check this out, man. Country, that boy a cook, country. Bree, she gonna do exactly what she said she was gonna do. And that's as much less, basically. Less. She gonna do less, y'all. And then every time the look at the MO3 set to walking out. Hold up, man. Let me show y'all this.
Breaking in the WRAL Live Center, tech giant Meta is settling a lawsuit with North.
Yeah, I just hit the damn wrong button. So I'm looking at this chat over there, man. It's almost 5,000 people over there, man, watching, man. Fox chat going crazy. And I know Mo3 said to probably like 2.5 of it. We got Dallas tapping in. Facts. The first witness is damning. Well, nah, the country, that was the second witness. The first witness is Mama 3, but only to identify her son. So basically, they trying to goddamn. First off, man, I ain't hollered at y'all. Let me go ahead and let y'all know how I feel about this jury selection. They was looking for some specifics. Well, y'all heard Key West in that jury selection, man. And then you got the jury. First thing they try to do is, you know what I'm saying, have Mom 3, you know what I'm saying, going up there, identify your son, cry, show remorse, show hurt. Next thing you know, bound right after that. I don't think nobody was expecting that second witness to be the lady right there, who for a long time, me included, I ain't gonna lie, y'all, I said that was I ain't gonna say GRC, but I said that was somebody who was with 3. Turns out it was a goddamn innocent person, y'all. She just testified. Witness number 2 is the person who stopped briefly right beside him, put on my seatbelt. Just how you get up? So yeah, so witness number, we only got, it's already 12 o'clock. It's only been 2 witnesses. Lord have mercy. So witness number 2 is the lady who stopped briefly beside the black Camaro on the highway that day, y'all. Very important because she said, according to her testimony, she did not only see partial of whoever that was, because Keywan is innocent, right? But she's saying that she spoke to him. I wonder, well, they didn't answer. They should have asked her about the voice. Would she remember the voice if she heard it? That's what they should, but they ain't ask her that. Country say, and I thought it was somebody uh, giving Keywan. Oh, what? I need to know. I can't see it. The dang money sign in the way, but she got cursed out. Yeah, she was trying to get. She trying to give. She thinking he need help because he stopped in the middle of the highway. She let down her window. This man hop out with a whole assault rifle, y'all, and say, "B, get the F out of here." So that's what she did. That's what she did, y'all. Let me see something real quick. Let me go back right here. Another thing I picked up, it seemed like the defense tried to mix up Mama Nicole testimony as if Rain and 3 had a problem. Did y'all see that? How many of y'all peeped the move? They tried to tangle Miss Nicole up, and Miss Nicole wasn't going. She said, "I don't know none of them people. The only people I know is Rain." They trying to ask her, do she know Yellow? Do she know Truck? She said, "I don't know none of them people. The only people I know is Rain." But then they try to tangle Rain, Yellow Beezy, and Trap Boy Freddy up as if Mo3 had problems with Rain. When it was nobody, well, thus far, nothing indicated that Rain and 3 had problems, but it seemed like that's what the defense is trying to implicate. And then they over there talking about, did you listen to your son music? Do you know what type of music he was making? Like they really up there, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, to me, asking dumb questions, but I think she was just trying to irritate Miss Nicole, frustrate her, you know what I'm saying? And all that. Him cursing her out with the gun. Yeah. That when she called the police. Fact. He said, "Now I tried to help you. You gonna hop out with a gun?" Look, that when she called the police. Yeah, she followed up. And how many of y'all peeped that she knew his weight? I don't know, y'all. She did remember a lot of this. He was light skinned. It look not too big, not too little. Yeah, yeah. So basically, I feel like Keywan think just because he done turned into a big old probably we looking like he looked like he about 230, 250. That everybody ain't gonna recognize that little frame as him. I don't know if that's supposed to be part of the work or that's just him sitting down for a long time eating them honey buns and goddamn noodles all day. You feel me? But it's allegedly it's him, y'all. So we gonna see what else they got, man. There's more witnesses on that highway, but I feel like they got more footage of Keywan that day, y'all. I think they just wanted to give them a quick tune up. You know what I'm saying? Surprise them with witness number 2 being able to identify that person, at least partially identify, y'all. She said he had the mask halfway down. She could see his nose on down. Now I'm not gonna lie, Bree West did ask an exclusive, y'all. She say, "Well, was there any identifying marks that made him stand out that you can remember?" She said no, y'all. She said no. So it wasn't that she saying that made her know for sure that I guess because she done made it off the stand without them digging all the way that deep. So I don't know how to take that. I think it's something. I think it's a build though. I think it's gonna prove later on because again, I think they got him at some more places with that mask even further up. So it ain't like he was driving around with a mask on, y'all. is what I'm saying. Whoever was in that Camaro was not driving around with no god dang on mask on. Now, let me jump here real quick. She said she heard pops. When she was hearing the popping, everybody was still in motion. So we gotta ask ourselves this question, man. How good can you shoot a rifle and drive, man? And then let's think about it. So he rolling down passenger windows, he swerving through traffic, and he holding a rifle. How many of y'all think he won? Allegedly, y'all. If that was Keywan, how many of y'all think he that talented, man? That he can hold a assault rifle and shoot it with one hand? Because let's be honest, man. I don't care how good you is. You ain't driving with your legs, swerving through traffic and holding a rifle with two hands. And I'm gonna say this: you ain't shooting no damn rifle with accuracy. I ain't say you can't shoot a rifle with accuracy and hitting stuff, y'all. So let me ask y'all, man, who the heck was shooting that MO3 while Keywan was driving, man? Who was squeezing, man? Was Ducky P in that vehicle, man? Allegedly. Was Ducky in that damn car, man? Country said fast, bro. He was doing a lot, bro. He was doing the most, bro. We haven't even seen that in an action movie. Shit. Well, we know it ain't real. So you telling me in real life, whoever it was in that Camaro was shooting, driving, and swerving up and down the interstate? Come on, man. Cause don't forget, I think it's gonna come out where his car was hit on. The car was shot up, y'all. We ain't gonna act like the car wasn't getting shot. The car got bullet holes in it. You hear me? So how did the bullet holes get there? Was there a second person in that vehicle? Did they purposely see? I think the goddamn DA office cooking, y'all. I think they purposely had her not mention possibly if she seen somebody else over the shoulder. You know what I'm saying? Over the side of them. But take me to my car. All right. So I'm about to be at the house, man. We cranking up, man. We definitely about to crank up in a minute, man. This is gonna be a whole day of witness statements, y'all. And I thought, I'm gonna put this on your mind. I thought this was because I did say this that this is a trial. Where is Yellow Beezy at? Where is Devin Brown, y'all? How are they having a trial without these people? Texas, I need y'all to tap in. I need to know, man. I thought this is different, man. So is it because Devin is gonna be entering the trial, but in a different type of entrance? He might come through that side door and hop on that what you call it, which is why the sisters was giving us the early goddamn scoop. He is gonna hit that goddamn stand, y'all. That boy hitting that stand because my thing, he supposed to be here. They co-defendants. They co-defendants. Hold on, give me a second. Keys at my keys in there. I'll never get out. Coco just jumped out. Let me get my key. Come here. Come here. Come here. Get your butt in there. All right, y'all. Hold on, man. I'm almost. This is some good ish in only seconds. Hold on. I hope this don't try to jump in my car. Hold on. Let me turn the. Just some good. It had to be someone in that car. I believe that's why his lawyer was asking that. AC, but look, Pete, this though. The lawyer was saying that, but they don't know. They don't want to look. Why would they be the first one to bring the other person in the car up? They don't want to bring that up. They don't want to bring that up because they want to know. Do they know that somebody else was in that car? How many of y'all feel like that, man? Either way it go. Hold on, let me see something because I don't know how long. I might not even have to end it. We just gonna jump on in there. Let me see something because they on the break. All right, bet this is good. Country, man, what you think so far, brother? What you think, man? What you think, country? Somebody else was in that car, man. Cause my thing is it, bro. Ain't no way. I mean, maybe this is why so many people got hit. I'm just trying to think about it. We know this is America, man. The steering wheel is on the left, man. If you shooting, if you got the rifle firing out the right to to the to hit, because MO3 was on the left side. Y'all ain't like, you know what I'm saying? When they hopped on side of him, they was on 3 left side. So how the heck was Keywan shooting a damn rifle, man? Something you need 2 hands for, to say the least, y'all. They got stuff out there on pistols you need 2 hands for. So you definitely gonna need 2 hands to hold a rifle to hit with accuracy, man. That's my point on that, man. Let me hear it get to the house. I want to see who this third witness gonna be. So far we got to hear from Mama 3. We got to hear from witness 2, which I think that was a phone call we never heard. And then they tried to add like, did y'all peep that they tried to add like the footage that they showed was what was the same footage? Nah, it was the same footage, but it was more of it. Let's be honest, man. Nah, we need all that. And then they still stopped it a little early. So it's more footage, y'all, is what I'm saying. They giving us piece by piece. They really about to back the defense. They thinking they really about to goddamn get, man. They really think they about to get Keywan off just because you got people with felonies turn witnesses, man. I think all this is very important. I think when they was looking for them jury, they was looking for a specific mindset of jury. Let's be honest. You can tell by the questions they was asking. I still got that content I want to get to y'all, but you know, I do work, so I did tell y'all I'm gonna do my best. But I feel like the jury, whoever they selected, they went with, because I don't know if y'all peep when they was doing a jury. You got Keywan with his pencil and paper. He writing down. I already know what he's writing. He writing down all the people that said they couldn't do it, so they can make sure that them ain't the ones that end up doing it. Because if so, then they probably gonna say, "Oh well, these people said they can't do it." And then I think he wrote down all the people who he felt like, I don't know about this one, I don't know about that one. That's what I think. Keywan was over there writing down doing jury selection. They have plenty of videos of evidence. Man, what? How much do you think we gonna get today, though, y'all? How much we gonna get today? The judge said this they expect for Keywan portion to take up to 2 weeks. I don't think there's no Devin portion, y'all. I think Keywan, you know what? Nah, Devin gonna get his. Devin gonna get his portion. But by the time Devin go, they gonna already done gave him the what you call it, and then they gonna ask the jury to take into consideration his witness testimony, which might get his charge dropped down to a lesser charge, which might get him dropped all the way down to somewhere near almost coming home. Just like I told y'all, man. Why y'all think that they keep saying that boy about to come home, man? Cause that boy got some testimony, man. Just in case the lady on the highway who said, "Country, me too. Devin is the key, man." But hold on, country. Guess who besides Devin? You gotta look at goddamn the baby mama, man. She the key too. She the key to this too. If she change up her shit, they gotta be on the same page is what I'm saying. Devin and BM got to be on the same page for this to work out. How they think allegedly this about to work out and pan out. And I think that's with Devin coming home, man. You know what I'm saying? In a few years. He might get a 10-piece. He might get a 10-piece. I don't see him try to put that Fed time in consecutive, but you just never know. Hold on. Y'all almost here, y'all. Appreciate y'all. For bearing with me. We almost to the studio, man. And I ain't gonna lie. What's going on, Honesty? Honesty in the building, man. In the courtroom today. Yeah, we got the Keefe D trial going on, aka the Tupac trial. We got the Lil Durk trial going on. You got this lady who done unallowed the kids trial going on. And y'all telling me we ain't got the big people in Dallas, man. We need the big cameras. And you know, salute to Dallas local, but I really thought this was gonna be bigger. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? I really thought it was gonna be big. I thought Law and Crime was gonna cover this, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I thought Law and Crime was gonna be all over this. Devin is a fall guy. Devin is a fall guy. Keywan is the crash out. They use Devin to get the MO3. Period. Mm-mm. To the let me get right. Matter of fact, let me go get y'all situated upstairs. That's what I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna come back down. I don't want y'all. So like, get situated real quick.
Real talk, what you gonna do when the pressure on? Fans listening, this tap you dead wrong. Real no, talk, nigga, get it money. Bitch, I'm plugged in, I get back in, you can't friend me. I've been hustling all night, yeah. Baby, I've been hustling all night, yeah. Baby, I've been hustling all night.
I've been grinding and hustling, trying to keep the money coming.
I'm real dope boy shit, I love that money motion. I'm outside early in the morning, ain't no birds chirping. Everything coming off the scale, you know that clock working. That nigga be hanging, from straight and that Some haters in my circle don't want to see me make it. This shit get wicked in the city when you living fast.
Yeah, I'm going up like stairs. From in locked up chairs. They act like they was there.
You gotta read. These days is the last days, cause you gotta die just to see the clout. I came a long way. I came a long way.
I'm here, y'all. I'm just getting everything right, man. I'm gonna pop out. Let me know in the chat if they back. Let me know. Are they back? Let me know if they back. If I'm missing, 'cause I don't want to miss nothing. I'm gonna have to cut that loss if they already back. Cause I'm gonna come in from where they already at, just so I can be up. All right, bet I'm about to pull it up. I'm anxious to see who witness number 3 is. Damn, man. I can't get that quick enough. All right, here we go. Who is this white lady? All right, hold on. Here it come. They calling this Keywan White on trial. I don't want no chat. Like, what is we doing? Why is my computer moving like this? So my rain word is packing for Mexico. These folks crazy, man.
I was thinking, well, if somebody was being shot, somebody's probably either, right about, where my car was, is where, the man fell, the man in the purple jumpsuit. And then I wanted to look up to see where the gunman was. I didn't know if he was going to be pulling the trigger on me or, somebody else, because we were witnesses. So I was looking around, on freeways. I didn't know if he came from a vehicle or, I don't know where he came from or where he ran to. So, I mean, he was already gone.
Roughly how many shots or how many bullets could you hear coming from that gun?
I don't know. I actually heard that they recovered about 44 shots. I don't know, but I heard, I don't know. Yes.
When the parties say objection, you need to.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I'll give my ruling.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay.
All right.
As the jury disregard
Disregard what?
our statement, that she's objected to hearing station, still talking.
Okay, the jury will disregard what the witness said about what she heard.
Ms. Kaplan, if you can only just answer off of your own personal knowledge.
Okay. Okay, so you asked me about how many bullets I heard or what?
How many
shots?
did you hear? Was it one? Was it a couple? Was it many?
I heard many. I didn't count the number of shots. This particular, I think, gun was, I don't know what guns are, but the guns, yes.
As I said, when the attorney stands up to make an objection, you need to pause.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
Objection, no response.
Sustained.
So you said that there were many.
There were many shots, yes. That's,
What happened when you popped up again once the shots stopped coming?
the man in the purple jumpsuit was moving. He was moving from side to side. He was behind a car wheel, like in the back, like he had fallen over. And so he was moving. And then the man in front of me in the car got out, and he was like in blue scrubs. So he must have put his car in park or whatever. And
Sustained.
You said there was a man that was, he was parked in the car in front of you.
Yes.
Wearing blue scrubs, is that right?
Yes,
What happened when he got out of the car?
he went over to the man on the road and began performing life resuscitation. He was, pumping his chest and doing what he could. He was in blue scrubs.
Did you get out of your car at any point?
I did eventually. I got out because I wanted to make a mental note of what I saw.
Did you call 911?
I tried and I couldn't get through. I tried before I got out of my car, I tried to call 911 and I couldn't get through.
Did you have your phone with you that day?
I did.
Did you do anything with your phone that day?
I took a few quick shots of my surroundings, of what I saw in front of me not to post them on social media, but to make a mental note. I saw shell cases around my car. I also was looking to see if my car got hit. I didn't feel that my car got hit, but I didn't know because it was really loud. So I was just observing what I saw.
You want me to approach?
You may.
Ms. Kaplan, we've met before, is that right?
Yes.
And these images that you see, you're looking at State's Exhibit 47 as well as State's Exhibit 48. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
And I'm also handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49, which is a disc. Do you remember that there were some photos on this disc that you took?
Yes.
And when you took a photo, what kind of phone do you have?
I have an iPhone.
Sometimes when you take a photo, does it captions live photos? Is that
Yes.
right? And what's a live photo?
A live photo on an iPhone, when it's taken, you could see like repetitive images, almost like a short video.
And those
So,
images.
yeah. So yeah, when I use it right now, it's like sometimes if somebody has their eyes closed, you might could go back a little second or go forward and have a picture with their eyes open. So a lot of times it's set on my phone.
And the disc, it looks like it's videos, but it's not a video. In fact, it's just a live photo. It shows
Right.
movement. Is that correct? Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 47, 48, and 49 that have been previously tendered to the defense for all purposes.
Would you describe 47 and 48 again for the record
Yes, Your Honor, 47 and 48 are photos
of the scene? Or from 49?
of the scene, Your Honor.
Okay.
Nah, you right. So we all trying to figure out who was that white girl. That was her, y'all. The whole time it was her standing on that highway. Not no girl that was riding with MO3. None of that stuff that was being said. This was the lady.
Okay, what's the state's response?
Your Honor, this shows exactly what the witness saw that day. I believe it's relevant to know about the murder and how the victim looked right after being shot.
Your objections of the rule, State's Exhibits 47 and 48 are admitted. Any objections to 49?
No objection, John.
State's Exhibit 49 is admitted.
Commissioner Kovish?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Kaplan, there's a screen to your left, in just in case if you can't see. State's Exhibit 49, these are the live photos that you took from your phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Looking at State's Exhibit 49, this is the
Wow.
live photo that you took, is that correct?
That's correct.
It was her work. We've been looking at this whole time, y'all. Well, I ain't never
You
seen that.
described, when you looked up, that the victim was on the freeway but still moving, is that right?
Yes, he was moving his head.
With this image, you said that there was a man with blue scrubs that got out of his car that was directly in front of you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Is this that man that was trying to perform life-saving measures for?
Yes, that was the man that I saw. And the first photo, that was his car.
You said the first photo, ma'am?
Yep. Well, the other photo where the car was next to the man on the road that was his car in front of me.
This photo, or this live photo, this shows when Dallas Fire and Rescue and police officers have started arriving to the scene. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, I chose to get seated back in my car.
this image will just show what you saw and what you observed that afternoon. Is that right?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 47 is just that screenshot from that first live video that we saw.
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 48, again, this is a screenshot from that live photo.
Yes, it is.
Did you, at the time that this happened, did you know who the man in the purple jumpsuit was?
I can't even
I
have that
didn't
up
know
on
who
her,
it
y'all.
was.
YouTube got
I
guidelines for
didn't
that.
know
This is
the person that was chasing him either.
I'm gonna wait and then we're gonna bring it back. I didn't know they was gonna be coming like this.
This is Capra, I'll pass it to Sharon. This is Capra.
All right, here go the cross.
Questions. When you were on the freeway, do you recall where did you enter the freeway to get on 35 heading north?
I think they done with that. I'm gonna bring it back.
I can't remember. The last dealership that I visited was Mac Hayek in DeSoto. So I'm trying to remember what that entrance was. It was maybe close to Wheatland or something. I can't remember.
And approximately, are you familiar with 35 north?
Yes, I am. And that was close to the zoo where that incident occurred.
Okay. And you were close to the zoo, and is that when you first saw, by the time you saw, were the two men out of the car or were they inside the cars?
I saw two men out of the car.
Okay, so you don't know what cars, or you would be speculating to know what cars each man got out of.
I did not know that day, no.
And were you, I suppose when you're taking these pictures, as we look at State's Exhibit 48, your car is behind these pictures, is that correct? Your car's no longer, it's not put in these pictures. Can you see your car in these pictures?
Not that picture.
Okay.
No, there was I think another picture, you could see the front of my car.
Okay. And you said when you saw, when this happened, you were behind the Kroger truck, is that fair?
If there was in the picture, it looks like there was the man from the scrubs had his car. There was the guy in the green shirt with the truck, like the F-150. And I think there was another, a big semi in front of it. If that was the Kroger truck you're referring to, I guess so.
Okay.
I don't know what truck that was.
Okay.
I don't remember that day.
Okay, all right. When the two individuals were coming towards you, you said you were going through what your three options were. Should I stop and look? Should I call 911 or should I get down on the floorboard? And you decided to get down on the floorboard. Is that correct?
I hid because the bullets were, the noise was getting louder.
Okay. And do you recall saying that it was about 4 or 5 gunshots that you heard that day?
There was a lot more than 4 or 5.
Do you recall telling the police that you heard about 4 or 5 gunshots?
I heard gunshots around me. I didn't count how many gunshots. I don't know.
And you heard gunshots around you, but you were not looking as the gunshots were going because you were on the floorboard, right?
I looked for a while.
Okay.
As I saw what was coming down on the freeway. I saw a little bit before I decided to get in my floorboard.
And is it fair to say the man that had the rifle or the gun had on a mask?
I don't know if it was a mask. To me, when I was seeing it, it looked like a dark hoodie with the hood up, and like the hoodie was zipped up. I didn't know if it was a mask. My recollection when I'm talking about this, to me, it looked like a hoodie.
And and you've never identified anybody in this case, have you, as a person with a firearm, right?
I haven't identified anybody. No, this is my first time to talk about this, other than the detective who asked me about it.
And you don't know the reason why the shooting occurred.
I do not.
And do you recall talking to the police and you described that the person was wearing a long sleeve cream top? Do you recall that?
I said I saw a man with it was a gray and black top.
Young man, person with you, man.
And if there are any exhibits that have already been tendered, they need to be over here in the court reporter's desk.
Do you recall talking to the police officer when you were out on the scene?
There was some questions out on the scene.
Okay, did you ever go to the detective's office and talk to anyone?
No, the detectives came to me.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you just to refresh your memory. You can't read from there, but looking at this sheet of paper, does it refresh your memory?
Your Honor, I would object to improper impeachment. I'm not sure what the witness is looking at to refresh your memory.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you recall giving a statement to the police of what the shooter was wearing?
I said the shooter, I could remember a couple of things. I could remember seeing the shooter had pants on where I could see his underwear. I could see some gray, like from the bottom. And I said, I have a recollection of a darker top. So.
Would it surprise you that you told the officer that the shooter had on a long sleeve cream top? And you didn't give a written statement in this case, did you?
I did not give a written statement.
And you don't know if your statement to the police was recorded?
I didn't see any recording device. I didn't agree to any recording device on the side of the road.
Not the body cam. Ooh.
And did you know the gentleman that was, that the doctor was performing life resuscitation?
I didn't even know he was a doctor until we were waiting to give our statements.
Did you know the gentleman that had been shot?
I did not know the gentleman who had been shot.
And did you meet with the prosecutor on this case? Prior to testimony, did you meet with the prosecutor on this case?
Are you talking about the DA and investigators? Yes, I had a meeting with the investigators.
How many times have you met?
I met one time with the investigator, and then I had another meeting about a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago.
And did they give you anything to read to refresh your memory?
I didn't have anything to read.
Where they going with this though?
And
I need a poll.
And did y'all, when you dealt with prosecutors, did they ever ask you about what any discrepancies in your testimony as to what you may have told the police, as to what you may have told them when you were talking to them?
I was not pointed out any discrepancy. I said the man had a light face. But that's all I said.
Oh, I hear that body. Oh, I can hear it. Here we go, y'all. Gotta watch out for that cross, man.
Did you know where the fire, where the gentleman that was holding the gun and the person that was shot, did you know where they were coming from? Did you see them get on the freeway at all?
I didn't see him get on the freeway.
Okay.
No, they were, the people were coming from north. They were running southbound because I was going northbound on 35.
And do you know anything about their relationship at that time on November 11th, 2020?
I have no recollection of any, I don't know anything about those two men.
You're not past witness.
State,
Nothing further for the state, Your Honor.
may this one has been released.
Who would like to subject her to recall you?
All right. Ma'am, you are free to step down right now, but stay in touch with the state and the defense in case either party needs to recall you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marissa.
State, call your next witness.
They would call, BFR Gallardo.
Witness number 4. Sound like the doctor.
Yes, ma'am. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you.
Morning.
I guess just now afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I know you're in your class A's, but could you please introduce yourself for this jury and spell your first and last name for the court report?
My name's Ricardo Gallardo, Ricardo. Last name Gallardo, Gallardo, and I am a fire rescue officer, paramedic for Dallas Fire Rescue.
Gallardo, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I butchered, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
All right, so you're with DFR, or Dallas Fire and Rescue,
Yes, sir.
DFR for short.
Correct.
You nervous?
A little bit.
You ever testified before?
Never. First time.
All right. Well, I just want to kind of go just briefly through your training and experience with DFR. How long have you been employed with DFR?
15 years now.
And as far as training to become, what is your official role with DFR? I guess let's start there.
I'm a fire rescue officer, and I also perform paramedic duties or advanced life safety.
And is that part of the training to have both of those qualifications?
Yes, sir.
Can you just walk the jury through some of your training and experience to become a fire rescue officer as well as the paramedic status?
Fire rescue, just pretty much a fire academy, fire training, teaches you, what to do on the fire engine, fire truck. As far as the paramedic training and doing more medical calls, life threatening calls, and some that are not so life threatening, you go through a few months or several months of paramedic school, clinicals, and various tests to get certifications to become a paramedic.
And do y'all continue training throughout your 15 years? Have you continued to take training to keep yourself up to date?
Yes, we do quarterly training and probably a little bit more than that throughout the year to keep up with our skills.
Okay. And on November 11, 2020, do you remember that day?
I do remember most of the day, but if you were to tell me that was a day, I wouldn't have known that was the exact dates, I guess.
Do you remember or do you recall an incident responding to an individual who'd been shot on the freeway I-35?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now, I'm going to show you what's previously been published as State's Exhibit 48. Showing it's been marked as State's Exhibit number 52, which is just notice of intent to use business records. For the business records that I'm about to show you, State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, that is EPCR, which is a report of all the interventions or incident that happened that we have to fill out regarding patients, every patient that we run across.
And are these made every time you have to respond to an incident?
Yes, they are.
And are these made at or near the time of the actual incident that you've responded to?
Yes.
And does this incident, or is the incident that you responded to out on the highway reflected within State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, sir.
State would offer State's Exhibit 52 for record purposes and State's Exhibit 53 for all purposes previously tendered to the defense counsel.
No objection to 53 and 52.
52 for record purposes, 53 for all.
Thank you. Exhibit 53 is admitted for all purposes. Exhibit 52 is admitted for record purposes.
Now, DFR Gallardo, you can't read directly from this, but I'm going to ask you some questions. So if you need to refresh your memory, you can take a second to look at it and refresh your memory. But specifically on this, in Stage 48, is this the incident that you responded to on the freeway in November of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Where were you coming from that morning when, or I guess midday, about this time actually, where were you responding from to get to this location?
I don't remember if we actually got our call from the station, which is on the north side of where the incident happened, but we were traveling south on 35 to come back and go northbound 35, where the incident was assigned at.
And how would you describe y'all's ability? Well, let's go through this first, I guess. In a situation where DFR are responding to where somebody has been shot, who or how many, who and how many people get dispatched to a location like that?
You get an engine and an ambulance, which would be on an engine is a 4-man crew, and an ambulance would be a 2-man crew. You get that just so you can have more hands and a little bit more help, because it is a serious call.
And that's general protocol on DFR for shooting that an engine would respond, a 4-man crew on that engine, 2-man crew on the ambulance.
Correct.
And are all of those individuals, both on the engine as well as the ambulance, are they all trained as paramedics as well?
You would have at least two of the 4 would be paramedics as well.
Okay. So 2 paramedics on the ambulance, 2 paramedics on the engine.
Correct.
Now, when you responded out there, was it easy to get to the location where the victim was at?
No, as we were going southbound on 35, we noticed the traffic was bottleneck and it was standstill traffic. So when we turned around, we knew we had to go up an exit, and I was on the ambulance that day. We turned around and went against traffic to come back towards where the incident was.
So you went northbound and then southbound lane. Or did you go?
No, we went southbound in the northbound 35 lanes.
And at that time, I believe there was construction. Is that fair?
Honestly, I don't remember the construction just because there was so much traffic and it was already standstill. But from my time being in that area, there was plenty of construction going on throughout those years.
Sure. And once you arrived, what did you observe initially when you arrived on the scene? Was here in States Exhibit 48, it appears to be somebody wearing scrubs, trying to do life-saving measures. What did you observe as far as the victim and what was going on with the victim when you arrived on the scene?
When the rescue arrived on scene, the fire engine had already been on scene before us. So they're the ones that radioed us in and said it was safe for us to come against traffic to get there. So when we got there, we had some of our members already performing CPR or trying to put pads for a monitor on the victim. I did not see this picture or this gentleman in scrubs performing any kind of life-saving activity on this gentleman. There was a previous ambulance there that I believe was a private agency, and they had their stuff on the ground or on the street trying to help. But as soon as we got there, DFR took control of the situation. We took out our own equipment and started loading the gentleman onto a stretcher and into the ambulance.
Sure. And these, I think we've all probably seen them on the roadway, some of these private ambulances. They are separate and apart from Dallas Fire and Rescue.
Correct.
And so when you arrive on the scene like that, is it your preference to use your instrumentation, your stuff, as opposed to somebody else's?
Absolutely.
And why would that be?
Just protocol, and obviously we'd be more familiar with our tools and theirs.
Sure. And as far as what condition, once you arrived, and I realized there was other paramedics from the engines that were already trying to save Mr. Noble. But what did you observe as far as the state and condition of Mr. Noble at that point?
Obviously, you could tell he was pulseless and not breathing. Plenty of blood on the ground, and I mean, at that time, people's gloves and loading him on the stretcher, it's all over our equipment as well. So that's what I remember from the initial contact.
And you were in the ambulance that day.
Yes, sir.
Were you in the ambulance that transported Mr. Noble from the scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
Now you said that he wasn't breathing and that lack of pulse, correct?
Correct.
What, in that situation, when somebody is exhibiting those symptoms, what does your protocol tell you to do as far as trying to perform any type of life-saving measure?
So we would obviously try to tend to the significant severe wounds. In this case, we would try to stop the bleeding, try to stop all the trauma that he had, and then start to perform chest compressions and go through our chest or our CPR protocol.
And at some point, did somebody perform a chest needle decompression?
Not that I recall, but I believe in situations like this, gunshot wound, it wouldn't be, you would be able to do that in this situation. But I don't recall it happening in front of me.
Do you want to check it and see if it is in those records, business records,
Yes,
whether or not it was done? And if it refreshes your memory, let us know.
Interesting comment, Ms.
It is on
Geach.
there. It's
You
marked
put that
on
up
there,
on the screen.
performed by another paramedic.
And what would the purpose be of a chest needle decompression?
So usually when you get trauma like this to your body, you get some air in the chest cavity that compresses against your heart and prohibits it from working the way it does, or it's supposed to. So the needle decompression would pretty much pop that air pocket and relieve the pressure from the heart.
And what would it do in terms of internal bleeding?
It would relieve, like I said, mainly it's for relieving the pressure and help with breathing because it would be more of a collapsed lung issue.
So if you had internal bleeding pressing down on your lungs, would that be a situation that could help?
Correct.
Once you were able to, do you recall approximately what time you were able to arrive to actually get to the scene?
No, I don't. I know it was right before lunchtime, pretty much, at the station.
And once he was placed, or once you're there, is he then placed on a stretcher? How does that take place? Where do you go from here?
When we got there, we came down with our equipment. Our members that were already, performing chest compressions and all that. So we bring a backboard to be able to load them onto the stretcher easier, put them on a stretcher and take them to the back of our ambulance where we have most of our equipment, or it's easier for us to work as a team. And in situations like this, where it's out and open in the public, we don't want to really perform life-saving in front of everybody or the public, people on the road.
Probably not a safe place either.
Correct, especially with all the traffic. Correct.
Well, the doctor was already doing that, but go ahead.
Correct.
Now, once you get him inside the ambulance, what measures did y'all take outside of just CPR, chest compressions?
We try to get IV established on these members so we can replenish the fluids that they've lost, in this case, blood. So we try to keep them alive with that, and also try to breathe for them since they're not able to breathe on their own.
What about sodium bicarb?
Sodium bicarb, yes, sir.
What do y'all do with that?
We give it to them just to reverse certain symptoms that they might have.
And explain that if you can to the jury.
Pretty much in this case, if he's losing too much oxygen and he has bad oxygen in his body, in layman's term, we would give him that to reverse his O2 stats pretty much.
So basically, they hit him with the Narcan. I don't know if y'all heard. They hit him with the Narcan.
Once you have him in the back, he's on the backboard, on the stretcher, into the back of the ambulance. Y'all start doing this, and then where do you go from there?
At this point, the hospital is really close to us, so we are taking them to Methodist Hospital.
And do you continue to, again, attempt to, well, I guess.
Are we gonna say revive them, or keep them alive? What we calling it?
Yes, we are doing a continuous CPR, chest compressions, and trying to introduce various medication into a system from there to the hospital.
Various medication, y'all.
During the placement of him on the backboard and on the stretcher, are y'all looking to see or to identify how many times an individual has been shot?
Yes.
And did y'all do that in this case?
Yes. I don't remember the exact number of bullet holes he had.
Sure.
But we did know that there was at least more than 2 or 3.
And how did you know that?
Just visualizing them and all the blood that was being lost.
How would you describe his clothing at that moment?
He was wearing was drenched in blood, and he was wearing a jumpsuit, tracksuit, I believe. But when we had him in the back of the ambulance, you pretty much take trauma shears and try to expose his body to identify.
So you cut the clothes off back, and you seen it.
When you have, I mean, you don't sit there and try to identify every single gunshot wound. Is that fair?
I mean, for the most part, we're supposed to, and we're supposed to try and at least acknowledge,
everything,
the most obvious ones.
Sure. And what's the purpose of identifying those at that point?
Just to try to get the most serious ones out of the way and try to stop the bleeding on the most serious ones.
And does that also help with once you take them to the hospital?
Yes, absolutely.
And how does that help when you take them to the hospital?
Just pretty much giving a report to the staff at the hospital and letting them know exactly what we got so they can have an advantage in helping them as well.
Sure.
trying to have as much information to provide to the ER once he arrives.
Absolutely.
Now, during your transfer, were you ever able to restore any sign of life, any vitals, pulse, oxygen, anything like that?
No, sir.
Did he show any sign of life once you arrived on scene to the time that you dropped him off at the hospital?
No, sir.
And just, I'm showing it's been marked as State's Exhibit 54. Methodist, was that the hospital that y'all ended up taking him to?
Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Yes, sir.
So State's Exhibit 54 is just a notice of business, notice of intent to use business records. State's Exhibit 55, which are the Methodist medical records for Melvin Noble. We offer State's Exhibit 54.
Help me keep on, y'all. Is this witness number 4 or 5? I want to say this is witness number 4. Am I correct? Mama, lady on the highway. The other lady on the highway. And now him, yeah, number 4.
No objection to 55, and then 54.
All right, case exhibit 54 is admitted for record purposes only.
All right, thank you, Ms. Geach.
55 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, once you transport him to the hospital, thank you, Your Honor, permission to publish all of these to the jury.
It sounded like 3 was already.
Of course, the jury will have the opportunity to go back and look at all of this when they go
I'm gonna let it.
back to deliberate. But
Hold on.
once you arrive to the hospital, explain if you can just that transition of being in the back of an ambulance to somebody who's not showing signs of life and now getting them to the ER. If you just briefly explain that if you don't mind.
So usually when we go to the hospital with the trauma CPR like this, we usually have 3
No, he
members in
should
the back
use
of
his
the
Hail
ambulance,
Mary.
one person driving us. Maybe at this time it was 4. But we're
That
performing
part.
CPR and chest compressions the whole way over there. Our goal is not to stop. So as we're bringing him off the ambulance in the stretcher, we're still performing CPR, go in the hospital doors. Nurse pretty much.
But hold
tells us
on,
which room they
country.
want him
Hold
in.
on. Shine G
Still
said he
performing
seen 3
CPR. We
alive.
transfer care.
Let's be honest.
Doctor walks in or head
Or at least he
nurse
looked
walks
alive.
in.
I don't
We
know.
give him our report, pretty much tell him gunshot here, gunshot wound here as well. We have no pulse. We've never received pulse, or we have, and then just transfer care from there.
Miss Geechee ain't letting up
As far as
on
your
Ryan.
role in this case is-
Now I'm gonna say this real quick, Miss Geechee, because I don't want to talk
Yes,
over
sir.
him. But Rain could have heard 3 stop talking. I think he did go comatose. I think he definitely stopped. Well, probably would have started wheezing. At the talk, he started wheezing. Then you completely, if your lung collapse, you ain't gonna breathe. That's why they were saying
No.
they had to make him breathe.
Fire rescue officer
Okay, fine.
or paramedic.
Okay, so you were.
But Ryan
on
could
the
just be lying
ambulance
though,
that
for
arrived,
sure.
Is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that your engine or the fire truck had already gotten there, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you guys came after the fire truck?
Yes.
Okay, and when you arrived, there were 2 people in your ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, it had taken you a while to get there, is that right?
Correct.
You said that there was a private agency ambulance, is that correct?
Yes, private ambulance.
A private ambulance. And so how do private ambulances get on scene?
I think they were just on the road at that time, and
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh,
but I
sorry.
want to make sure I can, make
Said
sure
the
that I'm
phone was with the hat. Neither
Yes,
was
ma'am.
with 3.
So do you know how a private ambulance was performing any function before you arrived? You know how or why they were there?
I don't know that they were actually performing any function. I know that they brought down their equipment.
And so you don't, and I'm gonna ask you. this
What?
question, so you don't know whether or not they were doing anything.
No, ma'am, I don't.
You just notated that they were
Yes, with their equipment on the ground.
with their equipment on the ground.
Not doing
Also
nothing.
said that you did not see the person that's in this picture do anything. Is that correct?
I didn't see this picture or the events in this.
Ooh.
Down on the ground, did you see him do anything when you were there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I
so
don't
you didn't-
remember seeing this
you-
person.
You've never seen him before?
I don't remember seeing the person. That
Okay,
person.
so
at that
once
time.
you got there, this person wasn't there?
Not that I saw.
Okay. And all of the things that you did, once you got on scene are part of your protocol, is that right?
Correct.
That's in any situation that you would arrive at, that maybe there were, somebody was shot.
Yes, ma'am.
That white lady was doing a
Do
lot.
you know you said you don't know how many times the person was shot, is that correct?
I don't recall how many gunshot wounds they had.
And do you recall when you went into the scene, was it chaotic?
I would say it was chaotic because we were on the highway and people had to block traffic, and there was a lot of people out of their
Yep.
cars, which is
They was
not
late.
normal on
Okay, were
traffic
there-
calls.
Sure. Were there a lot of people in the scene?
Yes,
Were there a lot of?
more than usual.
Okay. And I'm so sorry, I don't want to talk over you, but I don't want you to talk over me.
Oh, I'm
either,
sorry.
okay? And the only reason is because this young lady has to take down everything that we're saying.
Absolutely.
okay? Were there a lot of people walking through the scene?
Not when I got there. Our crew that was initially there had as well. I mean, nobody was around us at that time. So from the point that I got there was nobody walking around where the patient was and we were.
Okay, so you don't know what was going on before you arrived, right?
Correct.
Was there law enforcement there?
I'm not sure if there was law enforcement there yet or not. I don't remember that part.
Were there law enforcement on the scene when you arrived?
I don't remember that.
So you, and I don't, the question is, was there law enforcement? And I think your answer was you don't remember.
Correct.
Okay, so you don't remember whether or not the scene had been secured by law enforcement?
Right.
You don't remember whether or not it had been blocked off by law
It
enforcement?
had not been blocked off with tape or anything by law enforcement when we got there.
And there were people that, at least prior to you getting there, were driving through the scene?
I mean, the traffic was blocked completely. So
Okay.
there was no driving, no cars going by us when we were there.
As you were trying to get him on the stretcher, is that
Correct.
right? When you left, had the police arrived yet?
I don't know. I was in the back of the ambulance, unable to look outside.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not even at that point the scene had been secured.
Right,
You don't know whether or not any of the evidence had been collected.
right,
You don't know whether or not anything had been preserved.
right.
Do you know anything about how this person came to be shot?
No.
Do you know anything about who this person was?
Oh, no, not at the time.
Did you have any information about the car that this person was in?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anything about another car?
No,
Do you know anything about a third car?
no, ma'am.
Do you know anything about multiple people?
No.
So you don't know anything about anything?
I'm
Okay,
gonna object to argumentative.
may I rephrase? You don't know anything about what occurred?
You talking about now or at the time?
I'm talking about at the time only.
At the time, no. Obviously, we knew it was a victim that had gunshot wounds, and that's what we were tending to.
Okay, and I want to make sure that this is clear. Everything that you testified to today, is that from what you know back then, or are you testifying about things that you've learned since?
Things that I saw with my own eyes when I showed up on scene.
So you're testifying about things that you knew back then,
Yes, ma'am.
not things that you've learned since?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then have you met with the prosecutors in this case?
I have
How many times?
once.
And when was that?
Sometime this year, maybe a couple months ago, 2 months
Okay.
ago.
And did they tell you anything about the allegations here today?
Can you explain allegations? What do you mean by the allegations?
Did they tell you anything about the fact there was a trial going on?
Oh, yes.
Somebody accused of something?
Yes.
Okay. What did they tell you about it?
There's a shooting going on, and there was
Did
a
they
trial
give you
going on
any-
murder.
Okay, sorry. Did they give you any details about who anybody was involved?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness at this time.
See,
Nothing further from the state.
The state don't want to say nothing. They don't want to talk to him.
Objections.
Well, he want to get capital.
No objection.
all right, thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:32 now. Let's take a 1-hour lunch break and be back at 1:32. Remember, you are still under my instructions, do not discuss your testimony with anybody, do not talk to anybody else or each other about what you heard so far, because you haven't heard all the evidence, and you should not begin to deliberate, okay? All right, thank you.
All right.
Y'all can sit down.
Do we have any on that side?
I just double checked your honor. I don't see.
All right, so let's go to the comments. I just put a poll up. All right, so now I can chop it. Let's see everybody walk out again. We got Isha, look at Peaches.
Want to make everybody's life easier.
So he needs to take Keywan Cook. He needs to take plea right now. That's the second witness she brought up. Hold up. That's the second witness she brought up. Other shooters in cars. No? Hold on. I missed that, y'all. I missed that. Because I was moving around. Y'all know I was shuffling. I'm late. Let me drop this just in case anybody. That's for anybody. But yeah, we gonna go back. We're gonna go back, man. They're gonna be back. So we got time to recap. Man. Hold on. I like to be nosy. They ain't turn the mic off. We ain't leaving yet. Shh. Being nosy, y'all. Be quiet. You might see something. Got somebody backstage. Hold on. I'm about to bring you up, but be quiet. They still talking. All right, Miss Geechee, I see you back though. We about to definitely get to it. All right. Okay, there you go. All right, Miss Geechee, hey, is your camera on? You want to turn your camera? Oh, okay, it's off. All right, bet. All right, you in the show, Miss Geechee, man. Miss Geechee, you in the show, man. Talk to me.
Hey,
Turn this background noise off. They ain't talking about nothing. Hold on. Let me turn that. Let me make sure they don't slip up now. They ain't about to say nothing. They know. Nah, do they know they recorded? I don't know, man. Gotta be. It's a hot wire in the courtroom.
Hey, girl. Hey, chat.
All right. Can you hear me? You still in it? Hold on. Let me see. Are you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You good?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You crackling. Let me see if I can.
Can you hear me?
And you got to echo. You got to
Okay,
go.
look.
You got to make sure you go
Your rainwater.
off of YouTube. Hold on. Did you exit out of YouTube already? And you just in the stream, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
All right. Let's see.
Yeah, this is wild.
All right, we good. So go ahead. You got the flow. So talk. How you feel right now? How you feeling so far?
Man, okay, so we have a lot of pluses and we have a lot of minuses. The lady and the black lady, everybody thought she was a part of the setup. She really just was a good Samaritan trying to help. The white lady that everybody thought that was a part of the setup, she was just a white lady doing what white
Just
people
a
do.
white man. Hold on. Let's slow. Because we gonna go back to the black lady, but let's talk about the white lady. So they done put so many narratives on that lady with that white lady, man. We thought it was a wig. That might have been her real white hair, y'all. Let's just be honest.
That was her real white hair, as we see. But what got me was the fact that lady had the wherewithal to take all the pictures that she took.
So what? All right. So she said, well, first off, you said she was just doing what white people do. So what you mean by that, man? You saying white
Okay.
people nosy? Are you just saying they
No,
nosy, or
I'm
you
not saying
saying
that
they
white
just deep?
people is nosy. She took pictures because she thought maybe her car might have been hit. You know how white people is, they want to put an insurance claim.
Right. Are you moving around right now?
No,
Are
no,
you
I'm stationary. I'm stationary.
all right?
Um,
So hold on. Whatever device that you got,
I'm on
because
my Android. I'm on my Android.
no, it don't matter
See,
what
my
type.
road.
I got you. I know what to do. I just know if you move around, the might have a hard time picking up the voice. So what I'm about to do
Okay.
is reduce the background noise, and I'm gonna automatically adjust you. That should have did it. Talk to me.
Yes, she was doing what white people do. She thought maybe her car might have been hit. You look at the description that she gave. Look how 6 years later, she was able to detail exactly where her car was, the car in front of her, the truck in front of that car. She was able to she was very detailed in her testimony. But me saying that she did what white people do, she thought maybe her car was hit. Shit, she was
Mm.
gonna put in an insurance claim just in case her car was hit. But just the fact that she had enough wherewithal in that time and moment to take pictures of where shell casings was,
Right.
the
She was doing like
placement,
detective work almost.
but almost. But just imagine, had she not did that, we wouldn't
Right.
even have those photos. Look at how
Right.
three was up against the back of that car. We always seen him just laid out in the middle of the highway. We never seen him linked up against the
On
back
that
tire
car
of the
like
car.
that. Right.
Okay, now let's look at that picture. Let's examine that picture. If you examine that picture, his hat was away from him. His phone was away from him. That shows that Rain has been lying this whole entire time. His whole story has been built around the fact that he heard three take his last breath. That's a fucking lie. I don't like him. I pray to God that, and I ain't even trying to be funny, but karma is something.
It's something else.
He has told so many lies. Rain, I guarantee you, Rain is gonna expose himself on that stand. And let me
But
tell you
see,
something.
I don't think Rain wanna, man. I heard Rain earlier calling Rat talk about something. Let me know what they say. Let me know. I need to know
Let
everything.
me tell you something.
It's something
Did
going
you hear
on with
what else
him.
he said? But did you
What
hear what
else?
else he said? He said, I don't care about no justice for three. I want justice for Roy Lee. If that ain't enough to stop for content creators to stop entertaining him, conversating with him, letting him up on their panel, if they really talking about justice for MO3, or they just looking for clicks and views and just want to lallygag with three, I can't even respect it.
Talk to us. Why?
I
Why you
cannot
can't?
respect it.
So what? So tell us why you can't respect that.
You know why I can't respect it? Because that man was never your friend. You was never, no, I'm not gonna say you was never his friend. You was
Now,
never that man's friend.
I think he said something on the lines like they wasn't friends, they was business
Okay, but
partners.
all this time, let's go back to the premise, goon. That was my partner. That was he was your partner when it suited you.
Mm.
That was your partner when it suited you. He
When you
has
was able to,
told too many
when
inconsistent stories. He's told too many lies. And yet people know this, but they still continue to talk to this man knowing that he's lying. They continue to let this man up on his panel, knowing that they lying, so they really want justice for three, or just for clicks and views. That's what I'm looking at it, because he couldn't I click off. When I see him on people panel, I click off. I don't even want to hear nothing he gotta say.
well, I feel like when he do, uh he's been using the internet as a tool the whole time to stir narratives. You know what I'm saying? He's been he hasn't been the only one, but he has been one of the people, just like you said. When he first came out, he was saying things and people was taking it for face value, and then we started learning more about his character, and which is he will lie to the masses. But let's go back to what you were saying about the hat and the phone. I didn't see that part. So you telling me it was a picture that came out? You can see the hat and the
The
phone?
lady, the white lady, the picture that she took with three linked up against the back tire of that car, in that same
And
picture,
see, I'm
you
gonna
can
be
see
honest,
his.
Miss Geechee, hold on. I'm gonna be honest. at that point, I had put I was looking for something because I didn't even want.
Well,
I
guess
didn't
what?
even know there was. So tell
Guess
me
what?
what was in that picture? Because I
Guess what?
did miss it.
I took a screenshot of it. I recorded it.
Yeah. So tell us about that picture, man. What's in that
Okay, so
picture
in
that
that
stands
picture,
out?
he's linked up in the back of what seems to be like a little a hatchback black car. He's at the rear part of the car on the passenger side. He's halfway leaning up against that back tire. In that very picture that white lady captured, which I say white people do what white people do, it's a picture of his hat away from him, and his phone is where his hat is. So how did Rain talk to him? How did Rain hear him take his last breath when he was nowhere near his phone?
All right, boom. Let me say this now. The fact that he did have a phone with him is kind of making sense what Rain said because don't forget he was in the car driving. While
No.
allegedly, hold on. I'm gonna say what Rain said. We don't know.
Okay.
We gonna get to one thing about it. The trial is here, and I know
Right.
I know you peep how the defense is tried to try to mix Rain into 3 op. You peeped at the beginning, right? So they
Yeah.
tried to make Miss Nicole say that 3 and Rain had problems, but she wasn't
Of
going.
course.
But check this out though. So let's go with that. But the fact that 3 did have a phone on him, he could have been running with that phone. That phone was on him. So, like,
Okay.
you don't think that
The
Rain
lady
was on that
said that.
phone?
No, she said that. No, she said that. The white lady said that. But
Okay,
at the time, okay, so let's go back to what Rain said. He said he heard. He heard. That means that the phone had to still be in 3 hands.
right.
And it had to be close enough in his hand for Rain to say he heard him take his last breath. That was a lie, goon.
But how do we know?
Look at the picture. The white lady provided the picture.
I'm telling you, this is what I
Okay.
imagine. Hold on, I'm
Okay.
gonna get because I ain't the only one who feel like I feel, and you ain't the only one who feel like you feel. So this is good content. This is good conversation. So check this out. Because at first for a long time I thought okay he might have had the earpiece in, but now that we know he actually had the whole physical phone. Now let's talk about if he was on the phone because don't forget 3 said he was man they shooting at me then he Rain according to Rain who he not saying he said 3 ain't saying that he said he hear 3 got down go quiet he hears the shots and then he say Rain the way Rain tell it he on that phone his down there ear about to pop through the phone he listening so hard so it's possible that he heard the last
Okay.
he heard 3 get shot. I ain't gonna say the last breath because because we got that just been debunked because according to a few things, but let's go with the testimony we just heard from the witness. According to the state witness, he said they was working on him, but he said something very important. He said it looked like 3 lung had collapsed.
Right.
And he also said that he had he said that first they did a lot of things. He said they put some they put some drugs in him, they hit him with a
Right.
Narcan, they put some IVs in him, and then they were doing chest compressions, and they had to get him breathe. Well, basically they breathe for him because if your lung
Right.
collapse, you can't breathe
Had
on
to
your
get him
own.
back. They was trying to get him back stable.
Stabilize him, basically. So he was going. So my thing where I'm going is what Rain possibly could have heard is 3 going out of it, losing consciousness because
Okay.
his body started shutting down. I don't think 3 had much to say after his lung collapse. You got to be go ahead.
Well, if that lady is sitting right there and she's taking pictures clearly through her windshield of her car, there is no way in hell. I'm just sorry. This is just my observation from her testimony and her providing those pictures. Once again, it debunks the whole thing. Do you okay? Yeah, he might have been saying, "Yeah, where you at? They shooting at me." But if you go back to the video of him going around to the side of his car, his phone wasn't up to his ear. His phone was in his hand. He wasn't
Yeah,
when he was trying to reach and get whatever he was trying to get, and he started running. He wasn't. His phone wasn't up to his ear. His phone was in his hand. So you think that at the last he didn't let go of his phone as he was getting shot? You think that phone didn't come out his hands?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. And but look, not only did his phone come out his hands, his phone wasn't far from him. So
Right.
these
So
phones
how
pick
could
up these phones sometimes pick up background noise better than to
true?
pick up the damn voice talking through the phone.
Okay, but what has Rain always said for the past 6 years? Gudini, you a smart man. You're
Man, check
very
this out,
intelligent.
man. Rain is a distraction, man.
No,
I
no, what
don't
I'm
like to
saying is,
deal with him.
no. I know he's a distraction, but what I'm saying is his whole premise this whole 6 years that he's been online is
Right.
that I heard him take his last breath.
He said that. Uncle G, I
That
see.
lady said that lady said he was still alive. He was still moving around. So how did you hear him take his last breath? That's all I'm saying, Gudini.
But see, but Pete, it's a difference. See, from all right, from listening with your Rain was trying to see with his ears. He couldn't see nothing. You
No, he
feel me?
couldn't.
He couldn't.
Right.
So what he didn't know is that 3 done dropped that phone, my boy. And the last thing he heard, and Rain have said this since then, he said he heard the people working on 3. He heard that. Rain never hung. Rain, well, I'm gonna tell you one thing Rain did. Rain said he never hung up the phone. He ain't hang up. He was listening.
How you know
Rain,
that?
he said it. He done
But
said it
okay,
already.
let's go back to credibility. Rain has said a whole lot of stuff that then turned out to be
Right.
lies, right?
That's why I
Rain
don't.
has
That's
had
why.
great
Let's not. But look. Let's slow down, and because a lot of, you know what I'm saying. Let's not deal with Rain, and let's deal with what, because this is they 3. Let's deal with
yeah,
the heck that just done happened. Uncle G
right.
said,
Well,
put it
okay,
on
well
speakerphone.
let's leave that alone and let's go back to this.
Let's
I'm
go.
not blaming Rain. She's blaming Rain too hard. I'm not blaming Rain hard. I'm debunking the lies that Rain said. I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying the whole time from the time that this man died, every interview that he gave in the beginning, for those that wasn't there in the beginning, that just
Right.
came after the fact or 2 or 3 years later, he's always said, even from his first interview, yeah. I heard him take his last breath. All I'm saying is that was a lie.
But all right, you are. Yep. But look. Do you are? But let me look. Can you at least say it's from what he heard? That's what he thought he heard. Can we
Yeah,
say that?
okay, I can say
That's what
that's
he
what he
thought.
thought he heard. I can say that. I
Cause
can
it's
agree with that.
yeah.
But
Cause
I'm
there's
not
no way.
blaming him. I'm not blaming him in any way. And I think that they're make misconstruing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the premise that he's always sold us was that man that he heard that man take his last breath, and that wasn't true. Maybe he thought that's what he heard. I can't say that ain't what he heard. All I'm saying is it's been a lot of lies told.
Right. I can agree with that. How do you feel about did you tap into jury selection?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing, jury selection. I've like I said, I've been here since the beginning, so I did watch jury selection, and it was very interesting with the jury selection.
Tell us about what the interesting parts that stood out to you.
It was the question. Okay, so the questions that the prosecution, I think the prosecution, whoever did the questioning of the jury, she did a very good job. She was
Hold up.
very,
Well, it was 2 people. You talk about on the
I'm
that's
talking about on
the
the
state.
prosecution side, yeah, the state
Oh, so
side.
you like, yeah, okay, I agree. Yeah, she was clever.
I think she did a very good job at conveying her questions, making it relatable, incorporating other people that was in the courts to show her, to make her examples, and
Right, right,
allowing the potential jurors to ask questions. She asked them if they understood. She was very I'm gonna say she took her time with them.
right. And she was repetitive. I think if you about
And
to say something about
she was repetitive, and every step of the way she made sure that every single potential juror could understand every question that she was asking, even going so far as to ask other jurors did they agree with other potential jurors answers.
right. Right. And I'm gonna come in right there where you was at, because I think what they was doing, because I ain't gonna lie, have you ever seen a jury selection like that?
I've been through a jury selection, but yes, I have seen one like that.
I'm
Yes.
talking about, well, let me ask you a different question. On TV.
I've actually been in court.
No. I've been in court too. So a lot of people have been in court. Of course, if you in court, then you definitely gonna see it. But I'm talking about on TV, like have you, like, you know how
Um,
trials come out? Have you ever seen like
yeah, I've watched a few trials, yeah, but it
and
might not been. It haven't been capital murder cases. I'm not gonna say
and
that I've watched jury selection for a capital murder case, but for a murder case, yes, I have watched jury selections for that.
okay. So going off of what you were saying, because I think I have. but I don't think maybe I just ain't want to tap in, because sometimes things happen, we just don't be tapping into it. But
Right.
that don't mean nothing. So check out what I'm saying. So just like you said, I seen how they was weeding out the jury.
Yeah.
And what they were saying, it looked as though they thought about everything. They thought about health, they thought about this, they thought about bias, unbiased, and I was really shocked at how honest people were, to the point where I felt like some of them people were goddamn paid at it. But that's just me being a conspiracy. But some of
Right.
that shit, like
But you know
I
what
was
got
I was
me?
shocked. Go ahead.
You know what shocked me was that some of the potential jurors said that they have listened previously to both their music.
Yeah, you had a lot of everything up in there. You had people saying they're scared for their life. You had people saying, uh, they can't. They just but they already feel like he guilty. You had a lot of things in there. But what I wanted to point out is that when Miss West came, which is Keywan defense lawyer,
Yeah, I know who
she
she is.
came on and tried to literally. I felt like she was trying to paint an image, like put a stain on their brain.
She was.
Keep making them say not guilty. What it mean?
Yeah.
Not guilty. No.
No,
And hold
no.
on.
That's why she got reprimanded.
I'm about to pass it back to you. But check this out, right? Because I'm going somewhere. So not only did she try to make them paint that on this thing, I was intrigued by the fact that Miss Chica let her do it, and it wasn't until the lady that you said you like came in and said, "Wait a minute, Judge, let them know that what's going on," because they got tied up at that point with the not guilty, that they forgot what the judge told them, and that they say if it's capital murder is not guilty, and they forget, they wasn't thinking that it could be a lesser charge. And I feel like Miss
Right.
West was really banking on them to believe that it would just confuse the people. You know what I'm saying? Basically. And I
Right.
was like, that's crazy, man. That the judge had to step in and literally remind the folk that, listen, if we don't get capital murder, I have the power to lessen the charge, but it won't be
Right.
a life without parole. Let's talk about that.
Okay, so can I give my honest opinion on Mrs. West's performance as a defense attorney?
Let's go.
She was unprepared. She was all over the place. She wasn't cohesive. She confused the jury to the point to the potential jurors to the point to where they was confused about the question she was asking.
Let's go.
I don't know how many well, Kiwan said that she was on his federal team and for his federal case, and I wouldn't have went with her. And I'm gonna give you something else. The second chair, the lady in the red suit, she gave a poor excuse of an opening statement. I think it should have been stronger than that. I think she should have hit certain points that's supposed to be, you know how when you do opening statements, you hit your pivotal points that you're going to talk about for your defense.
Right. At
I
least a
don't think
few of them, the main ones at least.
Yeah, I don't think she did that. I think she gave whoever that lady is. I don't think she put enough thought into her opening statement. I feel like she didn't hit the pivotal points that they are trying to prove his innocence. That's just my thought. I could be wrong. I could be being too hard on her. But as far as the jury selection goes, she did a terrible job.
And then another part that stood out to me that she's sitting there trying to tell them we could very well. Are you prepared for us to just come on here and not say anything? You picked that? Like what?
Yeah,
That shit
because
really pissed people. Look, some of them jurors was like, she was playing, she's a lawyer, but she was
right.
really playing Jedi mind tricks on them jury. And I don't know who they selected, but I hope they strong-minded people.
Well, Goon, can we say just because she passed the law, the bar exam, does that make her a strong defense attorney?
They say she nice, but no. Just
They
means she's
say she's
smart.
nice. Okay, they said Toby Shook was nice too, but look at the performance he gave at second chair with Carmelo Anthony.
Right. Because they all
They
part of the
said this
same
man.
system.
They said this man won what, best attorney 10 years in a row. Okay, she
He
might.
sound plugged in.
Yeah, you feel what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is they can say she's nice all day long, but her performance as a defense attorney in a capital murder case is po puss. if you don't mind me saying. And I'm gonna say another thing. Usually in high profile cases like this, they bring on jury consultants.
Is this the lady you talking about right here on the screen?
I can't see the screen.
Well, hold on. Let me, because I think because
Okay, yes, that lady right there. She gave the opening argument. She gave a very weak opening argument.
so I don't know what kind of time you got on your hands. This would be a perfect.
I got time.
A perfect insert so we can give the audience a little bit of, you know what I'm saying, clarity of exactly what you're talking about. Let's go. So this is the opening, and this is fresh off the press, y'all. This happened this morning. So this is the opening statements of the defense.
And the evidence that the state is going to present to you is going to have you, the jurors, making leaps of faith. But I submit to you that this is not a church, this is a courtroom, and the law demands evidence. You're going to see that the state's case is riddled with speculations, assumptions, and flawed conclusions. And what I will talk to you a lot about beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's verdict. They bought the indictment, they have to prove it. It's their.
You know what? I had you on mute, but I'm gonna put you off. Let me say this. Jump off. I ain't gonna in it to just say, hold on, and I'm gonna hit the brakes because I know you must have felt the same. First off, she already said, yeah, I felt that too. What? It's riddled with what? I'm gonna run it back just a little bit and we gonna cook. You know what I'm saying? You cooking with me today, man. It's me and you. We in the kitchen right now. Well, in case we might have heard the commotion on the freeway and the after. Okay, that's Oakland. She a YouTube lawyer. She banging off YouTube stories.
No, I'm not.
Man.
No, I'm not a YouTube lawyer. No, I'm not banking off of YouTube stories. I would say what okay, so look, check this out.
Go ahead.
I had 5 felonies in one case. I was out on a OR, caught a whole nother case, had 2 lawyers, one on each side. I'm not a YouTube lawyer. I'm going off my experience dealing with the court system and my family dealing with the court system that I've sat actually in on trials and motions and everything else. No, baby, I'm not a YouTube lawyer. I just have common sense. I'm sorry.
Let's go.
Capital murder case that is on.
I just want to hear that one more time. Just say what?
Now, in what I already talked to you a lot about beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's verdict. They bought the indictment. They have to prove it. It's their capital murder case that is on trial. What are they going to be able to prove to you? It is not for you to use your imagination to help bridge the gap of their evidence. It is for you to demand that they bring you the evidence and close the gaps for you. Now you're going to hear, and I agree with the state, you're going to hear lots of information. But amassing information does not mean that the state has proven its case. You're going to hear about videos, social media, associations, friendships, rivalries, enemies. You're going to hear about rap lyrics, cars. I submit to you, you're going to hear a lot of information. But that doesn't mean the state has proven its case. This feud goes back to 2017. And Melvin Noble, who was the decedent, was initially the instigator of this feud.
Ooh, let me start right there. How we feel about that, y'all? And see, we already kind of knew this. Got value boosts, we got everything on. All right, I had to make sure. So we already knew they was gonna try to blame 3. So how you gonna blame? Man, listen, she just said that he was the instigator. Now I'm not gonna say, and I can see how they paint that picture. Let me ask you this, Miss Geechee. Could you see how they about to paint this picture already?
They finna blame the victim.
But do you see how they about to do it? With what?
Yeah.
With his music
lyrics. With his music.
Information or evidence that he was upset that he was not included in a song called 6 Hit that other local rappers from Dallas was included in.
That's a lie.
And this is how it all gets started.
I'm just gonna let you cook. because they think I'm a YouTube lawyer.
Man, you can't work, man. You gotta, man. As long as you got engagement, you good.
Okay, so
If they ain't engaging, you know what I'm
okay,
saying?
so
Go ahead.
let's start at the beginning, Goon. She started off weak because she didn't say, okay, the state is saying X, Y, and Z, and we're gonna prove without a reasonable doubt that just because that, you know what I'm saying, she didn't, she said what the state was preparing to say, but she didn't horn in on it with what they're gonna prove, and you know what I'm saying, opposite of that.
And she don't know. And see, she think. And look, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna tell you what the smoking gun. I don't know if you peep. The both. All right. If the defense, I mean not the defense, if the DA office was done with them two witnesses we just seen,
Mm-hmm.
they would have said the same thing. The judge would have said the same thing that she said to Three Mama.
Mm-hmm.
I think Three Mama is dismissed. They don't need her no more.
No,
Them
she
other
was
two, they stopped them. Listen, they stopped them because they ain't want them to say the rest. That was
just.
let's talk about the fact that witness number 2 said that they had an interaction with we gonna say with the alleged shooter, which is Keywan. That's who they blaming. So she said he had some of that mask peeled up, so she seen his face.
That was
But
the first
then
one.
that was the second.
No, no. Okay, she was the second
Ma-
witness because she testified after Mama 3. I'm sorry.
yeah. She's second. She was second, but Pete though. So right after the DA office brought her out, the first thing they did to her on the cross is try to goddamn get her hand up and make her give more detail because she never said the way she told the story. I thought she seen his face. I was like, oh yeah, he gone. Then did you see his face? Oh, well, I seen partial. Oh, okay. They wanted to make sure they point that out. Then, but here's another thing. She never said, did she see some? She never got a chance to say what else she saw. And I think she could have possibly may have seen somebody else in that car. Cause I just can't understand how could you hold a assault rifle in one hand, shoot accurately with and drive.
But you know what? That's a question that the state neglected to ask her too.
But look, here's where I'm going. They of course the state ain't gonna ask her because that's the smoking gun. The smoking gun is making the defense believe that it's just see the defense say what they believe it is about. They think this is
Right.
about rap lyrics, some stop. This ain't about no goddamn stop six music. This ain't about none of that. There was some rivalries.
Right.
No. What they don't know is everything, and this is what they've been trying to fight to know the witnesses, but they can't. They can know who the witness is, but they ain't got to know what the witness about to say. So I think they're gonna be bringing I don't know,
Okay.
but that's that white lady, but they might bring the other lady back because I think she got more to say.
As a rebuttal witness.
What?
Okay, so let's look at this. Let's show that Bree West and her co-counsel didn't do they due diligence in doing their homework, because we just
Right.
recently found out that what 3 was initially on the 6 pick song, but was took off the pick 6 song, so he wasn't mad about the pick 6 song. Where did that statement come from? When the police gave what their account. Remember that the police came on the news and saying, "Oh, this all started because of one rapper felt left out of a song."
Mm-hmm.
That's not true. That
It's
showed that
not.
they ain't really did they due diligence on really looking into the facts.
Man, those folks been on the internet listening to us and on panels. You hear me?
Right, yeah, but I'm just saying that just showed because Drop did that interview with Ratchet, and what happened? He told about the Pick Six song. He said how it was sent over to 3 put his verse on it, and he sent it back. But then initially they took him. After that, they took him off. She shouldn't even brought up the Pick Six song. That was you feel what I'm saying? They're not good lawyers. I mean, they might have been good enough to pass the bar, but I mean, they're not pet bulls as far as trials go.
Right. Who is this dude? Man, they start playing. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. They done started let me jump over here real quick, see what's happening. Hold on.
Oh yeah, he been giving cold
As the
commentation.
prosecution saying that another Dallas rapper, Yella Beezy, whose legal name is Marquise Conway, allegedly paid Keywan White to roll out the murder. So the trial started today officially. We had 2 days of jury selection. Some people wondering what that might have meant. Was a deal going to be made? And it wasn't, at least not right now. And so the trial started today. We had opening statements from the prosecution and defense. Some legal experts will say opening statements goes a long way when it comes to the impressions that a jury has. I want you to take a listen at a snippet of those opening remarks.
There was a hitman on the highway. And that hitman, there was a hitman on the highway. And that hitman.
Are we gonna look at you, brother? Or y'all gonna?
Was the defendant key 101?
Oh, he watching it.
And all the evidence that the state has is mere speculation, assumptions.
All right. So this is what I'm gonna do.
Conclusions.
We was already, they doing the same thing, man. You already doing. We don't need them to do what we doing. All right, so let me go back to where we was at. We can cook on our own, y'all. Salute to everybody that came through, hit that like button, man. You rocking out with Goondini, man. Miss Geechee, man. We in here, man. Now, is that the Gullah? You from the Gullah tribe? Or when you say that Geechee, man, you know, I'm from South Carolina, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's that
home of the Gullah.
Creole. That's that Creole.
All right, so let me yeah, we was over here. Let's finish hearing this opening statement.
Had many people that didn't like him. And based on his lyrics, you're going to hear that he had many people that he antagonized. And just like the state said, Trapper Freddie was one of them.
Wow.
You're also going to hear, ladies and gentlemen,
hold up, wait a minute. Hold on. Nah. Hell nah. Hold up. Hell nah. Hey man, hold on, man. You must know what you must see. Yeah, man, like-minded, man. You know what I'm saying? Listen, you already know what I'm about to say. We not gonna speed past that. I thought we can't mention Trap Boy Freddie. If we can't do it, y'all can't do it. God damn it. Leave Trap. Ain't this what y'all wanted to say? Oh, leave Trap Boy Freddie out of it. Now all of a sudden it's pick 6. Oh, and Trap Boy Freddie. Man, get out of here with this, man. Y'all focus.
Okay,
Man, you right. They don't know what they're doing.
I'm gonna ask you a question. If you was a juror, who opening argument would stick with you throughout this trial?
Hold up. Say that one more time.
If you were a juror sitting on a jury right now,
right,
and you heard both opening statements, which one would be more powerful to you and would stick with you throughout the duration of the trial?
It's gonna be hard for me to answer that because I didn't hear the opening statements. I ain't gonna lie. I was so I'm really catching up with you. Yeah, we reacting live, but I will say this: I seen a piece of the fact that they opened up. I never would have thought that they would have opened up with his mother. I'm gonna say that. So when they opened up chapter 1, y'all, we opening up with the mother. She identified her son. She showed pictures of the children. I think that was strategic to bring emotion off the top. Boom, top rope. Cry. Yeah. So because they already knew what they was about to do. They exactly what she doing right now. Talking about he was an antagonist. Talking about he was making music. So I ain't gonna lie, they started off swinging, but I did not think that Mama 3 was gonna be the first one to bust this thing. So she might be the first, and I think she might come one more time for the last. I mean the closing, if after the how that go after the
right, but
impact.
His dad still hasn't been called to the stand yet either.
I ain't see his name as a
He's on there.
He is?
Yes, he is. He's Melvin Abdul Noble Sr. or something like that.
That's why I was wondering why 3 was a witness, because it ain't him, it's his dad.
It's his daddy.
It's his dad, okay. That's right. That's right, y'all. Let's get it. Anything you want to say before I hit that button?
I wish you could have seen the opening statements.
No, we watching it. We watching it.
No, I'm just saying, I just wish you would have caught it from the beginning so you could have answered my question, because I kind of know what you would have said how you would have answered the question.
Right. But what's even better than that is we about to react to it together. So you really get my live reaction. That's why I'm pausing it so much. Because I ain't even know.
Well, run it. Let's run it.
All right, let's go.
Witnesses that it's going to be incumbent that you use your independent judgment, because each of you
And let me say this, man. Hit that like button, share that like, share out the channel, man. This is how you organically cook with rare ingredient. We got Miss Geechee up here. We gonna cook all the way up till they come back. They say break. We gonna keep y'all entertained till then, man. Let's go.
Independently have to decide the facts of this case. And I want you to question your motivations. What do they have to gain? What do they have to lose? Because that's going to be highly important here. You're also going to hear, and I want to spend a little bit of time on Detective Barnes. He's the lead investigator on this case.
Ooh, I missed all this, chat. So they about to throw dirt on his name?
Oh no, you have yet to hear how she really. Ooh, this is why I say she didn't give a good opening argument. She concentrated so much on Barnes at the middle of her closing, in the middle of her opening argument, that it was distasteful. You was really trying to say that this man's reputation is not as stellar as it's been represented.
So now we know where that narrative could have
Country,
possibly
I
came
apologize.
from.
I didn't know that. I'm not reading the chat, so I thought you were talking about me. My apologies. I'm not one to be rude. I'm not one to be disrespectful. I can have dialogue and engage and agree to disagree without being disrespectful to any other person because we're all adults. I just want to say that.
Yeah, country good, man. Y'all good, man. We
No, but
rocking out.
I have to be able to speak for myself because your first impression is the impression that people go off of when they don't know you. So I want to represent who I am in the best light of who I am.
Right. Respect. But so, and he said apology accepted. It's love. So look, so check this out. So you saying this was part of the because you was already telling me that you ain't like her approach.
I did
And now
not.
you saying that part of that basically part of her approach was slander. Let's be honest. Let's call it what it is.
Yes, it's slander. Slander. So I'm not gonna give us my synopsis of her part about Barnes. I'm gonna let you in the audience listen to this for yourself.
All right, let's go. And I'm gonna stop pausing it because I know people don't like that. But let's go.
And he's going to tell you that he's been looking into this because there's been several shootings and several homicides connected to the Dallas Grafton. And he had a lot of unsolved murders related to this case on his desk. The problem with that is that as he started to amass this accumulation of evidence, this 20 terabytes, this shift in his investigation of evidence was shown. Stop being what is the evidence prove, and it started being the statement, let me make all this evidence fit into my theory. And that's where you come in. That's where they want you to make the untethered, disconnected, and flawed conclusions connect for them. They want you to speculate and make assumptions. But every time you speculate, remember we talked about the presumption of innocence? That erodes Mr. Wright's presumption of innocence every time you speculate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear a lot about this case. We ask that you keep an open mind. We ask that you always think of his presumption of innocence. We ask that if every time you speculate, say, what is the state trying to prove to me? And what is it really inferring? What do they want me to infer? What is the evidence really show? Because that's important. Because they're going to want you to interpret rap lyrics from years before. They're going to want you to interpret phone conversations. They're going to say that associations just by meeting up is a connection. Simple things. People who have known each other since high school, years, just because they met up one day. That's going to be indicative of something that related to this type of murder. You will see that all the evidence, whether it's the text messages, photographs, phone calls, communications, meetups, associations, in their eyes, Their theory has become totally focused, and everything in Detective Bourne's eyes and the state's eyes has now confirmed that a capital murder has come, and this is why we're here. But we ask you not to let them do that. Not to let them speculate, not to let them use this unfettered information.
Oh, they're gonna use it.
You hear all the evidence, and I submit you'll probably be here 2 weeks.
Finish out. And
We're
then
gonna
I
stand before you, we're gonna ask that you find Mr. White not guilty of capital murder. Because the state will not be able to prove this case with credible, reliable, and trustworthy evidence that anyone, Marquise Conway, specifically that's named in the indictment, gave Keyone White payment or promise to pay it, or promise for payment for Melvin Noble's death. And all the evidence that the state has is mere speculation, assumptions, and flawed conclusions for remuneration. We're gonna ask you to find it. Thank you.
That shit weak. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on, wait a minute. I know that's it.
That's it. Now let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, Goudini. ChatGPT could have did a stronger wrote a stronger opening statement than her.
She ain't said nothing. She did is go ahead.
Right.
You say,
She
go
didn't
ahead.
say nothing. Okay. First of all, what is he charged with? He's charged with killing someone on the freeway. I would have spoke to the fact that the person on the freeway had a mask on. The state has to prove that that was my client underneath that mask. Let's speak to the fact that they charged my client was paid by Marquise Conway. You feel what I'm saying? Or the promise or presumptive to pay. The promise to pay for remuneration. Okay. Did she speak about that? Did she speak about him being the person on the highway? No, she didn't. Those should have been the first 2 things that she spoke about in her opening statements. That should have came off strong because they are trying to prove that 1, he was not the person on the highway. 2nd, he was not the person that got paid.
You just said it right there. You said everything. And I hate to do this to my own sister, but sister, I know you're trying to help the brother out, but you kinda got she said everything. You said literally everything right. She ain't do nothing about the allegations. She's trying to say that they come and talk about they got video, audio, all this stuff that they know they got. And she didn't even tackle the fact that he was wearing it. That's the biggest thing you should have tackled. The person was wearing the mask, y'all. Why are they saying this was him? But see, what she know is that discovery. That's why she's trying to sit there and discredit the evidence. And hold on. She discrediting the evidence by discrediting the person who's presenting it, is what I want to say. The evidence is legit. She tried to discredit the person who's presenting it by saying he was already looking into a bunch of different crimes. So when this happened, this was perfect for him, and he tried to put it all together in one big gumbo. That's what she just said, right?
Right.
Instead of tackling everything that you said, she should have really been on point. But it goes to show, like I said, they don't know what to say, Miss Geechee, because they don't know. They know what they know. But I think they really just played in them people's face with the witnesses and had them give them a little bit, because this is the opening statements. This is what they did right now. They just showing what we got. The next part of it is presenting the evidence, and I think that's what's going to be the coldest part.
So basically, what she just gave the jury was a synopsis of all the evidence that the state is planning to use.
That they know about.
That they know about.
Right.
Okay, but this is the thing. That shouldn't matter, because your goal is to prove what? That they cannot prove that was my client under that scheme. 2, can they prove that he was paid or had the promise to pay? Those are the first 2 things that you're supposed to tackle in opening statements, because he's accused of being a masked gunman on the highway.
Right. Ain't say nothing about it.
None of that. They didn't even mention the fact, and she could even went even more in depth and say, can they prove that my client was there at that time of the shooting? Can they prove that he was the one? Do they have the car? Do they have the gun? It's so many things that she could have used in that opening statement that she did not. Once again, she gave a weak. alleged to have done on 11/11/2020. She could have let ChatGPT make her a stronger opening statement. She should have just asked the prompt.
Hey, Country said, talk your ish, Miss Geechee. 100. Hey, but nah, let's check this out though. Let's go on over to the other statement, y'all. Let's see how they came. We're gonna let this play out, man. Cause I don't know who went first, but I think
Tom Adams, the prosecution went first.
So you would think after hearing how I ain't hear how he put it down, but we about to
Oh,
hear
he
how he
started
put it
off
down.
with it was a hitman. He started off with saying it was a hitman on the highway.
Prosecution said Keywan was in West Dallas all night. So who
Oh yeah,
was
they didn't tackle
was in
that.
the
They didn't
video?
tackle the fact that they said that he stalked and watched and ran down on MO3 the night before, that he was stalking him like an animal. That's the words that Tommy Adams used. When I tell you he gave a dynamic opening statement, that boy, look, Keywan just need to go ahead and use his Hail Mary that he been talking about that he got. He need to go on and use this lunch break to go on and talk to his attorneys. You
Let's
feel what
get
I'm saying? And
let's
say,
get
you
in
know
there.
what? I submit. I submit because I see now y'all gonna give me life without the possibility of fucking parole.
This man came in there with a goddamn Catholic necklace on. I don't think he wearing the
That's one of them jailhouse necklaces that they be
he
making
quoting
in for
he quoting
suit.
Bible verses.
Yeah, quote.
Man,
Let me
listen.
tell you something. God has a funny way of sitting you down and making you look at yourself.
Let's go.
It's real now. It's real. It's here now. You've been playing all the way up to now, but it's real now. Now your hands is really in the hands of 12. You feel what I'm saying? Your hands is really in it now, really in the hands of
And
12
listen,
people.
and look, when I say he was writing down Keywan has a log of every juror that spoke. He was literally, I was watching him. You say you watched it too, so
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
anybody that said anything, he was looking at them. He was saying, "What? Let me write that down. Let me write
Right.
this down. Let me write that down," because he knows. I think. See, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna play this, y'all. I'm gonna play this. We're gonna get to this, but I really feel like, because I'm so shocked. I want to know what you think about this. I thought this was gonna be a jury for everybody. What is this? What is this private jury? I mean, private trial stuff. Like I thought you go to
Okay,
trial with
so
your co-defendant,
okay,
man.
so this is the premise that the judge gave. This is what I took from it. Keywan is gonna go first, just in case Keywan takes a plea. Then they can move on to Devin. See, in order to prove that Yellow Beezy paid Keywan has to go first and be convicted first, because that conviction is going to strengthen their case against Yellow Beezy. See, I'm gonna keep it real with you.
Whoa. You just said something. You say, so if Keywan get found guilty, it strengthens the DA fight to take down the next fish, the bigger fish. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
because the jury has to say, yes, we believe he was paid to do this. So if the jury convicts him on the fact that he was paid to do this, or with a promise to pay to do this, then that strengthens the case against Yellow Beezy, because they're now saying, nigga, you paid him. We convicted the shooter. We convicted the person that you recruited to do this.
Right. Let's talk about the opposite side of that card. It sounds like if he get found not guilty, even though the judge said they can go to lesser murder, but it sounds like there's a doorway for him to get found. It's an open door for him to get found not guilty of capital murder for remuneration, which, according to what you saying, that's gonna weaken they fight for Yellow, which means they might even drop the goddamn. They might not even go to trial, because why spend more money when this ain't the person he paid? That means they gotta go find the person he paid.
Right. This is my take. I would, if I was Keywan, and I understand that he's trying to stay solid, and he ain't, because you get poked up in that, you get poked up in the pokey. You know what I'm saying? For certain things, it's bad enough you like them boys, and then second you got a jacket on you that's not so favorable. But my thing is this: are you willing to go do life without the possibility of parole and never see your little girl again to stay solid to some niggas that then turned on you? Me personally, after the second day of jury selections, I would have been talking to my attorneys about what the hell we can work out and use this Hail Mary he been talking about.
Miss Geechee, we got Miss Pretty Planner said hello, man. Salute Miss Pretty Planner out there, man. Tap in. She a day one too. But hold on. So let me go to what you were saying now. Ooh, we cooking right now, y'all. I can't. Ooh, I appreciate you for coming up here, man. Because we definitely in the kitchen, and it's heating up. So check this out. So according to what you just said, not only does everything depend on this him going first, but I feel like if you let me tell it, I think they gonna, because at least Devin should be in here with him. Okay, the Beasley part makes sense, but the Devin Brown not being here don't make sense because they got the same charge and they co-defendants, right? So now it made me feel like they gonna get rid of he ain't gonna have to go to trial. Well, he still will have to go to trial, but if Devin Brown do what he's supposed to do for the state allegedly in this trial, by the time Devin Brown go to trial, the jury will have to take that in consideration what he done did. That makes sense.
Okay, so Devin Brown is not in court because they're co-defendants, but their cases are severed. If their cases was being tried together, they would have been like the Julio Fulio 4. See, they were all
Right.
tried
So hold
together.
on. I'm sorry to cut you off, but talk that severance because I
Okay.
did not know they can do that. So they can
Yeah,
sever.
they severed their cases. That's why they're not being tried all together like the Julio Fulio 4. Their cases weren't severed. They severed each individual case. That's why Devin is not in the courtroom today. That's why Yella Beezy is not in the courtroom today, because they can't be in there while their co-defendants are on trial.
But they can watch it though. At least,
They can watch it.
Yellow.
Okay, but Yella Beezy at home, yeah, he can watch it, but he can't be in the courtroom. He can watch it all he like, because that's gonna show him what the outcome, what his case gonna look like. He should be watching from home. But you know what's the wild card in this case?
Let's go. Talk to me.
Devin.
That's okay. So you heard my spill. Let me hear how you feel
Devin is
about what
going
I
to be
just said.
called. Devin is going to be called as a state witness against Keywan. If not, I'm not going to say I bet, because I could be wrong.
Right.
But Devin was supposed to be the other half of the person sitting outside in the car, right?
Somebody just said in my chat. Let me go to that comment. Somebody just said that about that sitting out. Fly was Fly. Fly said prosecution said Keywan was in West Dallas all night. So who was in the video of Jossie house?
I guess that's where Jossie lives at, in West Dallas.
Now, okay, see, boom. So maybe that's because I don't know where Oak Cliff at. You know, we out of town, y'all. So
I'm in California. I know you, and you somewhere else.
So if anybody in the D can let us know, is West Dallas Oak Cliff?
Or
If not,
Duncanville, or
okay.
close to Duncanville,
And
or is
Uncle
that the
G said,
perimeter?
let's not forget Bodega.
Right. But will Bodega just be strictly used against Yella Beezy, because his grand jury testimony really didn't speak too much to Keywan other than he was the shooter?
I think with Bodega, because it's something I want to hear your thoughts on. I think with Bodega is meant. Bodega he gotta go on tour. He gotta jump whenever they say jump. He gotta skip to the loop and he gotta do all that. So, but I think Bodega would be in. Bodega should be introduced in this saga and reused again if he get found guilty, if it go right. But what's interesting about Bodega? How do you feel about Bodega attorney coming out of the courtroom? Yes, I think 2
I've
days.
seen that. I watched that.
And talking about
Yeah.
I ain't gonna say he talked about what he talked about, but let's talk about what he did. He spread a narrative. He did it. Nobody else.
This is the thing. He should, by law, he should be sanctioned for that. with the bar association. He should be, because by law he's not supposed to come out and give any kind of information that's privileged.
Even
That's
if it's
between
fake,
him,
but look, Pete,
whether it's fake or
even
not.
if
He should not
okay,
be giving any kind of anything to anybody that's not his client.
right.
So what he did was essentially put his law license, up for grabs. I mean, you can really get in trouble for that. But that's just my thoughts on it. Who am I?
Hey, y'all, chat. Make sure y'all let me know. We do not want to get carried away.
No, I got it on my TV.
Oh, you
I
already
got it
okay?
on my, yeah, I
Okay,
got it on
good,
my
good.
TV. I just got my TV muted because see, the judge is streaming live from her YouTube channel.
Right. She already probably had 1,000 by today. I know she had 900 yesterday.
Yeah,
So she
yeah,
should
and
be
let
at
me tell you,
1,000.
people done ran up Fox 4 number. Fox 4 probably ain't never seen 4,000, almost 5,000 plus people in a live stream of a court case in probably their history of reporting on the news.
I
So they
know.
ran their numbers up too on Fox 4 for Texas.
So y'all make sure Fox 4, y'all make sure y'all show up some more because I know y'all want more. You want more numbers? It's more where that came from. Keep giving us
Right,
that 4K quality. Zooming in and
right,
zooming out, all that. So
right.
I'm
So
a go ahead.
my thing with Bodega is the fact that he's, I don't know, to me he's just a wild card because yeah, he testified to the grand jury twice, not just once. He did it twice. That he's gonna get up there on that stand and he gonna have to look some people in his face that he done hung with, slung with, banged with, whatever they done, and that nigga gonna get cold feet. That's just my thought. I don't think that he's gonna do well on the stand based on the fact that he done said all of this over here, and now he got to get up and stand 10 toes down on it in that box.
Which is why I feel like that lawyer didn't the judge give a warning about that?
See what it was. They gave a warning because
No.
see,
I'm talking about that's intimidation, man. Let's
that's
call it
not
what it.
even intimidation. That is sanction. You are giving information to strangers. Let's not forget that they're supposed to be bloggers, journalists, whatever.
Right.
You're giving sensitive information to strangers, and then you start out by saying you didn't hear this from me, so you knew what you was doing was wrong.
And then I'm glad you look. Then talk about, but you ain't hear from me.
You didn't
And
hear
then
this from,
and then
so
and
you
then
should
and
have
then,
just been
then, then,
saying
then
it.
the smooth walk off is what did it. I said he think he's smooth. He gonna
Okay,
come in there and lie to the bloggers to make people think that listen. I mean, I'm about to call it. I keep calling boy Jose. Listen that everybody know Bodega is watching. He said if they gonna call me a rat, I'm gonna be a gangster rat. Bodega been proving that he's still stuck in his gangster ways, allegedly, y'all, because he ran
right.
off allegedly. We don't know if he ran off with that. What do you call it? But it's
He
too late
did.
for him. He
He
did,
did run off with it, but that's so
but it's
sad.
too. Listen, it's too late for him to get cold feet. Is it? Look. Check this out, Miss Geechee. You want no feet or cold feet? Fuck you
I
talking
want,
about? You want to be able to walk around free, or you want to be
I want,
sitting down?
I would love my feet because we've seen through history when they took Kunta Kinte feet, it was hard for him to move around on them stumps.
Mm. We got
But
to
see,
get into this.
it's one thing to be, gangster rat on social media. It's another thing to be gangster rat in that box in front of these niggas that you done ate with, slept with, fuck hoes with, all that. That's something different. That's something different. Now you gotta come stand 10 toes while these niggas look at you and you look at them.
Right.
And repeat what you said to that grand jury. That grand jury was secret. This is now your secret is out. Can you stand on it?
And the man who put his secret out there, we looking at him on the screen right now, y'all. That's some of the plays he been running. That's some of the plays he been running. He been trying to intimidate. That's why when Keywan heard that Ratchet TV was about to have an interview with Bodega, why did Keywan say no, he not? What man? How Keywan know what Bodega gonna do? Why did everybody in Dallas say no, he not? And then what happened? He
Want
ain't
to
do
know
it.
why?
The
Because
pressure.
somebody, somewhere, best beware of my crew.
Man, I
think that
heard
nigga want
somebody
them
threaten to call
food?
his baby mama, man. Let's just
Let me
get
tell
all the
you, his
way
baby
to it,
mama is
man.
Sean G baby mama. Come on,
That's what I'm
man.
saying. But look. Look. We just gonna say that they threatened to call his baby mama, man. So yeah.
I think they probably threatened his mama. They might have threatened him. They might have threatened his. You know what I'm saying? Because what? Okay, let's pause right there. How the stepdaddy gonna tell you when you can see your daughter and that's you her daddy?
I mean,
Come on, Goudini. Come
I
on, you a
can't answer.
man.
I mean,
You a man with kids.
it's a
Can no other
look,
man
look,
get
check.
you?
What's crazy? You can crash, but if he wanted, if Bodega was a crash out, he would have crashed already. Bodega is not giving crash out, y'all. Bodega is giving strategic, y'all.
Okay, let's go back to what Kiwan say. Kiwan say he's scary though, and that Jerry used to have to call him to be his fucking protection.
Let's get into these opening statements, because I don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't want to run my.
I got you, Goody. I got you, but you should really listen to Tommy Adams' opening statement because he was cold blooded. But
That's
you
what we
know
about to
what?
pull it. No.
Go back. It's live stream. It's back. It's
Oh,
back
okay, it's back. All right,
because they got some white man in a suit on there. They got some white man in a suit on there.
all right, let's go.
Yeah, you MO3. And so Bree,
No, not him. Is he on the stand? He on the stand right now. There we go.
Medical examiner for the Dallas County, I'm going to say Splits. As the chief medical examiner and as the head of Splits.
This is what we want to hear right here.
Well, it's two different things, but as the
I'm gonna put you on music. On mute. You got background noise.
Forensic Sciences, I oversaw both the criminal investigation laboratory as well as the medical examiner's office. So in the criminal investigation area, the crime lab, so to speak, I was administratively oversaw that. So that dealt with the employees, budgets, that sort of thing. As the chief medical examiner, I oversaw the medical examiner's office, all the other medical examiners, and I did autopsies as well.
Now, Doctor, I kind of want to just hop right into this. Did you perform an autopsy in IFS -20-21399-ME?
Well, the ME is just means of medical examiner, so, but the number is correct. I did that autopsy.
Okay. And Your Honor, this time I'd offer State's Exhibit 960, which is a copy of Dr. Bernard's PD previously tendered to the defense counsel.
Did you say 960?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objections to 960, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 960. Is it admitted? Is it
960?
960.
Yes.
Is it admitted for all purposes?
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, permission to move freely about the courtroom during testimony. Thank you. Now, Doctor, before we get into the actual report that you did in this case, can you tell the jury a little bit about what pathology is, what an autopsy is? Can you just kind of give them an overview of all this?
Yeah, so pathology itself is the study of disease. And forensic pathology is kind of a subspecialty of that, in which your job is to determine the cause and manner of death. And in so doing that, many times an autopsy is performed. And an autopsy is both an external and an internal examination of the body. And the external examination is that part of the exam which is performed prior to making incisions into the body. So that could be things as simple as color of the hair, color of the eyes. Those are all parts of the external examination. Also, if there are any injuries that are identifiable on the skin surface, those are documented. The internal examination is that part of the exam which is performed in which appropriate incisions are made into the body. The organs which reside within the body cavities are examined. Also during that, you're looking for any sort of injury, and the organs are removed, and any sort of natural disease, if present, are documented. Organs are weighed, they're dissected, and then ultimately placed back in the body for burial. Also, during both the external and internal examination, fluids are removed for toxicology examination, that is drug testing.
And can you briefly describe when you receive a body in a homicide case, or when a body comes to you that it's suspected a homicide may be involved, how does that work?
Well, homicide, all bodies are brought in, the body bags are tagged, so they're sealed up. But in cases where you suspect that there's a homicide, well, then an x-ray is performed before you open the body bag. That is, it's a scanning x-ray so that, you know, if there's a bullet that might be loose in the body bag, or as we've seen before, guns that are in the body bag placed for some unknown reason. And then you get an idea of whether there are any projectiles that need to be recovered or anything else that may be recoverable.
Now, IFS 20-21399, you stated that you did perform an autopsy, and did you perform or create a report regarding that autopsy that you performed?
Yes.
Dr. I'm showing you has been marked as State's Exhibit 5. And I'm also going to give you 6. And 6 through 35.
All right.
I'm also in State's Exhibit 4, which is already in evidence.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long 2 days to start. The board. Doctor, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 4, 5, 6 through 35, I believe?
I am.
And what are State's Exhibits? First of all, we'll start with 5 and 6. What are State's Exhibit 5 and 6?
State's Exhibit 5 is a copy of the autopsy report I generated from the autopsy. 6 is actually part of the autopsy. It's the diagram where I listed out all the entrances, exits, gunshot wounds. And in the back part of that is the cause of death sheet. 4 is an identification photograph. And the rest of the photos 7 through 35 are autopsy photographs that I took at the time I did the autopsy.
Okay. And when you do an autopsy and you take photos, how many photos do you think you take, especially on an autopsy like the one we have here?
I took a large number of photographs. This is part of the photographs. It's not all of them.
Would you say that's a small or a large portion of the photos from the autopsy?
Yeah, I tend to think less is more rather than introducing 50, 60 photographs. trying to get representative photographs is what I think is more important. So this would be a small number relative to the total.
Sure. And in preparation for your testimony today, you and I have met.
Yes.
And that was the group that you felt was the best representation for this jury to understand your testimony.
Yes.
And also, I prepared a PowerPoint to use during the demonstration. Do you believe States Exhibits 5, 6, and 7 through 35 would help aid the jury in understanding your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
State would offer States Exhibits 5 through 35 for all purposes, as well as States Exhibit 36, which is just the PowerPoint for the presentation.
Which exhibit is in PowerPoint?
36 is the PowerPoint.
Do you want 4?
Oh.
We have no objections to States Exhibit number 5, States Exhibit number 6. We do object to States Exhibit 7 through 28 as being overly prejudicial.
Let me see it. Exhibit 7 through 29.
And
Let me see the remainder of the list.
I'm back, man. What the heck going on? It's quiet. Is the man talking? I'm back, chat. What the heck? What's going on? And did they put any images on the screen that I need to be told about? What the heck?
Examiner, I think they're getting ready to prepare to make their slideshow with the information of the pages that he picked out about the entrance room, the exit wounds. He took a lot of pictures. I think they're just, they have to let the judge okay everything that they're going to present. They got to let the defense look at it before they actually present it, to the gallery.
Got you. Thank you. I'm back.
the complexity of this and the reason for him needing all of these extensively from the total amount. And the probative value substantially outweighs the prejudicial value when it comes to proving that.
Why neck and back is he done got fat.
7 to 20.
Facts. He don't put on some weight.
Duplicates
They're
of each other?
not duplicative.
Okay. And,
The only thing would be some are a further away, but then a closer up to actually see explain the nature of it might be the same. It might be the same.
When you come off mute, we can hear your TV in the background.
We can hear your TV in the
And I got an
background.
echo. Hold on.
I don't have no TV. I don't have no TV on. You probably hear my AC, but that's not my TV. I'll turn it off.
No. You don't turn off the
Yeah,
AC.
no, everything.
Or is implied that 36 is their PowerPoint and it's just a comprehensive version.
Chat, do y'all hear echo?
As long as that is what is only on there.
Might be me.
Okay.
It is, and it's been previously tendered to defense counsel. Just makes it easier to go through with the
Yeah,
document.
it is.
so, Text exhibits 5, 6, 7 to 35, and 36 were admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would y'all like to retreat, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll come with you.
All right, bet. Yeah, Keywan, his neck done got thick, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. The boy, he ain't that little skinny dude we seen him prancing around with the money 7 years ago.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission, public. The state would also offer just for
Got some imagery coming in.
It's exhibit 6A, which is just a demonstrative so Dr. Bernard can testify to the photos and where they're at. State 6 is in evidence.
It's the moment we've been waiting for, y'all. Look at it. Get y'all a screenshot real quick. We're gonna count so we can count these wounds. They talking about MO3 got hit 42 something times, y'all.
So he can show it or he can point to the location while the photos are.
Come on, cameraman.
6 has already been admitted.
Correct. This is just a demonstrative of State's Exhibit 6.
No, thank you.
Right, like you got a hip around the leg area.
All right, Doctor.
Exhibit 6A is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you.
Is the location okay for the defense?
No, Your Honor, it's right on the AC.
You want to put it over there by the door? That's before.
I was gonna have him step down. You can not see that?
Well, Mr. White has to be able to.
I don't look at your work, but that's good right there. Don't look at your work, Keywan. This your work.
I'm sure the jurors can see that. Right?
Allegedly.
Okay. The defense.
But we know the truth.
Diagram?
Yes.
All right, no procedure on. Thank you. All right, now, Doctor, I want to start with State's Exhibit 5, and you have a copy of your autopsy report, is that correct?
I do.
I want to start with State's Exhibit 5, first page here. What do we see in State's Exhibit 5?
Well, on the first page is the upper portion is kind of the administrative aspect of it. That is the name of the individual, the case number, when the date and time of death, and then when the examination was performed, body weight, things like that. The middle box is where all the organ weights from the autopsy are listed. And then the next part begins the external examination. So the lower half is the external examination.
Now, as far as
One second, I see the window of the jury struggling to see some of the. Can you all see this one as well? Okay, this is. Is that better? Or or worse? That's better.
This one's the best.
That one's the best? Okay. All right.
Going on to the second page, what do we have here on the second page?
Well, page 2, the initial top part of it, a section we have called identifying marks and scars. So anybody that has scarring or tattoos or anything like that, that's the area where that is listed. Then the next part is evidence of therapy, so that whatever resuscitative procedures were performed, that's listed there. And then the next part is the evidence of injury, and I give a summation of the fact there are 13 rifle wounds, and they're numbered 1 through 13. They could have been, start with the letter A, but you have to identify them one way or the other. So I just picked the number. Does not mean that that's the number in which they occurred. And so then I start out with rifle wound number 1, and then moved on through all 13 of them.
Okay. And we'll go through that here in a second, once we actually start diving into your findings to the actual wounds themselves. But again, that is all for the external examination of the decedent, correct?
No, I mean, once you get to page 2, the injuries have both the external and internal aspect of them.
Correct. This next portion on page 6 is where you though are going inside the body. Is that fair?
Well, that's after you described all of the injuries.
If you just coming
and then
in,
I put a caveat in there saying
this is the
that
medical
once these
examiner.
injuries have been described, and I'm not going to be repeating them. And so then you go into the internal examination, and that's the area you describe those things which are separate and apart from the injury section. So it's like, what the heart looks like and that sort of thing. But if there was an injury to that organ, it would have been described above. It's not been described.
And so toxicology and all this is all coming. Weights of organs has already been described. You have everything kind of sectioned out in this report. Is that fair?
Right. I mean, it's a format that we fill in, and then there is a way that the report is generated. And so, you're doing them in a certain sequence, but then when it's all put together, it's in an organized fashion.
Now we're going to go through each of the wounds individually. Again, this was in 2020, so on page 7, toxicology, everything came back negative on toxicology as far as what was checked. COVID-19, I mean, we were back in the middle of the pandemic at that time period.
Right.
Now, again, you said you were the chief medical examiner as well as the director of SWIFT, but you still, in that capacity, you were still performing autopsies.
I did a full caseload while I was the chief and the director.
In 2020, we were all pretty busy.
Yeah, we were busy, really busy.
Moving on to page number 8. Now, this portion, does it reference back to your earlier findings or your earlier comments regarding your examination?
Yeah. Yeah, this is really a summation page. And this makes it easier for people to look at, in particular attorneys, so that it's kind of organized for them. Otherwise, you could leave that whole thing off, but then it requires people to go back and read through all the description of it. And so this is a summation page so that it's a little bit easier for people to understand.
We appreciate that.
Okay.
So for example, here, number 1, and again, when you number, for example, rifle wound of trunk and it's number 1, you number just based off the first one that you're talking about.
Yeah, you have to arbitrarily pick whatever your starting injury is. It could, and like I said, I could call that A instead of 1, but I called it 1. And you pick one that you start with for whatever reason, be it it's the highest one up or whatever. So it's my determination what I'm going to call number 1.
Sure. Your Honor, I'm going to do this over there actually by him so that as he's talking about the ones, it makes it a little bit easier. And Dr. if you want to, as you described at our point, if you want to point at any of these as we go through them, especially as we're going through some of the photos.
Miss Geechee, I'm gonna go ahead and kick you and just come back. I'm gonna drop the link. Just come back.
And again, the jury will have this and they can go back and we're going to talk about all of these as we look at the photos, but each one of the wounds that you've notated in
Kind of
your
unlock.
report and on your diagram, these findings are what are towards the end. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now you discussed an X-ray here in State's Exhibit number 9. Was this the X-ray that was done in this case?
Yeah, there's probably more than one X-ray, but this would have been the initial X-ray where the body bag is sealed up. So you're trying to figure out what do we have in there. Like I said, sometimes there are bullets that are loose. Sometimes there are weapons that are in there. Sometimes you've got some of the things like clothing, as in this case.
In
so
the
we
body
will just
bag?
do a scanning X-ray before we open the bag, so we know what we're dealing with.
And you talked about like projectiles. Is it possible for the jurors to see here any projectiles or any,
That's crazy.
foreign objects that were in the decedent's body?
Yeah, I mean, I know what I'm looking for, but the thing is that some things may look like projectiles, and say up in the left upper corner that you see that opaque area. Well, those are zippers. So, you have to kind of know that everything that's may have metal in it can look like one thing or another. But I'm looking at the body trying to determine what do I need to look for? And so you can see projectiles in particular as you look at it to your left.
Oh wow, I didn't know they had stuff like that.
The decedent's right.
Miss Pretty.
Now,
it seems as though they got technology that can X-ray the body and you can see the projectile
all the property that they come in with.
up in there.
Yeah, I mean, I will describe what jewelry is on the body and leave that.
That's crazy. It seems like
mainly because our volume is so great that if you tried to take all the jewelry off and then keep track of it, there's always potential you can lose it or the family won't get it. So our goal was to try and leave things like that alone. Things that are separate, like say a wallet or things of that nature, yes, we'll take those out. They're sealed up, and then they're either released to the police or they're released to the family, depending on the circumstances.
State's Exhibit 35, was that the currency in the property that was on the complaint when we came in?
Yes.
And again, just documentation.
Yeah, and I took a photograph of it so that it showed how much there was. And then I believe I released that to the police since the circumstances to me were somewhat unknown. So I'd let them deal with who they release that to if they release it.
What are you talking about? Chat that money?
Yep.
Go into the autopsy itself.
Or that jury? Either or.
Probably both.
Now, in State's Exhibit 6, and we have it here in the PowerPoint, can you describe to the jury what position is this when you use this position?
All right. So what you're seeing is what we call the anatomic position. And that's a standard position. So it's an individual standing up with their palms out. Now, that doesn't mean that's the position they were in when they received the injuries. You just have to pick one so that you can say, okay, this is going from right to left to right. So you know what, and in this case, we'll talk about one of those wounds where the way that the wound was received may not be the way that it is like that. But you just pick that as a standard. So, you know front, back, but that's what you work from, or what I work from when I'm describing my report.
In a homicide investigation or a homicide autopsy, would you agree with me that bullets are moving when they're shot from a gun?
Yeah, it's got velocity to it. So yes.
And is it fair to say that when a lot of times in homicide investigations or autopsies, an individual's body may be moving when they're shot?
Yeah, well, the bullet's moving, the individual that gets shot can be moving, the person who's shooting can be moving, or all of them are happening.
And so what we see on TV with CSI, it's not that way when it comes to the actual true science in the doctor that's doing the autopsy.
Television has been a blessing and a curse because you don't solve these things in 15 minutes like they do on TV. So it isn't as easy as they may make it on TV.
Now, they may make it look easy. I want to talk specifically about this case. You and I have had a chance to work together many times over the years. Would you describe this autopsy in particular as straightforward or complicated?
No, this was a very complicated autopsy. You have injuries that are occurring to the front, the back, the side. They're taking weird courses or tracks where the bullets are going. So this is a very complicated case.
And you've been performing autopsies in 2020 for how many years?
Well, since 1987 in Dallas and 1986 in New York. So a long time.
Fair. Now, I want to just go through them with you one by one. We'll start number one and walk through this. State number one, what are we looking at? Or sorry, gunshot wound number one.
Yeah.
What are we looking at here?
Yeah. So wound number one, and I have kind of a legend down here. So the solid circles are your entrance. The open circles are the exits. And then there's this little circle with an X through it, and that's going to be a re-entrance. So in this, the dark circle, Judge, can I step down?
There you go, sir.
That's probably overkill. So wound number one, the entrance is in the back, and then the exit is in the front. And this one took a rather unusual course in terms of what it hit. So it got the spleen and it got the stomach, but it also entered into the chest cavity. So it went through the retroperitoneum, that's that back portion. And so it got several organs. It got the lung and it got the heart. And after it got the heart, it went out the chest. So it's a kind of a torturous course that it took. But following the track, that's what it went through. And in the retroperitoneum, that is that back portion, there was a projectile or fragment that I recovered.
And if we look close up here, at State's Exhibit number 10, what do we see here in State's Exhibit 10?
Trying to find what the easiest way is. State's 10, that's the entrance wound to what I arbitrarily numbered as 1.
And State's Exhibit number 11, we talked about the close-up view. Is that the close-up view?
That's the close-up view.
And is there any, as it relates to the...
But you don't want to pay attention to your work.
The entrance itself.
He need to quit trying to smirk. He need to take that little smirk off his face.
Either direction, coming in an awkward angle.
Well, I mean, you don't measure angles. I mean, body doesn't do well with trying to use a protractor. So, you talk about where the entrance is. So the body is a curved surface. And, you're talking about whether there's residue, there's no residue surrounding. It's got an abrasion, that little scrape around the surface. And that pretty much defines it as being an entrance. And so when it went through that, it went from back going to the front, went from the left going to the right, and then it went up.
So that was the entrance. Over here on the chest in State's Exhibit number 12, what do we see here?
That's the exit wounds for gunshot wound or rifle wound number 1.
Moving on to wound number 2, what do we have here?
Yeah, wound number 2, as I chose this as number 2, was wound in the pre-sacral region. So it's right at the sacral area. That wound then went through the musculature and exited over on the right lateral chest. So it was going from back to front, from left to right and upward. And it went through muscle. Didn't get into the cavity to hit organs.
So again, back here at State's Exhibit number 10, State's Exhibit 10, you have like a little placard down there.
Yeah, that's the wound right there.
And State's Exhibit number 13, is that a close-up of it?
Yes, it is. Because you can see at the lower part's a little bit of the crease where the sacrum comes together and the buttocks come together.
Now, the exit wound on State's Exhibit 15, but that is the exit wound of state's exhibit, or sorry, wound number 2, is that correct?
Yeah, there are 2 wounds that are in this.
Okay.
So in this is the exit wound of number 2. That's the entrance of number 10. And then these are not entrance wounds, though they look kind of like it, but they're not.
And again, the complexity of this autopsy.
Yeah, there's a lot of interposed material, be it concrete, be it glass, be it car parts, whatever it is, something that also struck the body. Could even be projectile fragments. There's just nothing covered out of it.
And when you say interposed, an interposed target, what do you mean by that?
Well, if a person fires a weapon through something and some of whatever it is they are shooting through, some of that material hits the body, that is an interposed target. So that, like, for example, you shot through a window and some of the glass hit the body. Well, the glass is the interposing target. And in this case, it could be one of several different things, or maybe not just one, maybe several different things that struck the body.
And so your testimony is not to say that this went through glass or anything. It's just, and there's a term for this too, correct? What we see on the body here.
Well, around exit 2, the smaller stuff you tend to call pseudo-stippling.
And you didn't find any true stippling on the body, is that correct?
Right. Stippling is marks made by gunpowder. And I didn't see any of that on the body.
And so
this is an exit. You wouldn't see it on the exit anyway.
And so pseudo-stippling in a situation like this would be whatever came from that transposed target. If somebody shot off the ground and concrete or cement or something then came up and hit the body.
Whatever it was that hit it.
Correct. Fragment, whatever.
Yep.
Wound number 3. What do we have here?
Yeah, wound number 3 was a wound that entered in the kind of side of the buttock. And then that wound entered into the retroperitoneum, and it then deposited a fragment in the retroperitoneal region, and then it went through the small intestines, then exited the front of the abdomen.
Here in State's Exhibit 16, what are we looking
at? Well, the 2 wounds there, but in particular, this is the entrance to wound number 3.
And so that would be the one furthest to the left and highest up in the picture.
Yes, that's right.
State's Exhibit number 20.
Yeah, 20 shows 2 exit wounds. This is 3 and that's 5. But since we're talking about 3, that's 3, the upper exit wound.
Okay, so you have 2 exit wounds right near each other.
Yep.
I'll probably skip over that since we covered that is 3 and 5 though.
That is 3 and 5.
Wound number 4, what do we see here?
4 is a wound in the buttock region, you can see. And that one then took off through the musculature of the buttock and exited the flank in a real irregular exit wound.
And so in State's Exhibit number 16, where would that be located? Maybe State's Exhibit 17 is easier to see.
Yeah, this is the entrance wound to number 4.
Okay, right in the middle.
Right, and then up there is 3.
Exit wound number 4 in State's Exhibit number 18.
Yeah, this irregular large defect is the exit to 4.
Wound number 5.
Yeah, wound number 5 is a rifle wound that entered in the medial or inner aspect of the left buttock. It then went through the pelvic region, hit the bladder, and then exited, well, as we saw earlier, right below exit number 3.
And so if they're on State's Exhibit 19, it's kind of hard to see.
It is right here.
Another glare probably doesn't make it very easy, but and we've already covered the exit wound on 5.
Yep.
So wound number 6, what do we have here?
Wound number 6 is a wound in the left side of the abdomen, and adjacent to it, or a little bit inner aspect to that and a little lower, is wound number 7. And the reason I'm describing it like that is that 6 went through the intestines, went through the liver, and hit the right chest wall. 7 went into the abdomen, hit the intestines, hit the liver, and hit the chest wall. Because of the proximity of those wounds, I couldn't necessarily separate out, because there was one of them that dropped a projectile in the chest cavity, one that was in the chest wall. I couldn't separate out which one went to what, but they went together that direction.
And in State's Exhibit number 18, is that the entrance wound?
This is the entrance number 6 at the top.
Wound number 7, what do we see here?
Yeah, as I just described, it was a little bit inner aspect of 6 and a little below it. And again, its trajectory is very similar to 6's.
And so State's Exhibit 21 is kind of just a different angle of that portion of the body. Is that
Yeah, I shot the photograph.
I just want to
so
say
it
this real
shows the
quick.
exit,
This is the reason
4,
that 2
the
shots can be
entrance
that
is 6 and
close.
the entrance
This
is
is a assault rifle, rapid fire, y'all. Boom, boom.
Wound number 8.
Yeah, 8 was a wound.
Kiwan is cooked.
Side of the left thigh, and that one went up to the muscle and embedded a projectile in the anterior abdominal wall.
And where is that portion of the abdominal wall?
Well, I mean, it's in this general area right in here.
Below the belly button?
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry.
State's Exhibit 22.
Yeah, so you're seeing wound 8, wound 9, both of them are visible.
State's Exhibit 23. What is that showing us?
Yeah, so 9, I just showed you that on the other photograph. It was on the front part of the thigh. This one went up through the muscle. It exited on the inner aspect of the left thigh, grazed the scrotum, and re-entered into the right inner thigh and ended up in the chest wall.
What?
And so, and I'm sure sometime during your career, I've possibly done it at some point. Can you tell me what angle this person was shot at based off what you see in your examination?
Yeah, it's very difficult to do that other than I use the probe to show just the kind of angle, just to get the line of entrance, exit, and re-entrance to show you. So the body has been rotated in a format that when that shot occurred, it's going up this direction and the projectile's ending up in the chest wall.
So that was 8 and 9.
Yep.
Which was multiple entrances, exits, re-entry. When a bullet goes through either a transposed target or some tough material inside the body, whether it be a bone or something or an organ, or goes through and re-enters, what can happen a lot of times?
Well, you're losing, it's kinetic energy is the force that's that's driving the projectile on. So at some point it loses its energy. When it loses its energy, it stops. And so in this case, if that's the question you're asking, is it's going through all of this and ultimately it comes to rest in the chest wall.
Will there be a deformity to the projectile as well?
Well, there can be if it hits something that causes it to be deformed, whether it starts out hitting something first or hitting it along its course.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping to hear. Wound number 10, what do we see here?
Well, 10 was an irregular wound, and I described it earlier. There were 3 defects. Well, you can see it here. So you had the exit to 2. You have the entrance 10, which is big and irregular. A couple other fragments don't really go anywhere. And then you got other defects. And again, those only stay confined to the skin and the very soft tissue under it. So 10, it went into the side of the chest wall and there's a projectile under it. So that one had to have lost all of its energy before it really hit the chest wall. And so it didn't go very deep and it stopped there.
Would that be consistent with that projectile hitting concrete?
Could be, yeah.
And is that consistent, I mean, hitting concrete, would that be consistent with having this other pseudo stippling on that right flank of the body?
Yeah, you're getting a lot of other material striking the skin surface. Whether some of that was other fragments, I didn't recover them, so they weren't there. But something did that. And something that was hit and it was superficial, and this other one had lost its velocity before it hit really the skin surface, so it didn't go very far.
So if somebody was laying on the ground and someone were to shoot into the ground, the bullet loses kinetic energy.
Sounded like that he couldn't handle the rifle, bullets bouncing off the ground and still hit him.
Hit the body, sure.
That's what that is. Don't forget, bullets done hit innocent people.
Let's see, number 11. What do we have here?
You going
Number 11 is a gunshot wound, a rifle wound that hit the
Miss Geechee, just come back whenever. I'm gonna drop it again.
In anatomic position, it entered on the front of the forearm, on the little finger side, and exited the back and thumb side. So it doesn't tell you what position the arm was in when the injury.
It's saying device not
When you're
connected.
describing it anatomically, then it's going from front to back. It's going from
Go out, come back in, and make sure your mic is cut on.
and upward.
Oh, all right, you good.
Is that what we see here in State's Exhibit 25?
It is. You can see the entrance over here, and the exit is on that side, on the side.
Number 12.
Number 12 is a wound to the back of the left hand. And, a lot of times you really can't tell which way it's going. But in this particular case, there's an abrasion there. So my opinion is that it went from the index finger side towards the ring finger side. Superficial, but it did travel that direction. But then when you put it in anatomic position, you're turning it this way. So if the wound was received this way, it's still going to, in anatomic, we're describing it, it's going the opposite direction.
And then wound number 13, what do we have here?
Yeah, 13 is a graze wound of the elbow. And I could not see, it was superficial enough that I could not get directionality as to which way it was going. I can't tell if it was going from above downward or from below upward.
So when we go back and we look at all of the wounds that you've identified, both superficial and not superficial, how many of these wounds would you describe as lethal?
Now, well, all of them potentially can be lethal if, you don't get treatment and you've got infection and bleeding, but there were several that were rapidly fatal. So the most rapidly fatal went through the heart, went through the lungs, went through the spleen, but 6 and 7 went through the intestines and went through the liver. So those are lethal, would be rapidly lethal. And then 3 went through the intestines, 5 went through the bladder. So all those untreated are lethal, but some are more rapidly lethal than others.
And I think when we talked previously, I think we counted it up and it was 5 rapidly lethal wounds. Does that sound right?
That's probably right.
Objection, bleeding, right?
Bleeding? Oh, I can't wait for the cross. Get ready for the cross, y'all.
4 or 5.
I'm sorry, Goon.
When you say
Kiwan
rapidly
is
lethal,
cooked.
what do you mean by rapidly?
The medical
Yeah.
examiner just sunk him.
In some cases, well, in particular in number 1, even if that had been at the emergency room at Parkland, their surgeons may say they could save them, but their odds are pretty minimal. You could save anybody. Means that you're hitting an organ that is critical to life, and to be able to fix that, you've got to fix the spleen, you got to fix the lung, and you got to fix 2 holes in the heart. And so in my opinion, those are the ones that's not survivable.
What if somebody was presenting these wounds, what would you expect to see from them? As if you saw this happen immediately, what would you expect to see them presenting physically, if anything?
Well, I mean, you don't have a wound to the head, so, you know, in that particular case, they're bleeding, they would not be instantly unconscious, but they would be rapidly unconscious because of blood loss, and then they'd be rapidly dead.
And would you expect to see potentially rapid blood loss outside of the body?
Well, you could, there's a lot of different defects, so it's certainly possible to have external hemorrhage.
Sure, and have there been cases that you've worked that you might expect a lot of blood loss, but there wasn't?
Well, there are times that, yeah, that can happen because you can get other things. You know, you get through like the lung and the heart, you could get an air embolus, you know, and the air gets in there and can block the heart and kill them. So you would expect you could see a lot of blood and then you don't. So the answer is yeah. I mean, I've seen a lot of different things.
Sure. Okay. Now, as far as your ultimate conclusions, did you make a conclusion and have an opinion as to what caused the death of Melvin Noble?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
He died as a result of injury sustained from multiple rifle wounds.
And in your cause of death report, manner of death?
Homicide.
What does that mean when you classify a manner of death?
Well, homicide, you're asking me what I define as homicide?
Correct.
Death at the hands of another person.
As far as the recovery of projectiles, did you recover projectiles in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you state's exhibit number 30, do you recognize what's here in the picture of state's exhibit 30?
Yes, I mean, that's the barcode that has the number on it, and that projectile from the retroperitoneum would have been associated with wound number 3.
And again, we see the IFS number. Is that something that carries along with this case?
Yes.
And then you've documented on here where those were recovered from and what it was?
Yes.
State's exhibit 33?
That's anterior abdominal wall. That would have been from wound number 8.
State's exhibit 34?
Right chest cavity, that would have been either 6 or 7. And since I couldn't separate out the two, I can't tell you which one of the two it is.
Sure. State's exhibit 31?
That would have been number 7 or 6. Could have also been wound number 9, but probably it was the 6 and 7 because they were pretty close together.
State's exhibit 32?
Yeah, right lateral chest wall, because you can see the projectile is deformed, is probably associated with 10.
And again, you're not testifying to what caused the deformity or anything like that?
No.
Whereas, and just for comparison, state's exhibit 29, how would you describe that projectile in comparison to the projectile in state's exhibit 32?
32 is, I'm sorry, which one is that?
So this is 29?
29 is not deformed.
Versus 32.
The tip of it is deformed.
And state's exhibit 29, this was a projectile that you recovered from?
Right lateral chest wall, probably number 9.
And again, the reason for saying probably is because of the complexity, of this autopsy.
Yeah, you have a lot of intersecting tracks. You have things ending up in a similar area, and you're trying to follow the track to be as accurate as you can, but sometimes you can't really separate them totally out. But I recovered all of them.
Your Honor, may I have one moment, please?
Yes.
All right, well, they take that moment. Let's go and get it in. So we are watching right now. This is witness number 4, y'all. The medical examiner.
If we count Mama Nicole, he would be, let's see, it was Mama Nicole, the black lady, the white lady, the EMT. So he's witness number 5.
Now, Doctor.
Oh, he number 5?
As far as the
Yep.
projectiles, those are
Oh,
then
okay, my
put
fault.
inside those. I know this seems like a silly question. Those are then put inside those envelopes. Is that correct?
Yeah, they're sealed up in the envelopes, separately barcoded, and then all the evidence is placed in a sealed bag and then transferred into the evidence registration.
I thought they was gonna get into the caliber, but I guess they
No,
only
I
gonna
think
let
that'll
them.
be more or less the detectives. He's
No,
just
that-
recovering the fragments and the bullet. Okay, so I'm gonna let him finish.
Go ahead.
Kiwan is cooked. He said the first shot came from the back. We can't forget Juan Cruz, who was the tow truck driver, who said he took a picture and that he gave a description of another person that was at the back. We still got to wait and see
Oh
his
yeah, you
testimony.
right. Wow, you right. Oh, because the only thing we know is his rifle. That we don't know. Yeah,
Yeah,
you right.
but this the thing too. He described that person with a rifle as well.
Right.
But either way, Kiwan is cooked. See the medical examiner just really sealed his fate. And don't you think that them jurors is looking at him like he's a monster?
A maniac running down the highway with
Running
with
down
an
the
assault
highway.
rifle.
Not to mention that he's charged with assault on. They didn't charge him with attempted murder or anything on Randall Graham, the sergeant. But you have to remember he's still charged with the assault on Randall Graham with the firearm.
Yeah, and I think they gave him a whole nother case for that, right?
They did. And see, this is the thing. He's still, even though they're going to try him separately for that one. That was the motion that Bree West was trying to, which
Get
got
thrown out.
denied.
Yeah.
Denied, but he's still set to testify.
Right. Honestly said 100. Yo, you right. You on point. You on point right now. I ain't gonna lie, because see, I'm thinking in my head like, oh, it sounds like one gunman, but that you right. That don't mean it's one gunman. Only thing it mean is that somebody definitely was hitting him up from behind. But
From
somebody
behind
else stood over him too. And I think the
Right.
person that stood over him I'm gonna just say this, it might not be the person. I just don't, man, this extra shooter, man, is crazy.
But see, Juan Cruz puts the extra shooter on the highway. The tow truck
And
driver.
who is Cruz? Who is that? Is that
Juan Cruz, he was the tow truck driver.
Oh, you just said that. You said that. And
See,
is he said as a witness?
Yes, he said as a witness.
Oh, like you said, well, we just gotta wait. I ain't gonna say no more. I'm just gonna wait. We're gonna wait. We're gonna have to. It's too late to speculate.
Yeah, we can't right now at this point. We can't speculate. We just got to go strictly off the ones that's the ones that was gave their witness statements that was on the scene at the time.
Right.
And then we can't forget. See, this is why I say Bree, the lady, whoever her coach counsel is, she didn't give a good opening statement because she didn't hit all the pivotal points. She didn't hit the point about him being them proving that he was the masked gunman. She didn't hit the point about being paid or the promise to pay. She didn't hit the point about him stalking him and supposedly, allegedly, them have video of him sitting outside the apartment. She didn't hit none of the pivotal points that she should have anticipated that the prosecution was gonna say.
You're right. And I'm gonna tell you why I think that is, but I'm gonna read Miss Pretty Plain the comment. She say the medical examiner been ready for this day. He's very thorough.
37 through 42.
And he like, what else y'all need from me?
Not even so much that. Look at his resume of how long he's been a medical examiner from New York to Dallas.
Right.
What is contained within States Exhibits 37 through 42?
Well,
And
these
I
are sealed
appreciate the way
envelopes
that
with
they're
the
giving him
projectiles
grace
that
on
I
not
recovered at
showing the
the
exhibit of the entrance and exit wounds and only talking about it and not, showing graphic. I'm glad that they given this man. He's a man. He's a human being. Forget he being an artist. The dignity, just some dignity of not showing all of that happened to his body.
Like they did King Von. That was the opposite of what you're talking about. How they did him, but I'm gonna go on mute.
Right, that's what's inside these photos.
Yes.
And there's biohazard stickers on as well.
Yes, there are.
Doctor, as it relates to firearms, is a firearm a deadly weapon?
Yes,
Is it capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
yes.
Is shooting somebody 13 times or at least, as an expert on this, would you consider that an act clearly dangerous to human life?
Yes.
Pass it with Shauna.
Yes, sir. Dr. Bernard, you said you've been practicing for about 40
All right,
years.
it's the cross, y'all. Get ready. Miss Geechee, here we go.
Yeah, I'm ready. Cause she said to be stupid.
And you implied that this one was complex or had some complexities. Is that correct?
It was complex.
Okay. And is part of the reason that it was complex is because if someone is in motion, if the victim is in motion or the person that's shooting the victim is in motion, that can mean that the bullet could be going in different directions. Is that correct?
Well, essentially the answer is yes, but the bullet will go wherever the bullet is aimed. But if the body is in motion or the shooter and the victim are in motion, the track can be unusual because of whatever position the body was in at the time it was struck.
So it's just where we're clear, it's not that this is with some big complex autopsy because of the amount of shootings. It was complex because of the two individuals perhaps being in motion in the direction and the angle of the bullets.
Yes and no to that. I mean, when you have multiple projectiles, multiple injuries, those are much more complex than a single gunshot wound. But then when you add unusual trajectories, it makes it even more complex.
And this autopsy happened on August 12th, 2020, is that correct?
I think is November.
I'm sorry, November 12th,
11th, and then I did the autopsy the 12th.
Okay. And how long does it normally take you to get
She know what down day. She
Depends
tried.
on
She
the
tried
case.
it, y'all.
I mean,
I'm on
if
mute.
it's a drug overdose case, then
Miss
that
Pretty,
might
you
take
right. He the
an
truth.
hour. If it's a case like this, it could take.
That's They cannot shake this man. They should have just passed on cross-examining him because she don't have
That's
any
the way we
relevant
go,
questions.
about 5, 7, 6,
Yeah.
7 inches?
Yes.
And you were able to take some money off his body, or there was money that came with his body. Is that correct? That was about $1,812.
Somewhere around that.
And when he came to, or when someone comes to the medical examiner's office, do they have their clothes on or they don't?
Depends. It's variable.
Do you remember if Mr. Nolan had his clothes on?
No, I believe he was nude because he had gone to the hospital, and then there was a bag with clothing inside the body bag.
And I do believe that the state had showed you a body bag, and at the bottom between Mr. Noble's legs, there was appeared to be like a circular object. Was that the bag with his clothes?
I believe that's correct.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your findings. Can you tell the jury what is stippling?
Yeah, stippling, as I said earlier, if a barrel tip is close enough, mainly you see this in handguns, but if a barrel tip is close enough at the time of discharge, then you can get some of the residues from the barrel tip at the time coming out of the cartridge case that can strike the skin surface. So gunpowder can strike the skin surface if the barrel tip is close enough. Now, long arm weapons like rifles, well, you've got a lot longer, and a lot of times there's less opportunity to see that gunpowder striking the skin surface.
And can you tell them what soot is?
I'm sorry?
Soot?
Soot would be that blackish material that can be on there when it's a contact wound or a near contact wound.
And you didn't see any soot on Mr. Noble's body?
No, ma'am.
And that's often indicative of how far someone is or how close someone is when they're shooting. Is that right?
Yeah, that gives you, if you see residue, it starts giving you an idea of how far away the barrel tip was at the time of discharge.
And on, I think you noted 13 wounds to Mr. Or 12 wounds, if I'm not mistaken.
13.
13, okay, on Mr. Noble's body. Out of the 13, you noted that there was like one that had a pseudo stippling.
Yeah.
Correct? For suits, is that correct?
Yeah, pseudo stippling, just to be clear, is not real stippling. It's some other material that has caused an impact to the skin surface, but it's not gunpowder.
And so that could have been if he was on laying on the seat.
Yeah, could be.
Or it could have been glass.
Potentially, although I didn't see any glass on him, and sometimes it'll make a kind of definitive pattern. I didn't see that.
And you're going to approach the, excuse me. Now, Dr. Bernard, I know you said that you arbitrarily label the injuries. Is that correct?
Yeah, you got to pick a way to separate them.
Okay, and you label them from 1 to 13. Is that
Right.
right? And there's no way that you can tell this jury which injury happened first, right?
No, not based on this. No.
Okay. And you said that there was 5 injuries that were lethal.
4 or 5 that would have been more rapidly lethal than the others. Some of these could be lethal over a period of time. That is bleeding, infection, but those that would require emergent surgery, there were at least 4 of them.
Okay. And with those 4 injuries that would require emergency surgery, is there an estimated time based on your experience and training that someone, if they were able to receive help, could have survived?
Well, number one, I don't believe anybody could survive that. The others, you'd have to get in and operate on the liver, the intestines, but potentially you could get to an operating room and maybe they'd survive, maybe they wouldn't survive. But what I call number one, I don't believe any surgeon could save them.
And how quickly can someone bleed out from the other injuries, the other 3 injuries that you were seeing?
The others, well, that would be slower bleeding than through the heart. But it's trying to give you a specific time period. I wouldn't be able to do that. The liver is a very vascular organ, so you could bleed out quickly from those injuries.
Okay. And then the other, you noted that there were some superficial injuries as well. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that means that they didn't enter the body, it just kind of contacted the skin. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, some of these are at weird angles. They're hitting the hands, they're grazing the arm, like tin, which is already deformed by the time it hits the body, doesn't go very far. So those are coming at weird angles, a lot of them, or the positioning is weird when it happens.
And Dr. Bernard, sometimes the ME goes out to a scene when injuries happen or when someone's death occurs. Did that happen in this case?
Yeah, that's more on television.
Okay.
And in the small jurisdictions where you don't have 5,000 autopsies in a year. I have gone to scenes, usually it was when there were police shootings, so you needed someone who was independent to go in. But in a case like this, plus being transported to the hospital, you're not going to the hospital on those.
You don't know anything about the case other than what the injuries were of Mr. Melvin. Is that correct?
Essentially, that's right. I mean, obviously someone else shot him, but that would be the totality of it.
And you don't know who that person was that shot him. Is that correct?
No, I have no idea.
We're not gonna speed past. He said normally you don't even go to the hospital with these type of injuries, y'all. Which means you must go to the morgue with these type of injuries, y'all. But let them cook. I'm on mute.
Now, while he's getting off the stand,
No further questions. Wow, that was weak.
Is it me, Goon, and Chat, or did this lady just pull questions up out her ass?
Yeah, well, excuse the language, but yeah.
No, the reason why I said that is because every
Yeah.
side had a copy of this autopsy report. She had more than enough ample time to go through this with a fine-tooth comb and prepare the questions that she wanted to ask. Why would you ask the medical examiner, did he know who shot him? Lady.
You're right. You got a point about that one. That was a weird question. Do you
No,
know who
that was,
shot
I
him?
don't have anything
Nothing
other
else
to
to
come
say.
up with.
I like that. Hold on, who is this? Hold on, let's see what's going on. Is this the state? I think the state came back with the.
Oh, let's see
Oh
who
no no no
he
no
is.
no no no! We got another witness.
This is witness number 6, Goon.
Let me put it in
Good
the chat.
afternoon,
So
doctor.
know.
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Doing fine. Thank you.
Would you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Randall Graham.
Turn. Oh yeah.
Graham.
I'm on mute.
First name Randall, Randall.
And doctor, how are you currently employed?
I'm a neurosurgeon with the Methodist Health System here in Dallas.
And where are you coming from this morning?
From Methodist Dallas Hospital.
And I apologize. Did you have surgery this morning?
I did, yes.
And what type of surgeon are you?
I'm a neurosurgeon.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm just trying to reopen my PowerPoint. And so the jury just heard from Dr. Bernard, medical examiner, retired with Dallas County. Neurosurgeon, you're a brain surgeon, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to kind of just jump right into things because I know you've had a busy day, and I appreciate you coming down. November 11th of 2020. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to put this calendar that's in for demonstrative purposes up and put it up next to you. November 11th of 2020. What were you doing that morning?
That morning, I was working at Methodist Charlton Medical Center.
And where is that at?
That is near the intersection of I-20 and 67.
Okay. And doing morning rounds, surgery that morning, if you remember?
That morning, I had morning rounds, and I think I had a small operation that I had to do.
Okay. And at some point, did you begin to leave to go to another facility?
Yes,
or hospital, excuse me.
Yes, I left Methodist Charlton to go to Methodist Dallas.
And how did you, what roads did you take to get there?
So from Methodist Charlton, I took I-67 north, and that joins into I-35 north.
And as you were driving north on I-35, did anything happen out of the ordinary?
Yes.
What happened that morning?
So as I was going northbound on I-35, in 2020, there was quite a bit of construction on that highway around that time. And I recall as I was going northbound, I heard what I would describe as repetitive, loud, banging sounds. And it was not clear to me exactly what types of sounds those were. I just assumed maybe it was something from the construction. Then suddenly traffic slowed down, which again, not terribly unusual for there being so much construction there, but being a little bit unusual for the time of day, which was around noon. And then suddenly traffic pretty much came to almost a stop.
I want to stop you right there for a second. When you originally heard those sounds, and anything in your mind, what did you think those sounds were?
At the time, I really thought it was just something to do with the construction. I didn't have any sort of context or knowledge of what that sound was.
And as you talked about the highway there, were there any shoulders or any sides? I mean, or was the highway kind of completely under construction at that time? Do you remember?
Yes, at that time there were no shoulders. It was almost a sort of an overpass situation with guards on each side.
And so as the traffic comes to a stop in front of you, is anything going through your mind at that moment that this is anything but traffic or anything like that?
At that instant, I thought it was just traffic from construction at that instant.
And then as you, did you come to a complete stop there?
I did.
Okay. And what happened once you came to a complete stop?
Shortly after coming to a complete stop, there was an even louder sound of essentially almost an explosion on my windshield. And that was a very different sound, followed by some glass and shrapnel pretty much going into my face and neck. At first, I didn't really know what was going on until I looked on the windshield and saw a hole in the windshield. And I just immediately thought that must have been a gunshot.
And once you saw this thing that you believe might be a gunshot or must have been a gunshot, did you look around and see anything out of the ordinary?
Yes, very shortly after that, a black male essentially sprinted by my vehicle, in front of my vehicle, in front of the passenger side, and ran alongside the passenger side of my vehicle. And then chasing him was another black male with what appeared to be an automatic rifle. And the second gentleman stopped at the front passenger headlight of my car. And he appeared to take aim, and he took what I remember to be 2 shots. And then he turned and actually looked at me through the windshield. He was wearing a mask, and we locked eyes for probably a second or two, and then he turned around and ran off, going northbound.
And what was going through your mind at that moment?
I mean, I really thought that was going to be the end of my life.
So, I want to back up just a second. As you come to a stop, do you remember which lane you were in?
I was in the left lane.
Okay. And when you first saw the first black male running towards you, do you remember what side of the vehicle he was on? If you're looking for, was he on your left-hand side or right-hand side originally?
Right-hand side.
Okay. And the individual, second black male that came running by, was he on the left-hand side or right-hand side?
Also the right-hand side.
And so as they ran past, do you know how far the first male got past you?
I don't recall.
Okay. As far as the shooter, did he ever go past your front right passenger door?
I don't think he did. I think he took those final shots and then went the other way.
Ricochet was been marked as State's Exhibit 47. Do you recognize the vehicle in State's Exhibit 47?
Yes, I do.
And I have a smaller photo here just of that. Do you see that?
Yes.
And State's 47 is already in evidence. Whose vehicle is that right there?
At the time, that was my vehicle.
Okay. And Did you know that the victim was laying there behind the back right tire when you were in your car?
I did not.
At this point, it appears that the gunman is gone, correct?
Correct.
What were you doing at this moment when you were in your car, if you remember?
I remember collecting my thoughts, or trying to, for a few seconds. And then I called 911 from my car.
And then from this spot right here, at what point did you realize that the victim was on the ground at or near this location?
I didn't realize that until much later.
Okay. And did you stay here in your vehicle?
Sorry.
Did you stay right here in your vehicle that we see in State's Exhibit 47?
At this moment, when this picture was taken, I must have been in the vehicle still, in the driver's seat.
And
Yes.
why do you say that you must have been in the vehicle still?
Well, after I talked to the 911 dispatcher, I actually pulled forward and pulled my vehicle over towards that right guardrail, probably about 25 yards northbound of that.
Okay, so we see that vehicle to the right-hand side.
Correct.
Is that where we see the billboard kind of in that area? Is that kind of where you move your vehicle?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, I think last time we met, I showed you a video of yourself out there. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You see kind of your blinker on there in the video with the victim on the ground. So when you pulled over, we're looking now at a photo, a live photo from an iPhone. Had the victim been moved, or is that where he was at in relation to your car? And your car is just now not in the picture. Does that make sense?
Correct.
That's that question.
No, I understand the question. From my recollection, the victim was not moved.
And so we don't see your car here anymore, but it's not that it just disappeared. You moved your car, correct?
Correct. My car would be in front of that silver truck.
The silver, it looks like a four-door Ford truck with a van and a green shirt.
Correct.
And so that in State's Exhibit 47, you can actually see the billboard that's on the other side of the truck a little bit better.
Miss Geechee, that's it's getting good.
Can you describe to the jury what you're doing in this video with the victim?
So I'm administering CPR.
And at what point did you realize, how did you find out that the victim was on the ground right there?
Well, after I pulled my car over, I got out of my car, and there was a group of Hispanic women who, if I remember correctly, they got out of a minivan, and they were screaming in Spanish, and one of them actually grabbed me, and she must have seen me wearing scrubs and pointed over to what was the victim laying on the ground. And so that's when I approached him.
Now, you talked about when
God bless them Spanish ladies, man.
struck your car, you were hit with debris or shrapnel. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Did you know how seriously you had been shot or wounded at that point?
I did not.
But you still got out of your vehicle.
Kiwan, you cook.
Life-saving measures.
Yes.
Attempting life-saving measures.
Yes.
Explain that, just how that works in that situation for yourself.
Well, I mean, I think there was a lot of adrenaline in this situation. It was all very confusing, and it's just, I think at that time, what people do under situations of that type of stress is they sort of go back into their most basic training, and so for pretty much all of my adult life, I've been trained to try to help people who are in dire medical situations like this.
And when you were trying to do what you could in this situation, based off what you were observing as a neurosurgeon, as a doctor, what did you observe as far as what the victim was presenting as far as symptoms or signs of trauma?
Well, there were multiple wounds. He was completely soaked in blood. There was quite a bit of blood on the pavement, and he really wasn't breathing normally.
And when you say he wasn't breathing normally, what do you mean by that?
Well, in situations of severe brain damage, we see this pretty frequently. There's a phenomenon called agonal respirations, where it almost looks like the victim or the patient is taking these very short gulps of breath, or attempting to take very short gulps of breath with long, kind of several second breathless intervals in between them. And that's a sign that the overwhelming majority of brain tissue has been completely starved of oxygen, and the very basic primitive respiratory centers in what's called the brainstem are trying to initiate breaths. And so that reflex causes the diaphragm to spasm. Those aren't functional breaths. They don't actually get enough oxygen to the lungs, and they don't actually clear enough carbon dioxide, but it's recognizable as a very short, very dramatic gulp, or almost like a bucking type of maneuver. And that was already obvious in this gentleman.
When somebody presents with these signs of trauma and symptoms, even with all of your training and background and experience, was there anything that you could have done in this situation?
It's highly doubtful. I don't think I've ever seen someone survive once those respirations have been that obvious. I don't think I've seen someone actually survive.
I'll pass it with John.
We gotta hear this lady speak again, y'all. Lord have mercy. Here we go.
I just don't even know why they try.
What you observed. What you said is that you saw two people running, is that right?
Correct.
And they were running towards you, correct?
Yes,
There was one person in front and one person behind, correct?
that's right.
The person in front, what did they have in their hands?
I don't remember seeing anything in his hands.
Okay, do you remember seeing a weapon?
I don't.
Do you remember seeing a cell phone?
I do not.
Do you remember seeing a bag?
No, I do not.
Did you observe the person that was running towards you in the front? Did you observe them at a vehicle?
I did not observe them in a vehicle.
Did you observe them near a vehicle?
No, I did not.
Okay. The second person that was running behind the first person, did you observe that person in a vehicle?
I did not.
So you didn't observe whether or not there was anybody, where there were any vehicles involved?
I did not see any vehicles involved.
And therefore, whether there were, you don't know. Whether there were people inside, you don't know.
That's correct.
And then you said that the second person that was running, that person, you observed that person have a firearm.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. And that they then sort of were near your car and were shooting?
Yes.
And the first person, how far away were those two people?
I don't recall how far away they were.
Were they right on top of each other?
No.
Okay. So there was some distance.
Correct. There was some distance.
Okay. And then you said that you described that person as the second person you described as a black male, is that right?
That's right.
Was it a light skinned or dark skinned black male?
Probably between, I would describe.
Like a medium skin?
Like brown skin,
Brown skin?
black
Okay.
male, correct.
Okay. but it was a black male that was brown skin versus say a Hispanic person that was brown skin.
Yes.
Okay. And what type of, did you describe any clothing?
Yes, he had some sort of a vest on, and he had a face covering.
Okay.
And I remembered him wearing a shirt that was like a greenish brown type of shade.
Okay. So greenish brown shirt with a vest.
Correct.
And then you said something over his head.
Face.
Something over his face.
I could see his eyes, but I could not see his nose or mouth.
Okay, so there was something covering the bottom of his face.
Correct.
So was there anything covering his head?
I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
recall.
Okay, but what you observed, what you just described, is when the person was standing near your car.
Correct.
Okay, but you whatever you observed, you could not identify that person.
No.
You could not say who that person was.
No, I could not.
Based on all of the things that you were able to observe, were you able to determine how the situation began?
No.
Were you able to determine where the people, other than them running, could you tell whether they had originated from the north or the south?
They had originated from northbound because they were coming from northbound.
They were coming from northbound.
They were coming from north of where I was situated.
They were in front of you.
Correct.
Okay. But do you know where they had originated in terms, I mean, they didn't, obviously appear just randomly on the highway.
Correct.
Do you know where they originated?
I'm sorry.
Prior to being on the highway, do you know where they came from?
Oh, no, I do not.
Okay. Do you know anything about any of the parties involved?
I do not.
Have you met with the district attorney's office?
Yes,
How many times?
twice before this.
The first time, was that in 2025?
I think it was before that.
It was before 2025, possibly 2024?
I think so.
Okay. And the second time?
The second time was just a few weeks ago.
And were you, when you met with them, were you told about what was going on?
No.
What the accusations were?
I was told about the charges.
Were you told or given the name Melvin Noble?
No.
Were you given the name Marquise Conway?
No.
Were you given the name Keywan White?
No,
Did you talk to any of the other witnesses?
I did not.
Did you talk to anybody that was out on the highway?
You mean after, I'm sorry, when
At
I
the
was,
time? Excuse me, I'm so sorry, and I don't mean to cut you off, sir. I do
it's okay.
apologize
No
for
problem.
that. At the time, did you talk to any other people that were on the highway?
So during the incident?
Correct.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Once Mr. Noble had been put into an ambulance, he eventually was put into an ambulance, is that right?
Sorry, who's Mr. Noble?
Once the decedent was put into an ambulance, did you stay at the location?
No, I did not.
After you were sort of relieved of your duties or you weren't doing anything to help the decedent, did anybody come talk to you or ask for a statement or ask you what you remember or anything like that?
Well, I was taken to the hospital to treat my own injuries.
Okay, and then at the hospital, did anybody come?
No,
Okay, and so when's the first time that you talked to a law enforcement officer?
at the scene.
So you did talk to somebody at the scene,
Yes,
okay? And did you tell them what you told us today?
I described what happened to the best of my ability.
Okay, and what you described was a person that had on something covering the lower part of their face, right?
Right,
They had on a greenish brown shirt,
right.
a vest.
Yes,
Did you say anything about what they had on the lower part of their body?
no,
Okay, and that they had a firearm,
correct.
and that there was another person that was in front of them that was running after them. I mean, running, the person who you describe as having the gun was running after someone else,
Correct.
from your perspective,
Yes,
but you didn't have any other information.
I did not.
Did you watch any of the videos prior to your testimony today? For example, the video that the state just showed you?
Yes,
You had seen that before today?
yes.
When did you see it?
I saw it in the district attorney's office
Do you recall when?
A few weeks ago.
Okay, and then what about in the meeting in 2024?
I watched them too.
Yes, you watched it twice.
Correct.
Okay, and was it shown to you so you could remember what was going on?
What's the question?
Did they show you the video when you met with them to help refresh your recollection about what had happened in 2020?
I didn't ask them why they showed it to me.
But they just did.
They just did, yes.
You didn't ask for it.
No.
Did you end up, I heard you say that you talked to the police at the scene before you left, correct?
Yes.
Did you talk to any civilians, non-law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and who did you speak to?
While I was doing CPR, a gentleman who told me he was a resource officer.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You can't repeat what somebody else told you, but my question is, you said you talked to another gentleman out there, is that right?
Yes.
And then anyone else?
An EMT who was looking at my injuries. I spoke to him too.
Okay, and any other civilians, like just regular people?
I called my wife.
Okay, sure, and I mean, that makes sense, of course, but I'm saying just on the highway, regular people, non-law enforcement, non-medical, other than the resource officer that you just talked about.
I also called my office and the people I was supposed to do surgery on and
Sure. I mean,
told
this
them
is
no.
people that
that I
were
wasn't.
physically there with
Oh,
you.
so people on the highway?
Yes.
Yes, objections sustained. Counsel, allow the witness to finish his thought.
Absolutely, and I just wanted to clarify my question. So I'm sure you made phone calls. My question is about people that were physically there also. Anyone else that was non-medical, non-law enforcement that you spoke to?
Other than the resource officer, no.
Okay.
Watch her rest her case.
Dr. Graham, I'm sorry for your injuries. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll pass the witness.
Come on, man. Oh my God. Is this what we're gonna have to deal with the whole trial, y'all?
Question you were answering.
Sheesh.
About who you called while you were at the scene.
So I called my staff to let them know I probably was going to miss the afternoon's appointments and surgery. And I called my wife after I spoke to police and spoke to the EMTs.
And from there, where did you go?
From there, I was taken to the Methodist Dallas emergency room to be evaluated.
And were you treated there?
Yes.
Do you see what's on the ground in the video behind you? Is that your phone, or do you know whose phone that is on the ground behind you?
I don't know whose phone that is.
And in State's Exhibit 47, that's your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Oh shit, Rain. I think you do.
Yes.
I think Rain next, y'all.
Do you see what appears to be a shoe?
Yes, there does appear to be a shoe.
Miss Geechee, you hear me?
Yes.
State's going to offer State's Exhibit 50, which is a notice of intent to use business records, and State's Exhibit 51, which is Dr. Grant's medical records from that day previously tendered to the defense counsel.
What y'all think? What y'all thinking? She trying to make people say what she want. Yep. That's his shoe on the ground.
Okay, there's not an objection to 51.
I'm sorry.
There's no objection to 51.
All right, State's Exhibit 50 is, what State's Exhibit 50 is admitted for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 51 is admitted for.
Oh, what the hell?
Nothing further from the state.
How the heck? How long
All
you been
right, let's
backstage?
go. Let's go.
Nothing further from the.
Let's go, bro. Let's go.
How long you been backstage? The whole thing?
Like 2 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm glad she didn't have no questions because she ain't had no good questions since
She
she's
ain't
been
had
questioning.
nothing.
And then they really can't go at Randall Graham like that because he still has a case pending with Kiwan. So it was good that she should have rested
Hold
with
on,
the
hold on, hold on,
medical
hold on, hold on,
examiner.
hold on, stop, because it about to take a break and it's gonna give us better quality. I'm about to go on mute as soon as I like to be nosy. We're gonna see all the bloggers
Right.
walk out.
Oh yeah, baby. It's getting good.
then we gonna come
It's
into
getting good.
because I got some. All right, so all right, they went on mute. All right, so check this out. First off, this lady, just like you said, she had nothing to add, man. She had nothing to say. She talking about man, forget what she was talking about. Let's
Because
get to the
it wasn't important.
yeah, it wasn't even important. Let's get to what the prosecution just asked about. He just asked Graham, was that his phone? Graham said, I don't know, that ain't my phone. So it's I think Rain coming in today. I think they're gonna get Rain. The way this thing going, I think the phone lead to what Rain said, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. And I did hear Rain say that he waiting for them to call her. Rain ain't want to pop up because he only want to pop up when it's time for him to rock and roll. And I think it's time for Rain to testify to what he heard on that phone that the DA office just mentioned was laying right there next to him. The only thing I don't like is it is kind of graphic. I don't know how that's gonna go with YouTube, but it is what it is at this point. It don't happen. But it is a bit graphic. But go ahead.
Okay, now Rain shouldn't be there because his subpoena has already been executed. So he don't need to be there until they call him and say, you be like, okay, like Jossie said, she's set to testify next Tuesday. So Rain is already
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so Rain is essentially already been given his day and time to be in court. We don't need Rain there beforehand because see, Rain is going to make it about him. We don't need him there. He can watch it at home like Yellow Beezy watching it at home. But my thing is this. I hope he ain't had no ass the night before. I hope he ain't sniffleophilus nothing the night before. I hope he's well rested. Because he's going to need to be well rested. Because see, once again,
She waiting on him. Look, they can't wait to get him on the cross.
Oh, no, yes. But see, this is the thing. Are they going to fumble on the cross? Because they've been fumbling so far. Right. Or is they going to let Rain run circles around them?
I think Rain got done. From what I'm seeing, this lady right here, she trying, but it ain't enough. The judge just took the back door. She just exited her chambers. But man, this is
wild.
Graham just came up there and basically said exactly. But hold on. I want to back up. We got to go again. I think it's a strategic order, and the strategic order that they're going by is why I think Rain is gonna come today, because they went from the mama to the second, went to the lady who said she seen his face but partially, and she had words with him. So I wonder if she don't recognize his face, do she recognize his voice? Then let's go to the nosy lady who was taking pictures of the whole scene. Then they went from her to the emergency services who worked on 3. Then they went from that to the other person I feel like everything is piggybacking off of each other.
Okay, but you know who's next? You know, Rain ain't coming yet.
Who you think next?
It's gonna be the two black boys that was in the other car. It's gonna be
the other car.
Yeah. Okay. So the guy that.
Hold on.
Okay. So if you go back to the paperwork, the guy D that said he was on the highway, he was in a car with his brother. They're both on the witness list.
Are you sure?
So, I swear to God, they are.
Because hold on, I'm gonna give it right back to you. I ain't gonna be long because we talking about D. D came out and made his debut over there on MHB. When he first did that, I ain't gonna lie. D, according to D, because I remember, I'm gonna tell you how I remember. D said he was shooting back. Do you remember that part?
Right. Yes, I do. But we're gonna put a pin in it and get back to it.
All right,
What's
good.
more important is him and his brother witness statements that came out in the paperwork. They're on the witness list. Me and Q, we are, I think not our last live, but I think the live before that, we went through the witness list and the witness statements and aligned the two brothers that was in the car. They still have to testify. You still have the tow truck driver that took the picture, Juan Cruz.
Right.
So Rain is not necessarily needed for this trial. He may be needed for Yellow Beezy, because you got to remember, Toby Shook is the one, the defense, Yellow Beezy defense is the one that's asking for all of him and Barnes's communication over the past 6 years. So he wouldn't necessarily be used here. He's not really needed. He's going to be needed for Yellow. He's not going to be needed
I'm
for this
following you.
right here.
I actually can grab on to what you're saying, because you making sense. I ain't gonna lie. You are. I'm just thinking. The only reason we salute, we got Sin in the building, y'all. Don't
Hey, Sin.
Sin, you off work yet? Man, Sin, it's been Sin. I can't wait till you let me know if you go on and you want to come. Just let me know. But what I'm about to say, I think the way the timeline going, I feel like I only said that because he made mention to the phone.
He's an ear witness.
Hold on, no. I'm talking about
Right.
No, but the DA office. I don't know. I wish I knew the attorney name. Hopefully by tomorrow.
Tommy Adams.
Okay, so Adams. So Adams asks Graham.
About the phone. Ask
and Graham
was
said that
his
ain't
phone.
okay. That's the only reason why I feel like that brings Rain into it, because okay, we getting on the phone. What about the phone? But let's go.
Okay, so the phone will still be in their possession, because that's considered evidence that was found on the highway. Rain will be considered in this aspect of this particular moment as an ear witness, because he can only account and testify to what he heard or say he heard. But he will be more effective in Yella's trial, because they specifically asked for the communications between him and Barnes.
And that's
you get
where
what
you
I'm
start.
saying?
No, and that's why I said when you did it like that like, okay, I can grab on to that. Now that made sense. I'm not gonna lie, that made sense. Instead of using him for a little itty bitty part,
Right.
let's use him for the to make it stick. Like,
To
because
make it stick.
But see, here's the thing: she has a distaste for Rain because she put Rain next to Trap and Yellow. You put him on the op list. What made her do that? What made her make it seem like Rain is on the op list? And then she almost thought she was smart, tried to get Miss Nicole to co-sign it, but Miss Nicole wasn't going.
Right. But see, you know why I think that the prosecution is doing such a marvelous job, because it was a good thing to lead with Mama 3. Because see, you want to make him a human being. You want to start it off with showing him as a human being. You want to show him as a son. You want to show him as a father. You want to show him as a brother. You want to show him as a cousin. You want to get that intimate knowledge of him behind the scenes. Who was he at home? Who, you feel what I'm saying? Who was he at home? What kind of person was he at home? What kind of father was he at home? And then not put her in the middle, because that kind of makes it shaky. It shows him as a human being. It shows him as a man, as a son, as a father, as a brother, versus showing him as an artist first and a human being second.
Right. And that makes sense. That actually do make sense. So you thinking, according to Ms. Geechee, y'all, she say, if we gonna stick with the timeline, we should be hearing from the tow truck driver or get it into the truck. So D, actually salute to D if you gonna stand on business, man. I thought D was gonna keep it in the streets, but if D pop out on this trial, I will be shocked. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, the only reason why I say that is because if we go back to the witness statements, it was two brothers in a car.
I never heard of this. I never seen this in the statement.
Yeah, okay. So according to the witness statement, and Sin can account to this, it was two brothers that was in a car together. And that's why it kind of gets hanky when it comes to D, because D said he left and he came back, but the brother stayed in the car. So I would see them two being called to the witness stand, because if you look at it, they're calling everyone that was on the highway. If you look at the witness statements from everybody on the highway, they're kind of like going into like a strategic order. They started with the lady that pulled on the side of the Camaro, asked for help. Then it went to the lady that was behind. Okay, so if you go back to her description, she was the third car in a row. It was the truck, it was Randall Graham, and then she was behind Randall Graham. That's how she was able to capture the pictures that she captured. So it went from the lady that pulled up on the Camaro, asked if they need help. Then it went to her, who took the pictures. Then it went to Randall Graham, because he was essentially hit at the same time 3 was hit, and he rendered aid. So who you gonna think follows behind that? Either it's gonna be the two brothers, or it's gonna be the tow truck driver that took the picture.
Oh, you know what? Or the truck driver.
Or the truck driver, the Kroger's truck driver.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So I think that they're and see, they whooping the hell out of Bree West and her co-counsel. They just need to be quiet. If
that Bree West, chat, let me know. Is that Bree West? Or I feel like they're not even letting Bree talk. I feel like that's the co-counsel.
It is the co-counsel.
Yeah,
the
they're not
skinny
even letting
lady.
Bree. Yeah, they knew better than put Bree up there.
Well, they know better to put either one of them up there, because she's not doing a better job than her.
Let me read this comment. Flip Mode said, they're just trying to place him at the scene and what he had on description, etc. But you never know what the cameras got afterwards. The traffic cameras, etc. The identification.
Right. Flip Mode, you are so. But see, I think that's what's gonna be. Okay, so let's remap it. Let's say they end on the videos from the highway, because you got to remember the construction company that had their equipment on the side of the road had another company surveilling their equipment to make sure that it wasn't stolen or tampered with. Those angles of those videos was already sent to the prosecution. So when will they introduce that? Will they introduce it in the middle, or will they bring it towards the end?
They already, to me, the way they fighting it is unorthodox. I thought they was gonna go with a different type of fight game, but the way they rolling it out, I'm just gonna watch. You know what I'm saying? It is our job, Ms. Get you to commentate. So you ain't doing nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? We right now we keeping it going till they come back. But I think whoever they got next, usually whenever they take a break like this, they about to come with
Yeah, they finna come with a 1-2 punch.
Yes, the next person gonna be up there for a while, and I think we just gonna have to wait and see. Let me see. It is I'm on the East Coast, so I think it's 3:30, and yeah, so we still got at least a couple more hours, y'all. A couple more hours. Let me see if I can go. You still got the trial on your TV, right? Because I do need to know when it's gonna come back on. I just want to hear something real quick.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long 2 days to start. The 14 of y'all are the ones that could hear the facts and evidence that are going to come from that witness stand. And for that, we are thankful. You've heard a lot about the law. And I'm going to try and give you a roadmap now of what I believe the evidence and the witness testimony is going to show you over the next 2 weeks. And it boils down to one simple thing.
Device not connected. I'm waiting for you to fully connect.
And that hitman.
Oh, hold on. I got somebody backstage. Damn, Q, my fault, bro. Hold on.
This case took place right around noon on November 11th.
Well, I was looking like how my device ain't connected, and I'm looking at it.
Nah, my fault. How long you been here?
I just popped in. about 2
No,
seconds.
no. Miss Geechee. Okay, now I was talking to her, but yeah, all right, she back. All right, we in.
Oh
here.
yeah, her thing be fucking up.
Okay, I think when you played the video, it knocked me out because I'm on the iPhone. When I was on my Android, we was good.
Oh, okay.
I want to clip her asking the medical examiner, do he know who killed him? Like, that was the most asinine, backwards question you could have asked of a seasoned medical examiner.
Right.
I don't know where they got their bar license.
She was just
I
trying
don't
to
know
catch
who
him
took
up.
they like who took the bar exam for them, but they need to be revoked. They just as worse as old boy that was Howard for Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, but she was just trying to any attempt to make him say just like she played with the she know what Mike talk about Mike. Go ahead.
Let's break it down, y'all. If y'all ain't listening, y'all ain't listening. It's always something with the DA. Listen, when the DA showing these people these videos of their testimonies or they witness statements before the case, you don't supposed to do that. You don't supposed to show no witness their testimony or their statements before they got videos of these people and they running it back to them.
Hey, bro. Hey, Q.
What's up, sir? They trying to get their statements to be accurate while they sit on that bench.
Well,
You know
it's
what I'm
nothing
saying?
wrong.
I think
Go
that's
ahead, bro.
normal. I think that's
No,
protocol.
you cannot do that. You cannot have a witness listen to what he done told you before. He's supposed to already know that.
Yeah, he does.
Well, no, the lawyer, your lawyer can have that train. You know, you right. You don't supposed to, but I think it happens all the time. I'm just gonna say that.
It shouldn't.
Okay, so are they showing them their original witness statement just to help them recollect what they said because it's been so many years?
Graham just said he listened to his in 2024 and then 2 weeks ago.
Because it's been 6 years, bro. I mean, they want to make sure that he sticks with what he said.
You can't do that in a case. It's a case going on. Okay. Let me show you like this. And then he just said the man had on a bulletproof vest and a green shirt.
What?
A brownish
I
green.
missed
A brownish
that. Hold
green.
up. He said a bulletproof vest.
He did say.
That's what Graham just said.
He did say it was a brownish green shirt, and he did have on a vest. Okay, but this is part of the prep. With the prosecution, they're going to call in every witness that they call to prep them to go over their statement, to help them, stay aligned with what their original witness statement was. So really, that's not wrong because they prepped Mama Nicole. Like he said, we spent a lot of time together. You know what I'm saying? We talked. She gave pictures. You know what I'm saying? So they went over her testimony and the questions that they were going to ask her. The same with the lady that was in the BMW. The same with the white lady that took the pictures.
Hold up, Paul. We got breaking news, man. I know y'all. I want to put on the screen real quick.
What?
I know. Hold on. Can I get it up there quick enough?
You might mess up Miss Geechee's thing.
No. It's just a comment.
No, I can hear y'all, but I'm looking at the TV. Oh, she coming back. The judge is coming back.
But hold up, but look, they got read this though on the Jossie
breaking
to testify.
News. Jossie Banks next to testify. Damn it. Okay, let's go.
All right, I'm about to hop down so I can finish getting back to the court case. But yeah, this shit crazy. Sus, we gonna be on this shit, sus. 100.
All right, yeah. We locked in for Friday, right?
Yeah, we on Friday. We gonna run everything back. But hey bro, drop me down so I won't mess up sus thing.
All right, I got you.
All right, 100.
Yep, appreciate you.
All right, Goon. We own it. We own it.
Man. And see, I already know flip mode. She's scanning the YouTube.
I'm going on mute.
So I was thinking about that, seeing where because don't forget this said the hello. Why I can't hear that? They must ain't turn the sound on. Let me check something real quick. Oh yeah, they ain't turn the sound on. All right, so let me just make sure we all the way. All right, cool. Man, listen, y'all. All right, make sure that's all the way up. Woo! So they got ground. This will be witness. Ground was 6, so this will be witness number 7. And we got action, y'all. I'm on mute. Here we go. All right, I'm checking.
Just on this next one, is we want to have
That ain't me, y'all. That's them. Hold up. Who is these people, man? Who is these people? Y'all see this shit? Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of moving around in there.
Oh, yeah. I see scrambling and gambling. A lot of wigs. There's a lot of wigs in the building, y'all. Let's be honest. Oh, man. Man.
So, Goon, why you think that they brought Jossie so soon?
I don't know. Man, I just can't
Are
believe.
they
I
gonna
don't
play the
know.
video from her neighbor?
It's interesting to first off, we don't know for sure, but my sources got down. People coming, you know what? Yeah. Whatever's happening, people still coming in and getting seated. So wow, hold up, why we ain't got no sound? Look at Keywan smiling. There you go. I bet. They keep going on and on. Yeah, whatever going on right now. Yeah, something going on.
Both sides ready to proceed.
The state's ready, Your Honor.
Okay.
The defense is ready to proceed, yes. I'm gonna be asking for a hearing outside the presence of the jury.
For what reason?
For the next witness, because I believe that they're going to be testifying about evidence that was collected at a location that's not attached to my client. And so I wanna flesh that out before.
Oh, the neighbor.
Relevant objections and the court agrees that we don't run the that ultimately the court has determined is not relevant to this.
Yeah, they scrambling.
Now she want to get up and say something.
Your Honor, this is a house that is searched as part of the investigation. As you're aware, there's multiple co-defendants. This is one of the houses that was searched as part of this investigation. So I can't call every witness at the same time. I'm putting this person on now because there's so many witnesses. he searched his house pursuant to a search warrant in regards to the investigation of the death of Melvin Noble. Therefore, it is relevant to this jury because it was part of the search in this case.
And may I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
So the location that this, law enforcement person, excuse me, I don't want to call you wrong thing. Search is, an address that's located on a street called Britain. My client.
This is what Bodega testified to, Goon.
The state has to establish beyond a reasonable doubt as it relates to
What?
the charges against my client. Anything that was seized or found or confiscated or investigated at that location are not things that are tied to my client. So it's not, he's not there, his phones are not there, his clothing is not there, mail is not there. There's nothing associated with my client. And so from our perspective, the state has an obligation to meet the elements of the charges against Keywan White. And the evidence that they need to produce or present has to tend to support those elements. And these are pieces of evidence or facts that don't tend to support that don't tend to go to the elements that they have to meet beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we gotta listen real
I
close.
mean, if there's nothing connecting this defendant to the evidence produced by this individual, then why are we calling him?
There are phones that come from the house. There are firearms that are also tested in this case to eliminate, because there's two houses that are known houses to be associated with this house specifically is a house that is tied to the co-defendant, Devin Brown, who was first arrested in November of 2020. That is the first house. There are multiple phones and other items, including DVR and firearms that are taken from that house that are part of this investigation that include evidence that were used for testing, cell phone extractions that have messages and communications amongst the parties.
That are tying to this case?
Correct.
Okay, and that are relevant to the state's
Correct. Yes, sir.
case
Correct.
in this case.
Correct. In
Is that
fact,
right? Okay.
yes.
And I don't want to.
Okay, listen, I don't know what the facts are going to show from this witness, and I'm not about to put him on twice. So it looks like you're going to have to make trial objections, okay?
Okay, and Judge, if I
Your
can.
objection is noted.
What?
Okay, and if I can just make the record clear that the court is denying the defense's ability to voir dire this witness outside of the presence of the jury, so that in the event that the court hears things.
Look at
that are
Keywan's
not
face.
relevant
He don't know what's
or
going on.
clearly prejudicial to my client, that we cannot outside of the presence of the jury, that the jury would hear it, and I would just have to object and potentially have them use what they hear that the court determines they shouldn't have heard against my client as they're delivering.
Well, you just said a mouthful, but what the court is saying is that should the state ask a question, an answer to which would be irrelevant or hearsay, or tend to bring up issues not associated with this defendant and therefore would be prejudicial instead of relevant, you make your trial objection. And if you need to examine this witness outside the presence at that time because of issues that the state feels would be important regarding whatever your objection is, then I would ask yours to go back to the jury. Otherwise, we're going to proceed with this witness and you will make your trial objection.
Okay, and I'm just trying to be proactive because none of the
I
firearms.
understand, but I overruled your objection. Let's line up the jury. Smith?
Don't cry, Keywan. But wait, shut up, nigga. Nah, fool.
Make your objection.
Look at him, y'all. He hurt. Sit down. Ain't nobody tell you to stand up, fool. Get on there, Miss Geechee. What's happening right now? Do he look confused? Bamboozled?
And that's a warning to the state as well. Don't waste the court's time or the jury's time.
Don't waste the
trying
time.
to elicit from this witness evidence that would not be relevant to this trial.
That's a warning. Keywan don't like this. Written all over your face. Country, you still in the building? Country.
All right.
Ooh, I'm on mute.
Y'all may be seated. We're back on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present and the state is present. The jurors are present and seated. The state ready to proceed with their next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
The state calls Detective Bizon.
Detective, would you raise your hand for me? You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. It's Detective Bizon, correct?
Yes.
Detective, how are you currently employed?
Just spell your name for me.
B as in boy, AZAN.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a detective with the Dallas Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the Dallas Police Department?
29 years.
And as a detective, specifically, what division are you in with the Dallas Police Department?
I am currently assigned to the personnel unit. I do background investigations on all the applicants who are wanting to become police officers now. Prior to that, I was a crime scene detective for 14 years.
Can you just briefly tell the jury a little bit about your training and experience, specifically as it relates to processing crime scenes?
Well, I went through our 2-week-long crime scene school within the department. I learned how to fingerprint. I learned how to process trace evidence. I learned how to preserve trace evidence. I've also been to 2 photography schools at the FBI Academy. I've been to a Nikon photography school. I've been to a shooting reconstruction school, a post-blast investigation school through the FBI and through the ATF. And I think that's the gist of it.
Okay. Your Honor, approach.
You may.
Now, Detective, you're aware of a murder that took place in November 11th of 2020, correct?
Yes.
You did not, in fact, actually work the physical crime scene there on the highway, correct?
No, sir, I
didn't. Now, did you help investigators in subsequent and follow-up searches that were done as part of that investigation into individuals or houses or places associated with that offense?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 511. Do you recognize 511?
Yes, I did.
And what is 511?
This is a copy of the search warrant that was presented to me when I processed the house on 33rd and Brighton Street.
3030 Britain?
Yes, or Brighton Street.
Oh, they bringing in the GRC, y'all. I know what's going on now. It's Devin Brown.
State's Exhibits.
This the Trap House, y'all. Let's go.
512 through 588, please.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to this witness's testimony as it relates to a location at a street called Britain.
Why?
As it is not relevant to anything related to the charges pending against Keywan White.
What's the state's response?
Your Honor, this is the location that is associated with one of the co-defendants.
Devin.
It was searched pursuant to an investigation of these individuals.
DVRs,
Detective
cell phones.
These individuals meaning the defendant and the co-defendant?
There is conversation. There will be testimony about this specific house going through other witnesses. as including the lead detective on this case, and other civilian witnesses who are going to testify about this location.
Ooh.
I'd like for a running objection. I'd ask the court for a running objection, anything that this witness testifies to, as it relates to, anything found or seized or whatever at the location at Britain does not have anything to do with my client, that is highly prejudicial, as it relates to.
Oh, they don't want him.
Character evidence and all kinds of things.
Oh yeah,
We're
he
gonna
got
ask for a
something to
running
say.
objection.
That's overruled.
Overruled. Let's go.
Thank you.
They mad.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit number 512 just being a Google map photo of that location?
Yes, correct.
And then 513 through, sorry, I said the number wrong. It's 513 through 611. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Now, State, you mentioned State's Exhibit 512 to 588. Are you going beyond that to 611?
Yes, Your Honor, I was wrong. I had 588 out of order. It's actually 512 is an aerial map from Google Maps, and then 513 through 611 are all the photos, correct?
Yes.
Man, that's a thick.
State would offer State's Exhibit 511 for record purposes.
Like a damn phone book in his hand, y'all. Y'all see this pictures?
511 for record, 512 through 611 for all purposes.
Say something for the Rico. Say something for the. Man, that's all I'm hearing right now. Whatever going on, whatever this dude about to bring to the light, the defense do not want him to talk. They saying it ain't relevant, but I think it's something in there that's really, really disturbing, y'all. I think the DA office about to hit them upside their head with something they ain't seen coming. See, they knew about this witness. They just ain't know everything about what this witness was gonna say, and that's what's scaring them. And that thick book. Let's be honest.
May I take the witness on board, Iron? May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Hi, sir. I think that you had looked through all of these pictures, is that right?
Yes.
And you had indicated that these are the photographs that you took,
Yes.
and there's a huge number of them, is that right?
Yes.
And they depict the inside and a little bit of the outside of an address that's located on Britain Street. Okay. And you had photographed some of the items that were inside of and a little bit outside of that address. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And did you seize anything?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And in investigating or in being able to go inside of this address, were you authorized by a court or a judge to be able to go into this address?
Yes, ma'am. We had a search warrant.
Okay. And that search warrant was it associated with somebody named Kewan White?
I don't remember who it was associated with. I just know that we had a search warrant. I looked at it, matched the address, and that was good to go.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not there was a name listed in the search warrant?
No, ma'am, I don't.
If I showed it to you, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I reapproach? I'm going to show you a document that's listed as State's Exhibit 511. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you flip through it, is there a name listed with like a date of birth and a race and a gender about who the search warrant is about?
There's only a name on here for Devin Maurice Brown.
Okay, is that the same as Keywan White? That's a silly question, but is Devin Brown the same name as Keywan White?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and then if you look through this search warrant, can you identify for me where it talks about information related to the allegation of murder occurring on November 11th, 2020? If you do take your time, you just look through there and you see whether or not it has anything about that.
Don't take your time, since they trying to say this ain't got nothing to do with Keywan. See, that's the smoking gun. They want to see. They already done. I learned today that you can sever the trial. They done severed the trials, and now they trying to know Keywan is still a part. I mean, Devin is still a part of this, man. And I feel like whatever they got him looking for right now, they about to point it out. And let's be honest, the defense mad. Bree, you know, oh, they big mad. You seen Keywan's face? He stood a little like he wanted to grab hold of something. Bree, you know, oh, they big mad. You seen Keywan's face? He stood a little like he wanted to grab hold of something. Bree, you know. You got back up. You got back up, Pete. I don't know
Oh
what-
yeah, and then yeah.
You got two devices going?
Okay,
What
hold
y'all
on.
Yeah.
You know, and for her to say that they need the voir dire, the
I don't think I saw what
detective
you're.
was
what you're
just
referring
crazy
to.
work.
Okay,
He didn't need to be. He's not
as
a
far as you're
juror.
aware, included in the search
He's
warrant,
a
it
detective.
authorized you to go into the house in Britain. You're not seeing anything.
That's
that is
crazy work.
referencing an allegation of murder that occurred on November 11th, 2020.
I don't think so. I don't believe so.
And then
Can you hear me,
in
Goon?
the items that
Yeah, I hear you.
photographed
I'm listening.
seized, do you recall? You tell me if you want to come. If you want me to bring your pictures back to you. Do you recall any information, physical piece of evidence, writing, letter, document, anything that referenced, identified, or talked about somebody named Keywan White?
No, I don't believe so.
Was there anything that you recovered from this house at the address on Britain that you have learned specifically is belongs to, owned by, operated by, controlled by, anything Keywan White?
Not that I've been told.
And then, we took this out. Can I reapproach the witness, please?
Yes.
If,
Your Honor, is this, the witness on board or is this cross-examination? Because I'm gonna object. Yes, I'm gonna object that this is outside the scope of a board ire on this witness.
The objection's sustained.
okay. Can you tell me, when that document was signed?
It was signed on at 8:59 a.m. on November 19th, 2020.
November 9th, can you say it a little louder? I'm
Oh.
sorry,
November 19th at 8:59 a.m. November or 2020.
2020, okay. So after November 11th.
Yes.
Okay, so it's your so you don't have any information about Keywan White, is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'm gonna renew my objection again that this is outside of the board hiring this witness on his knowledge. I mean, she's gone, these are asked and answered, and this is cross-examination territory.
Sustained.
I'm going to be objecting to, based on the board ire of this witness, that the search warrant that authorized him to go into to the location located at Britain, none of that talks about a murder allegation occurring on November 11th, 2020. The search warrant was dated November 19th, 2020, after the allegation of murder, and it still doesn't make any reference to the murder. He's already testified that any of the evidence that he sees or photographs that he took don't have anything to do with the Keywan White. He identified somebody named Devin Brown, and therefore I'm going to object to the
Somebody
relevance,
named Devin Brown.
of any,
Oh my God.
any documents or pictures or seized items. I'm going to further object to the prejudicial impact.
Like what?
and
Pictures of the
that he
weapon?
would testify
Come
to
on,
has
man. We know where
zero
y'all going.
connection to
It ain't gonna
my
work.
client or the allegation that's pending against my client.
Thank you. state's response?
Can I just ask him one question real quick?
Yes.
Or can I ask him a couple since that's on I'm showing you. Do you
Left him no
recognize,
choice. Let's
what's
go.
in front of you?
Yes, sir, I do.
What's in front of you?
These are the Dallas Police Department crime scene field notes.
Okay.
Your next breakdown could cost
What, just in regards to this, are these your field notes?
Yes, sir, they are.
Now, you were not the lead investigator, you were not a homicide investigator, you were only a crime scene investigator in this case, correct?
That is correct.
Can you tell me what the purpose of you being called out for the offense in this case on your field notes was for?
Across the house to retrieve evidence that was used in an offense.
Is it possible to investigate a murder before a murder happens?
No.
So if you were doing a follow-up investigation on a murder, it would have had to have happened after November 11th, correct? Or the day of?
That is correct.
Couldn't happen on November 10th.
No.
Happen after November. This case number here at the top, 201-916-2020. What is that number associated with?
That would be the number that's associated to the murder that happened on November 11th, I believe it was.
Okay.
Which has
But
to do
your
with your
only motive
client.
was to search this house?
Yes.
And under offense, what did you, what was the reason or the offense that you put?
I actually put F/U, which is short notes for follow-up.
And what's the next word that you
And
have on
then
there?
it's dash murder.
So this was a follow-up for the murder, but the legal mechanism, you weren't the person who got the search warrant from a judge, right?
No, that was not me.
But a judge signed off on allowing y'all to search.
Correct.
And you processed it for a follow-up to a murder.
That is correct.
And the case was for the,
I'm gonna just object that he's reading from a document that's not entered into evidence.
Wow. Well, let's enter it into evidence. Let's enter it
To
then.
pretty much
Damn,
process the
y'all.
house and recover any possible evidence that might have been or could have been used in that murder.
and are you in the best position to talk about how this connects this defendant to that house, or are you only testifying to processing this house?
I'm only testifying to
Process.
what I did at the listed location.
Talk about them guns you found.
And again, under offense, you had it for
follow-up for me.
And the case, what was the case that you assigned this to? Did you, that this case notes fall under?
Go ahead, Ms. Geechee. I know you want to say something. Go ahead and say it.
Attached to that murder.
So it's part of that murder investigation?
Correct.
All right, the defendant's objection is overruled. They may proceed.
Ours case 512 through 611 admitted.
Admitted for all purposes. States 511 is admitted for rest of the
Thank you, Your Honor. There's quite a bit of photos here. I'm going to try and move through them quite quickly because I know we're getting towards the end of the day and I'm sure the jury is tired of us. States 512 aerial photos.
Correct.
513. What do we see here?
That's just a placard stating the date and time that the scene was processed, and it has a case number, and the photographs were taken by me, which is my initial, my last name, and my badge number.
So if other people process other scenes associated to this murder, including the murder scene itself, would that case number be on the placards as well?
Yes, sir.
Or should be at least,
It
right?
should be.
This is the house in 514.
Yes, sir. That's just an aerial frontal shot of the house.
And when you process a house, just briefly, I think you're the first crime scene person, so I don't want to rush you too much, but when you process a house, is there a certain protocol or standard that you do in processing a house as far as photographing, documenting, collecting, preserving evidence?
Well, usually the way I used to do it was I would always photograph the house first just to show, just to show where I was at. And then the next shot should probably be either a close-up of the numerical address that should be on the post. And then from there, I work my way into the house as I'm taking pictures. And I usually start to the left for some reason. So I would take a picture of the first room, do a complete 360 of the room, and then go to the next room, and then try to have the pictures lead to the next room. So
if you were to lay down all the pictures, it should be a complete 360.
Try to
of
fix
the
your
room.
picture if you can. And
as
this about to
far
get
as,
good, y'all. Don't forget, this is what they did not want to come in.
Sorry, Connor, one second. Is it fair to say you took a lot of photos?
Yeah, I've always been known to be photo heavy. So
Even though there's 100 photos here, that is just a small portion of how many you actually took.
yes. Well, you can never take too many photographs. And sometimes you just have to follow the scene. You know, sometimes the scene is complex. There's a lot of stuff to photograph. There's a lot of evidence that you have to take pictures of. So you have to work the scene. And if the scene requires a lot of photographs, and then you take a lot of photographs.
And then also, you kind of, if you're collecting a piece of evidence or find a piece of evidence, you kind of do a far out.
Yes, sir. So what we do is we take overalls and then we take mid ranges and close ups. So if I was gonna see that red button, for example, I would take an overall picture, kind of standing where you're at, taking a picture, and then I'll take a mid range shot, and then I'll take a close up shot to show you the progression of the seizure, as opposed to just a red button in the middle of a wall where you have no idea where it's at. And then I would proceed with the same series of shots with the evidence marker next to it.
And then even then, when you take it to the property room at Bailiff Street, photos there as well, right?
Yes, I also photographed it there. If it needs to be photographed. Most of the time, like a weapon, like a knife or a gun or a screwdriver or fire project casing, there's more photographs to take on top of that.
It's okay to admit, you like taking photographs.
I kind of did.
All right, thanks, Detective. All right, and I'm going to move through some of these again fairly quickly. Jumping into 516, we're moving into the house. And again, each room you go in and kind of take photos.
Correct.
Clockwise, is that how you do it?
I would try to do it clockwise, but a lot of times you have to be able to adjust to the scene.
Sure. Again, just moving through the house, 518. The first room we see 519 entering into the room, 520. Kind of again moving through the room, 521. Is this you 22 just documenting everything as you walk into the room and take photos?
Yes, usually I would take them from one corner and then stand on the opposite end and finish the 360 through the other side.
523, 524, again, all photos are just moving through the room.
Correct.
525. Then you get a different angle, 526. And what do we see up there on the TV in 526?
Looks like the security footage.
527, would this be the closet?
Yes.
And then back out in the hallway, 528. 529, what do we have here in the hallway closet?
That would be the little hall closet where the water heater is, I believe it's water heater or AC is located, and it's a DVR that's all hooked up.
And was that one of the things you seized from that location?
Yes, that's correct.
I approach your honor.
You may.
Detective, I'm showing it's been previously marked as States Exhibit 708. You recognize States Exhibit 708?
Yes, I do.
What is States Exhibit 708?
It is a DVR player that's depicted in that photograph.
Swan DVR?
Yes.
And this is what you collected?
Yeah.
State would offer States Exhibit 708 for all purposes.
I'll object to the relevance for all of the reasons I've just named, but also relevance of the physical box.
Thank you. Your objections of the rule, take exhibit 708 is admitted for all purposes.
Thank you. States Exhibit 530. Now we're moving on from that closet into what appears to be a living room.
Correct.
531, 532 is now looking into what appears to be a kitchen.
Yes, taken from the living room.
533, another angle of that, just different perspective, and then you can see, what do we see in the background?
The background will be that little hall closet with the DVR in it.
And then to the left of that, in between that closet and the TV, what do we say?
That would be like another hallway leading to more bedrooms.
534, just another angle. 535. Is that what we saw back here in 533, all the way in the middle of the photo, towards the back?
Yes.
So that's that bedroom back there in 535.
Yes.
Again, you're taking a walk around the room, 537, 538. Do you try to document every, like all these things that you're seeing on the ground taking photos of? Do you try and document them to the best that you can in all of the photographs that you take?
Yes, and we do that for just we take all the photographs like this to show the scene prior to us manipulating it. And when I say manipulate, I mean by you're starting to recover evidence, starting to search. So we try to show the scene the way it was before we altered. Before we altered it.
539, the closet. 540, 541, 542. What type of bags are those?
Looks like Gucci bags.
543. What do we have here?
That would be a receipt from Manhattan Jewelers in Arlington, Texas.
And name appears to be for Chicago.
Yes.
Does that jewelry store mean anything to you? And does the name Chicago mean anything to you?
No, not at all.
But again, you documented that, correct?
Correct.
Moving back out into the living room, 544. See a small bathroom, it looks like, in the background?
Correct.
Documented some more. 546, table. 547, 548, 549. What do we see in 549 that you were photographing?
That is a cell phone on the floor, kind of underneath the couch.
And you put it, and so you photograph like that, and then you put a placard next to it in 550,
Yes,
and then zoomed out with the placard.
correct.
States Exhibit 552. What do we have here?
That is a pistol on the floor in between what I labeled as a couch and the sofa.
States Exhibit 553. Is that just a close up of it?
Yes, sir.
553.
That's an overall shot of it.
555. What do we have here?
That was an AR-15 style rifle that was located underneath the sofa cushions.
And then is that it with placard number 3 and States Exhibit 5?
Yep.
6.
Yes, sir.
Governor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
Now, these guns have been declared clear by the bailiffs as well as Detective Barnes.
I was assured of that fact.
Thank you. Detective, I'm showing you what's been marked as. Sorry. Start with this one. 841. States Exhibit 841. What type of firearm is that?
This is an AR-15, just like a Smith & Wesson model MP-15.
Governor, may I have 1 moment, please?
Yes.
And are you able to identify that as being the firearm that you collected from that scene?
Yes, it is.
How can you identify it as such?
Every time I seize the firearm, I would always mark it in the same spot with a marker or a metal scribe. And both of these firearms have my markings in the magazine well of the pistol and the AR-15.
And then in States Exhibit 1136, do you recognize that?
Correct, I do.
And what is States 1136?
This would be I believe it was a Glock 19 pistol.
Both 841 and 1136 are firearms?
Yes, they are.
And you photograph these as well when you process them at the property room, is that fair?
Well, it's actually our processing area. We have a little lab in the back of headquarters, and that's where we process our evidence. So.
And you would have photographed the serial numbers on those as well, and you verified those before coming in here?
Yes,
as well as your markings?
Yes, just because it's better lighting than a house. So I just took my pictures.
I get it. Now, you are a licensed peace officer, correct?
Correct.
Are all crime scene personnel, are they all licensed peace officers in the state of Texas?
No, we have both sworn licensed peace officers and civilian investigators as well.
But being a licensed peace officer, that means you have T-pole training, you can carry a firearm.
Correct, I can.
Is a firearm a deadly weapon?
Yes, it is.
Capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
Yes, it can.
This time, Your Honor, state would offer States Exhibit 1136 and 841 for all purposes.
May I take the witness on board iron? Detective, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Those two items that the state just showed to you, you said that you recovered those from the Britton House.
Correct.
And you had testified previously that there's not an association of a Kiwan White to that address, is that correct?
I believe so, correct.
And in your collection or your knowledge of those two firearms, do either one of those firearms have anything to do with the allegation on November 11th, 2020?
I didn't have no idea at the time. Like I said, I just processed the house based on the information I was
Are
given
you
to me.
aware now?
I'm aware that they were that they could have been used in the scene, but I was never told. I never got the ballistic
Let me
report.
stop you right there. Did you just say that you were told that these were used at the scene? Is that what you just said?
Yes, I did.
Is that what you meant to say?
I was told that they were believed that they were used at the scene.
Do you know now that they were not?
I have
You're
no
aware of
idea.
that?
No, ma'am, I didn't know.
As far as you know, there's no association with those firearms and Mr. White, is that right?
I have no idea. I was never told that I was never given the ballistic report, or I never reviewed the ballistic report to show that they were used anywhere.
Okay, so you don't know, you can't even make a comment about whether they're relevant.
I wouldn't say that because I seized them, and if they weren't important at the time, I wouldn't have seized them.
Okay, but you seized them for a warrant related to guns and drugs, not for a warrant related to investigating a murder, right?
I'm going to object again. This is outside the scope of a board hire of a witness.
I'm going to object to the relevance of the two firearms that were seized at the Britton House. And I'm going to further object to the admission of those firearms as being more prejudicial than probative. And they don't tend to show anything that the state would need to prove as it relates to the allegation from November 11th, 2020.
Thank you. Does the state have a further response?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to mark staple to mark the State's Exhibit number 1137, which is Detective Bazan's field notes, which state the case number as well as the offense as a follow-up to a murder. And again, there's going to be additional witnesses that are going to come forward and testify before this jury as to the relevance. All he did was process this house.
All right, defendant's objection is overruled. States Exhibit 841, 1136. And have you shown States 1137 to the defense?
I'm tendering it to defense now and offering it for all purposes based off of false impression that's being left in front of this jury as to the reason Detective Bazan was searching. Regardless of the legal mechanism that allowed them to get into the house, Detective Bazan has testify his purpose of being there. And if they want to question the witnesses who did the search warrant, they can do that. But I'm offering that for all purposes based off a false impression that's leaving me in front of the jury.
And we object, this document contains a whole bunch of other stuff. It contains all kinds of hearsay. And there is no false impression with the jury because he was there pursuant to the search warrant that's already entered into evidence.
Okay, does the defense want to redact that document?
Sure, absolutely. When
Y'all
would you
can,
like to do that?
y'all can get together and see what you want to redact on that document.
Sure.
States 1137, otherwise states 841 and 1136 are admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, to make it even easier, or just for purposes of this, and if the court would like to review my approach,
Yes.
I am more than happy to redact and take the second page off, and I will supplement this at a later time, and I will take everything off underneath the word complainant, and I would offer only that portion as to the reason Detective Bazan was there. And I'll supplement it later. I'll do it.
I mean, my objection is going to still stand. I'm objecting to the document, period. For any reason, in any way.
Okay, so
it's
you're not
hearsay.
asking, I thought you said you were requesting a redaction.
I want, if it's gonna be entered, I want to redact it. I can't
Okay, so
make that
that's what he's redacting.
I can't tell the court whether or not I'm okay with that or not. I need to be able to review it. I need time to be able to see whether or not I want to get a counter to what he's offering. I don't know.
Would you hand her that document to review it?
Removal of the second page.
That's it?
Okay. All right, State Exhibit 1137 is admitted as redacted.
Okay, for all purposes,
For all purposes, without the page 2.
permission to publish to the jury. And where it says F/U murder, that's the third line, correct? Detective?
Yes, I'm sorry. That's correct.
All right, Detective. There were a number of other items that you seized from this house as well, right?
Correct.
And these are all documented within the photos that you took as well, correct?
That is correct.
So if the jury wants to go back and go through all these photos, they can go through all the photos and see exactly where you collected all these from?
That is correct.
All right. Governor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. James Martin, State's Exhibit 713. 715. 717. 719. Do you rec?
18 or 19?
13, 713, 715, 717, 719. Odds only. Do you recognize 713, 715, 717, and 719?
Yes, I do.
And what are those exhibits?
These would be cell phones that I recovered from the living room.
Did you do, other than collecting them at this location, did you do any of the extraction, cell phone extraction, and or review of the contents from any extractions that may or may not have been done?
No, I did not.
Do you have any idea whether there's anything relevant to the murder investigation contained within these phones?
No, sir, I don't. I have no idea.
But these are seized as pursuant to that search warrant and the investigation that was ongoing with homicide, correct?
Correct.
Is the homicide unit different than the physical evidence section?
Completely.
When you process a scene or when PES processes a scene, you may do it at the request of homicide. Is that fair?
Correct.
But how you process, or PES in general processes, is based off the protocols and procedures with PES. Is that fair?
That is fair. Your glasses, sir.
And all procedures to the 713, 715, 717, 719.
These are not separate exhibits. You're not seeing this.
It all goes together.
Can I take a witness on board, Iyer?
Yes, you may.
Sir, these phones were seized pursuant to a warrant involving the investigation based on your warrant, investigation of narcotics sales, correct?
I don't know if it's narcotic sales. I just know it was a warrant to process the house.
But the affidavit, you have to get an affidavit to get a search warrant, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the affidavit has to explain why you should get the authority to go in and seize anything, right?
That would be the case detective that does all the legwork.
Okay,
In-
you read the affidavit that was attached to the search warrant, right?
Well, I read it right now.
That's what I mean. Okay, and in that affidavit, it was about narcotics and guns, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so these cell phones were seized during the investigation when you were there with the authority to search for narcotics and guns, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Any of these have anything to do with the Kiwan White?
No idea.
Do they have anything to do with the people or person that was at Britain?
I have no idea, ma'am.
Do you even know who was at Britain?
No, I just processed the scene.
Okay, so you can't testify whether or not this has any relevance to anything that occurred on November 11th?
No, I don't.
Okay. And do you know who any of these phones belong to?
No, I don't.
I'm gonna object to the relevance.
Thank you. State response.
Do y'all see? Hold up. It is this man Kiwan is getting Kiwan getting railroaded, y'all. Straight up. It is what it is.
Your Honor, my response is the same as it's been to the previous objections which have been the same objections. Again, there's going to be additional witnesses that are going to testify throughout the course of this trial as to the relevancy of this house and the location. As the court is well aware, we have to prove up the beginning of the chain of custody as well as the end of chain of custody for any type of evidence that may or may not be relevant. Detective is on at the beginning of the chain of custody for all of these items. And there will be additional evidence and testimony regarding this house as this trial progresses.
That will tie in these cell phones, specific cell phones to this case.
Correct.
And just in response to that, then my objection would be that against them being admitted for all purposes at this time then.
Okay, you asking me to admit them for record purposes at this time?
I maybe, yes, I guess for record purposes, but certainly not for all purposes, since this detective doesn't know anything about the relevance or what's on them or why they were seized or who they belong to.
All right, State's Exhibits 713, 715, 717, and 719 are admitted for record purposes at this time.
Admit it, Miss Ma'am. Just stay patient. You gonna see why. She just want to say something.
Nothing further. State, Your Honor.
You gonna see why.
Yes, ma'am.
Defense.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Okay, Detective Bazan, and I want to say it correctly, Detective Bazan.
Yes.
Okay. So again, you were a crime scene investigator with the Dallas Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Obviously, you're in a different role now, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But in 2020, you were not only a licensed peace officer, but you investigated crime scenes.
Correct.
Okay. Now, obviously, when you're a part of a investigative team, it's not as if like nobody is sharing any information about anything, right?
Correct.
I mean, you guys are talking about, this is what we're doing, or this is what the significance is. We are having general conversations as a team, right?
Correct.
And in fact, you, as a crime scene investigator, have to know something about what you're doing, because that's how you're able to make a determination about whether something is relevant and should be seized or not relevant and not be seized, right?
Correct.
In other words, if you were investigating, the kidnapping of a dog, right, you would need to know that because maybe the dog's bowl and the dog's leash and whatever else might be relevant evidence, right?
Right.
But if you didn't know that, then you wouldn't know that you maybe needed to photograph and seize those things, right?
Right.
So in this case, you received the authority to search a residence, and let me back up and draw on your extensive.
No, how about you speed up
You
and hurry up?
You're aware of what it takes to get a search warrant in the United States,
A
right?
judge?
Yes.
In other words, and especially a search warrant to go into a house, right?
Right.
And why is there like an additional level to get a search warrant to go into a house? Like, why is it like a little bit harder to do?
Well, because I guess a case detective would have to determine what they need and
probable cause
where it might be in the house.
And would that case detective also have to say, I believe specifically that there's something going on in this house that may be related to a crime?
I would.
Don't get that, man. We know what witnesses said what. Yeah, she might be in the building, Flip.
Right?
Yeah.
I see where
And
it's
you
going.
have taken several search warrants to scenes to then go do your job, right?
No, I haven't.
Y'all just remember who told y'all about the 19th. And I got the
I have never
paperwork.
taken a
You're gonna bring it back up.
Okay, do you know what the search warrant says before you go?
Yes.
It's the
Okay, so
reason
you
why
just
I
say
went
you
down
don't
like that.
physically take it with you.
I've never written a search warrant. I've only executed when I was in crime scene.
Okay, but that's what I'm asking you, that you have executed search warrants, and so you know what's required and what it contains in order to get you inside of a house.
Correct.
Right, that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
My question may have been a little bit confusing, so I apologize. And so you know that included in a search warrant to get you inside of a house has to be something called an affidavit. Yeah, sorry.
No, I'm gonna object to relevancy. A judge has already determined and signed off on the search warrant in this case that there was probable cause to go and search this house based off that judge's knowledge and review of the search warrant and the affidavit and signed off on it. I don't know what the relevance is.
I don't think that's.
I told y'all probable cause. I knew they was about to bring her that affidavit.
And so in this instance, you maybe didn't physically take the search warrant paperwork.
Somebody was telling.
But you reviewed it before you entered into the property on Britain. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, because you're not gonna go into a property unless you know that you're allowed to legally be there, right?
Yes, because Because my main concern is, do I have a warrant? And that's it.
Right. And if you have a warrant, then you need to know what you're allowed to go do while you're in there, right?
Right.
Because a warrant isn't a blanket, like, go do whatever you want, right?
No.
It's not. It's specific, right?
Right.
Boo.
And in this case, the warrant didn't say,
Do we have
we're
that song?
investigating a murder that occurred on November 11th, 2020, and we think that there are elements of this crime inside of this house on Britain, specifically A, B, C, and D. That's not what this search warrant said, right?
No.
This search warrant didn't even mention an investigation of a murder allegation occurring on November 11th, 2020, right?
Right.
This actually had to do with an investigation related to narcotics, right?
Correct.
And I guess guns as well, is that right?
It's all tied in, narcotics, guns.
Okay, and so you then have that knowledge and you go in and that's what you're looking for, right?
Right.
Okay. And in this particular case, a specific person was named, is that right?
Okay, let's
And
get
that
there.
person was somebody named Devin Brown.
Let's go.
Right?
Right.
And in this particular case, no Keywan White was named, is that right?
Not that I saw. Correct.
And any of the items that you seized, did it say Keywan White on them, is that right?
Correct.
None of the firearms that you seized had, that you could tell belonged to Keywan White.
Not that I know of.
You don't know whether or not or maybe you do now, that any of the firearms that were seized had anything to do with the shooting on November 11th. Maybe you know that now. Do you know that now?
Yes.
Okay. So none of the firearms that you seized had anything to do with the shooting on November 11th, correct?
I have no, well, at the time I didn't know.
Do you know it now?
I'm assuming I know it because we're here, but I was never told that this is this or this is that. I'm just here
So
to.
your testimony is that where you are now, have you met with the state of Texas before today?
Yes.
Okay. How many times?
Once,
Have you?
twice, maybe
Okay. What, do you think it's once, do you think it's twice?
twice.
Okay. Have you talked to any of your other law enforcement colleagues as relates to this case?
No.
So the preparation that you did in anticipation of your testimony today is that you didn't talk to any of your colleagues, is that correct?
Correct.
And you met with the state of Texas once or twice?
Probably twice for sure, but phone conversations and stuff. So here and there.
So more than twice?
Probably maybe three times, two or three times.
Okay. And in the course of those conversations, they didn't share with you that any of the firearms seized from Britain were connected to anything that happened on November 11th? They didn't tell you that?
I don't remember. I mean, they might have, but it's been a while.
Okay. When was the last time you talked to them?
A couple weeks ago, or right, a couple weeks ago maybe.
Okay, so it's been a while since you talked to them, but roughly about a couple weeks?
Mhm.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. Okay, so you don't know, and the cell phones that you seized, you don't know who those belong to, is that right?
That's correct.
You don't know whether or not they belong to Keywan White, right?
I have no idea.
You talk about them cell phones that Keywan said wasn't his? Hold on.
No idea.
Anyone else?
No.
Do you know whether or not any of them were associated with Melvin Noble?
No.
Do you know if any of the firearms were associated with Melvin Noble?
No.
Do you know whether or not the Britain address had anything to do with Melvin Noble?
No.
Okay, so
What is wrong with this lady? This lady crazy.
know really anything about the allegations of November 11th?
I just know that there was a murder on November 11th, and I went to a follow-up regarding the murder.
Okay, even though your search warrant didn't say murder follow-up.
Correct. Well, it wasn't my search warrant, somebody else's.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Maybe, I guess.
Okay, or just you don't know?
I don't know.
I'll pass it away.
State?
None of them state, Your Honor.
All right. Latest witness, please.
No objection.
Subject to recall.
All right, you're free to leave right now, but stay in touch with the state and the defense in case either party wants to recall you, okay? Thank you. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, may we have a moment to step outside and check?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. They about to call in that witness, y'all. Oh, Pete. Again, she had nothing to say, but she already knew. See, they don't want to. Y'all gotta understand what's going on. They don't like Devin Brown, y'all. They want to sever ties from Devin Brown because they know, like I told y'all, Devin Brown got look at him. Devin Brown got something planned, y'all. Devin Brown got something planned. Mm-hmm. See, when Devin Brown get to say his part, only thing he got to do is admit. Oh, hold on. Let's see who we got.
All right, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
There we go. Here we go, y'all.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jocelyn Jackson, JOCYLYNN,
Ooh, I'm on mute.
And can you introduce yourself to the jury? Tell them who you are.
I'm Jocelyn,
What do you do for work?
insurance,
How long have you been doing insurance?
4 years.
And do you have children?
Yes,
How many children do you have?
I have 2 boys,
How old are they?
13 and 11.
What's the name of your 13-year-old?
Trey,
And your 11-year-old?
Duke.
Now, Jocelyn, did you want to be here today?
No,
In fact, you have to be subpoenaed to come here. Is that right?
correct.
Have you been harassed about being here today
Yes,
by the state or other people?
other people.
Your boys, are they pretty active?
Yes,
What do they do?
they play football.
Both of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other sports?
No.
Did you grow up here in the DFW area?
Yes, I did.
What part did you grow up in?
I'm from North Park.
North Park?
It's like North Dallas area.
And what high school did you go to?
I went to Lancaster High School
When did you graduate?
in 2012.
Do you roughly remember some of the folks that you went to high school with?
Yes,
Your oldest son, Trey, is that his real name or is that a nickname?
that's his nickname,
What's his real name?
Devin.
And is he named after his father?
Yes, ma'am.
What's his father's name?
Devin
And his last name?
Brown.
How'd you meet Devin Brown?
Through a mutual friend
Do you remember when y'all met?
in 2011.
So would that have been roughly after you had graduated high school or right before?
I think I graduated first. So I met him after I graduated. So I take that back. It was 2011 when I graduated.
How come you?
Through his friend.
Who were those friends, if you remember?
His name was Florida.
What was that?
His name was Florida.
What do you know Devin as, or what do you call Devin?
Let's go.
Chicago.
Why do you call
Who?
Devin Chicago?
Because he's from Chicago.
Pretty self-explanatory, right?
Yes.
So when y'all met, did y'all start a relationship soon after?
Yeah, you can say that, yes.
What would you call it?
We was, I guess it was a relationship.
How was that relationship in the beginning?
It was good, like any other relationship. It was cool.
And at some point, you find out that you were pregnant with your son?
Yes.
And how was your relationship during your pregnancy?
It wasn't really good
Why is that?
because it was just drama. He had an ex-girlfriend that he was talking to. It was just a lot of drama, and we just used to get into it.
But y'all stayed together enough to have a second child, is that right?
Correct.
2 years after you had Trey?
3 years in 2015.
At some point, did y'all decide to stop seeing each other?
I decided to stop talking to him in 2018, July 2018,
Why was that?
because we used to fight a lot, like physical fight, get into it, hit each other, fight.
How did you end up ending that relationship?
I moved. It was the end of my lease term in my townhome, and I just moved, and I didn't tell him where I stayed at for like 6 months. And I just stopped talking to him, like just cold turkey.
During this time, were y'all at least communicating about your kids?
I was trying to communicate to him about my kids. I was trying to get him to assist with like daycare and stuff like that, but it wasn't. We wasn't like talking like that. He was no.
Enough where you didn't even want to let him know where you live. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, did y'all start talking again and trying to co-parent the boys?
Yes, we started talking. Probably, I moved again after that to the place that I was at, and we started talking again. But I mean, like pretty much our co-parenting relationship wasn't like it wasn't a healthy co-parenting relationship. So
Explain what that, if there was a co-parenting relationship, I mean, what that even was.
it was more so of me trying to get him to help financially with my kids. We will always have falling outs about that. Him getting them, him seeing them more, being more active. That was the type of co-parenting relationship we had. Like I was always upset about him not doing something or stuff like that. So I wouldn't necessarily say it was a co-parenting relationship where I can call him and, it wasn't a good co-parenting relationship.
Would he provide some financial support or none at all?
He would sometimes when he wanted to.
What about the boys? Did he ever make time to go see them?
Yeah, he saw them sometimes when he wanted to.
Was it
when it was convenient for him?
Was that on a consistent basis?
No.
How often, maybe a month, would you see the boys?
I can't say. Not a lot. It wasn't a lot. I had them majority of the time.
What was your relationship with Devin like in 2020?
Same stuff. Arguments about getting the kids. Arguments about helping financially. It was the same stuff.
Were y'all on speaking terms or not really?
We was on speaking terms sometimes. If he didn't make me mad about something, or if I feel like he didn't do something that I needed him to do. But as far as like talking, no, we didn't really communicate with each other like that.
Trey, your oldest son, when's his birthday?
November the 1st.
November 1st.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember if you had a birthday party for Trey November 1st of 2020?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Or maybe a joint birthday party for the boys?
We never did joint.
Do you remember if he did anything with Trey for his birthday back in November 1st of 2020?
I think he bought him a hoverboard, but as far as like a party, no, I don't remember. I don't. It's so long ago. I don't.
At some point in 2020, did you start seeing other people?
Yes.
Who were you talking with November of 2020?
MO3.
And MO3, you know him as Melvin Noble?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you call him?
Momo.
How did you and Momo meet?
We met on social media, on Facebook,
Do you remember roughly when that was?
like 2017.
So y'all known each other for years.
Yes.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So Facebook, that's prior to trying to date now. How did y'all introduce each other on Facebook?
I think we was in a Facebook group called Keys to the Streets, and I don't know, even remember how. I think he inboxed me or inboxed my mom. He inboxed my mom first, then he inboxed me. We exchanged numbers, and that's how we began to talk.
What was it like in 2017? I mean, were y'all meeting up with each other then, or how?
No, we wasn't meeting up. We were just on the phone talking sporadically. I call him, he'll call me, we'll talk, chat. That was it.
What were your conversations like with him?
Just talk about stuff on social media.
And did that relationship grow over the years?
No, well, when you say grow, what do you mean by that?
Well, how did you get from maybe talking on the phone every now and then to something more serious?
So we didn't start talking serious until 2020.
Do you remember when? Is that the month?
July? I don't remember.
Now, what made you decide to finally start talking to him seriously?
We had each other on Snap. I was selling plates and he wanted a plate. So he came and bought a plate. He came to my mama's house, he bought a plate. We talked for like a long time and then it went from there.
You remember the kind of things that y'all used to talk about?
Everything, his whole life story, music.
How was he when he was with you?
Very goofy, very talkative, very, he just talked a lot. He just always had a story to tell.
Was he funny?
Yes, he was funny.
Did he make you laugh?
Yeah.
When you said that you were selling plates, you came to get a plate, and we're talking about food?
Yeah.
What kind of food would you make?
That day?
Or in general, when you're selling plates?
I was trying to test something out. So I had started selling plates to try to see if I can make money selling plates. That particular time I made like some chicken, mac and cheese, yams. But it was just like a little test run. It wasn't something that I was doing for a long time. I was just like, I'm gonna see if I can sell plates. And so yeah.
And then when he came over to come get that plate, y'all ended up talking for a long time?
Yes.
And how did your relationship progress over the months?
We started going out and stuff, going bowling, hanging out. He would come to my house, and play Connect Four with my family. And they'll be, yeah, he was real good at Connect Four. So during that time, it was like a Connect Four war between him and my family. So he'll come over there, play Connect Four, take their money. It was just a big thing. So, and then I think that's really how we ended up talking for real, because I seen how he interacted with my family. And I don't really bring people around them like that. So I was like, okay, they like him, so cool.
And when you say Connect Four, I mean, we're talking about that old school
Mhm.
with the little circles, one team is red, one team is yellow.
Yeah.
But he was really good at that Connect Four.
Yeah, he was good at it.
Did you ever play with him?
I wasn't good, no. I wasn't interested in playing Connect Four. I wasn't good at it.
And you said you come over and talk to your family. You have a big family?
I do.
Okay, how many brothers and sisters do you have?
I have one brother and I have 3 sisters.
And in fact, you all have the same first initial, is that right?
Correct.
Now, how did that start? Like, how are all y'all have the same first initial?
My daddy name is James Jackson. So we all got J's in our name.
I want to talk about, you know, we're here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk about November 10th. Okay, this is the day before Melvin was murdered. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Did y'all have plans to see each other that day?
Yes, we had plans. the day before, he was telling me that he was flying down to come see me. He was in California. He said he was gonna come to my house when he left from California.
Do you remember what he was doing in California?
Music stuff, from my knowledge, music stuff.
And November 10th, do you happen to remember that was a Tuesday?
It was.
About what time did he come to your house on November 10th?
He came early. I think it was about 11 o'clock probably. It was during the day. It was early.
And did he end up staying until the following day?
Yes.
Do you remember what y'all were doing day of November 10th?
We was talking. We was just, I really don't even remember. We was talking. I know I cooked that night, but talking, just chilling, nothing.
He ended up staying the night with you?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly about what time he left on November 11th?
I'm gonna say it was around noon when he left, 11ish or noonish when he left.
Were your boys with you?
Yes, they was.
And it was COVID time, so were they in school or they were being schooled through the computer?
They was doing school virtually.
How did your boys like Melvin?
They liked him. They were starstruck. They liked him.
Now, at some point, your oldest son Trey did he ask you if you could go see his dad?
Yes, he did. Well, he asked if his dad can pick him up.
And did you allow that to happen?
No.
Why not?
Because I hadn't talked to his dad in a few months, and I was just to the point where I was like, you gonna either be helped with them or you not. So I was like, no, I haven't talked to him, so he can't see y'all. He can't pick y'all up.
So had you been in the boys' lives or seen them recently?
No.
This was kind of out of the blue?
Yes.
Did you have, at that time, did you have regular visits with Devin?
No.
Were you and Devin directly communicating at that time?
No.
How, if y'all were communicating, how would y'all communicate?
Through my son.
So your son Trey, he had a cell phone?
Yes.
And so if you needed to get in touch with Devin, would you use Trey's cell phone to talk with him?
Yes.
How old was Trey in November 11th of 2020? How old was he back then?
He was 8 years old.
And you said that Melvin left your apartment around noon?
Yes.
What do you recall happening next after you left?
My sister called me probably like 30 minutes later, and she was like, what?
At some point, did you find out what happened to Melvin?
Yes.
What was going through your mind when you found that out?
I just knew it was just something fishy. Like, I just knew that it was something fishy. I was sad. I was angry.
Did he seem like he was in fear of his life while he was with you, November 10th through November 11th?
No, he never seemed like he was in fear of his life when he was with me.
When you said it seemed like it was something fishy, why would you think that?
Objection, speculation.
It's your own personal thoughts around it.
If you know. If you know the answer to that question, if you're going to guess, then don't.
What?
What was the question?
Why did you think that there was something fishy surrounding his death?
Okay, and my instruction to you is if you know, then you can answer.
Because he was leaving my house. I just felt like somebody had something to do with it.
Did a lot of people know where you lived?
No,
Why is that?
I didn't let people know where I live at.
At some point, did you or a family member contact police on November 11th?
I believe my mom contacted the police.
Did you speak to police that night?
Yes, ma'am.
What were your concerns?
I felt like my address was given out to someone. I felt like somebody had followed him from my house, or I feel like, anybody would think that that was my concerns.
Were you aware of the public beef with MO3 and other artists?
I was.
You want to ask questions? Well, actually, I'm gonna, okay, you said you met with police officers on the night of November 11th, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it was because you were concerned that someone knew where you lived?
I was concerned. I felt like that, can I say?
If it's your own personal knowledge,
I feel like my address was given out
why did you feel that way?
because don't nobody know where I stay at. I don't bring people to my house. And the only person that knows where I stay at is my kids dad. So I feel like my address was given out.
When you say your kids died, you're talking about Devin Brown?
Yes,
So you felt that Devin Brown had something to do with knowing that Melvin was at your house?
correct.
And why would you think that?
Because I asked my son, did his dad ask him about it?
And hearsay.
It's her own, it's her, she just said, I asked my son.
Right.
She didn't, go ahead.
I asked my son, had he talked to his father, and if he asked if he was there, because he had been asking, he take them out? So my intuition clicked, and that's the first thing that came to mind.
Did you actually see Trey's phone?
At the time, no, I don't remember, no.
You said that in Trey's phone, that's how you were communicating with Devin. Is that right?
I didn't communicate with him. I don't believe through his phone. When we wasn't on talking terms, I don't think I was reaching out to him during that time.
Did you later go to the Dallas Police Department and get interviewed by a detective, Chris Anderson?
Yes,
And did you remember bringing your phones, both your phone and your son's phone, to that interview?
I do.
And what was the point of doing that?
To show that I didn't have anything to do with it, and to show for the police to do whatever investigation they needed to do to rule me out.
You want to approach? Okay, Josh, so I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 732 and 735. These were the consent to search that you had signed with Detective Anderson, is that correct?
Correct.
And the date on here, the date is November 17th of 2020, is that correct? At 12:15?
Yes,
And do you recognize your signature on both pages?
I do.
And then one was for an iPhone 8. Do you recall if that was Trey's phone or your phone?
That was my son's phone.
And the iPhone 11, that was your phone?
Yes.
John, at this time, state offers State's Exhibit 732 and 735 that have previously submitted to defense.
And which phone does 732 correlate? That iPhone 8 or
iPhone 8 is for 732.
Thank you.
Objections to 732 and 735.
Thank you. State's Exhibits 732 and 735 are admitted for all purposes. Yes. Emily, you have a lot more of this with us?
Yes, Your Honor, that's.
Okay. All right, y'all can go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're not about to finish with this anytime soon with the state, so we're going to resume tomorrow at 8:30. Please y'all be here at 8:30, and we'll start as soon as possible as you arrive. Okay? You're still under my instructions. Do not go on social.
What?
Sit down. We're not to do any sort of social media research, just like I said before. Don't talk to each other, and we'll see you back here at 8:30 in the morning. Thank you.
I know you lying. I know you lying, y'all. Wow. Let's be nosy. You know, we gotta watch everybody walk out real quick. And I got some commentary coming up. So. So she already talking about, make sure the bloggers don't mess with her. They're gonna escort. Wow. Look, you see this shit? Honest. Miss Geechee, you still here, man? You see this? Country. Whoa, y'all see this shit? Wow.
I thought about it just the other day.
Now just went straight to small talk. Man. It's crazy.
My daughter will start school tomorrow. Years in Spain. Let's pop back there real quick so that we can just.
We being nosy. Man, I can't believe it.
Okay, thank you. Fair enough to play.
Shh. She said, who heard that? Man, listen, y'all.
Oh, I can do that right now. What time do you need? Okay, we started out one of the presents, right? We did, so let me open that file. Let's see. 6.
Not the head straight. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I know it. But guess what? We ain't done.
He's spent the night over my house several different times, and I don't think it was early that morning. I think he left like around 12 or 1.
All right, we gonna start right there, man. Let come on in, y'all. I've been on here 6-something hours, y'all. I'm definitely about to get up out of here. But so she spend more time being nice and the leading up to part, man. Let's get straight to it. Let's get to when you called on Devin, man. You know what I'm saying? Now I feel like nobody was expecting that. Nobody was expecting the dang on witness testimony to get cut short like that. Nobody. Hold on. Now I feel like I can go back and talk over it. We're gonna go back real quick. I already took it off, but we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back real quick. Cause I already know they about to have fun with this. But this about to be the talk. All this. All right. That part. He had an ex-girlfriend that he was talking to that was drama. The relationship wasn't no good, right? They start questioning her relationship with her baby daddy, y'all. Now I'm like, damn, I'm thinking this is something that you would think that the defense, I mean, yeah, that Keywan attorneys would be cooking, but no. The DA office, I guess, is laying down the foundation, and they got to make it make sense because you see how when the defense Devin side came, they start asking her about the affidavit and her witness statement, right? So basically, they're trying to, and they got over. Let's be honest, they got a whole 20 whatever amount of hours to start working on her cross. Don't y'all think that was a bit peculiar? That before the cross, I mean, I get it though. Before putting on the cross, which they know gonna take a good, they got some debunking to do. See, now I'm looking at the DA office. I would put that on the screen, G-Way, but come on, man, you gotta curve the words, man. You gotta curve the words. But yeah, they was definitely putting BTA, man. It was definitely some BTA going on, man, today, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Miss Geechee, man, for holding it down for the longevity of the time she did. But I'll drop the link, man. We got to talk about this, y'all. So they went and basically put together. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, man. This is definitely chestnut checkers. The entry, I feel like it's gonna be just important as the exit, man. When they exit the stage, man. They started off this joint with MO3. They got the jury to first before they even get to trying to discredit this man. They already knew. Let's hear from his mother. And no matter what he was doing in his music and what the streets was saying about him, he still was his mama baby. They showed the baby pictures. They showed 3 and his mama when he paid for her vacation. They showed 3 with his children. I feel like we just debunked that whole first witness statement. That's debunked the whole massacre that's been going on inside the sector. She said that though she said all 3 on was his babies, y'all. Y'all heard Mama 3. The queen has spoken. She said all 3 on to further notice, man. We can put all that to rest. Then they started tried to put her in the cross talking about some yeah, because it was MO3 enemies was Trap Boy Freddy, Yellow Beezy, Rainwater. She like, wait. The entry was diabolical, man. So I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, and then they hit her was look, right after Mama 3. Did y'all see what happened next? Right after Mama 3, they done put another speculation. We can put to rest. And I think I was just over there on the G-Way show. Bro, we can put this. We were just speculating about that car that stopped. We ain't got to speculate no more, y'all. We ain't got to speculate what the heck was going on with that car over there that looked like, god dang, they had something to do with something. Because that lady has testified, y'all. Day 3 of the MO3 trial opening statements. The second witness testified, y'all, and said, you got to be quiet, and said that she seen the person that hopped out that Camaro because it was her. Lord have mercy, y'all. Turns out it was an innocent bystander. She said she stopped because she thought the man needed help. She said, goddamn, Keywan, allegedly, y'all, allegedly. She said this guy right here said, get out my way with an AK. I think she seen that AK and hit the gas, not the brakes, y'all. How many of y'all feel like she hit the gas and not the brakes as soon as she fully seen what he was holding in his hand when he got out of that car? Now, I'm not gonna speculate too long, but I still can't understand how was he holding a rifle, assault rifle in one hand, driving the car with the other hand, and shooting accurately to hit another vehicle, y'all. But that's all we got to work with. Now, it's my belief that they was just really giving us the appetizer, y'all, because they bringing back them witnesses, y'all. This was just the opening. Ooh, when it start like this, you know it's gonna get good. We already got Jossie Banks on this hot seat. They say that they saying the cross gonna be so good. We gotta wait on it. They say the cross was getting too spicy, y'all. I think both of them, I think it fit both sides to take a break on her because they tried to give her the smooth introduction, knowing it's hard what they was about to come next. They gotta let the jury and help the jury understand that this is the witness who implicated her baby daddy. And when they asked her, y'all, did y'all peep when they asked her, well, what made you think he had something to do with it? She said, because he was possibly the only person that knew where I lived. Nobody else could know that. Not Rain. Not nobody else, y'all. She said that's why she called, y'all. She said she felt like he had something to do with it. And then she got to telling her relationship in the meeting, MO3, how she had a cook. She was selling plates on Facebook. He bought a plate. And then she said it was her mother that introduced. This whole time we thought it was the sister. She said it was the mother that introduced her to 3. Let me go over here real quick. Let me go back over here, man. We not done yet. Let me go back over here.
And we just used to get into it.
But y'all stayed together enough to have a second child, is that right?
Correct.
You had Duke 2 years after you had Trey?
3 years in 2015.
At some point, did y'all decide to stop seeing each other?
I decided to stop talking to him in 2018, July 2018,
Why was that?
because we used to fight a lot, like physical fight, get into it, hit each other, fight.
How did you end up ending that relationship?
I moved. It was the end of my lease term in my townhome, and I just moved, and I didn't tell him where I stayed at for like 6 months. And I just stopped talking to him, like just cold turkey.
During this time, were y'all at least communicating about your kids?
I was trying to communicate to him about my kids. I was trying to get him to assist with like daycare and stuff like that, but it wasn't. We wasn't like talking like that.
You can't say y'all wasn't talking like that. Either you was having communications or y'all wasn't. So basically, this is where it got tricky, y'all. I'm thinking it was gonna be Keywan lawyers to bring this up, but it happened to be the the DA office. They say, well, you said you used to use your kid's phone to contact him because you wouldn't use your job. What I say? What I say? Come on now. She said she ain't had contact right now. And then you gonna hear her say, no, you're gonna hear the attorney, the DA office ask, did you say you was using your son's phone to contact him? And then that's when she got tripped up. And right in that moment, that's when Keywan defense hopped on in there, man. We about to watch it back, y'all. I ain't want to speak over it the first take, so this that take where I'm definitely gonna be breaking it down, man. Let's go.
No.
Enough where you didn't even want to let him know where you lived. Is that right?
Yeah.
Now, at some point, did y'all start talking again and trying to kiss near the boys?
Yes, we started talking. Probably, I moved again after that to the place that I was at, and we started talking again. But I mean, like pretty much our co-parenting relationship wasn't like it wasn't a healthy co-parenting relationship.
Explain what that, if there was a co-parenting relationship, and what that even was.
What was that?
It was more so of me trying to get him to help financially with my kids. We will always have falling outs about that. Him getting them, him seeing them more, being more active. That was the type of co-parenting relationship we had. Like I was always upset about him not doing something or stuff like that. So I wouldn't necessarily say it was a co-parenting relationship where I can call him and, it wasn't a co-parenting relationship.
Would he provide some financial support or none at all?
He would sometimes when he wanted to.
What about the boys? Did he ever make time to go see them?
Yeah, he saw them sometimes when he wanted to.
How?
When it was convenient for him.
Man, hold on.
No.
See.
Maybe a month.
Ooh, I'm putting you on my own cross. See, here's the thing, y'all. You can't say we was co-parenting, but we wasn't communicating. You can't say he was trying to come get the kids sometimes. That's communication. We don't care if he was hitting you up on other times trying to get them buns. I think that's what you mean by that. Oh, he was, but he wasn't trying to spend no money. He would probably hit you up trying to get back in there, but he wasn't trying to spend no money. He wasn't doing it. But look, the question is, was y'all communicating? She just admitted that when even though she moved from that townhome, at that point he wasn't supposed to know where she lived at because she ain't tell him. But they was still communicating. If you just said he was trying to come get the kids, well, which one is it? How do you communicate without communicating?
Would he see the boys?
I can't say. Not a lot. It wasn't a lot. I had them majority of the time.
What was your relationship with Devin like in 2020?
Same stuff. Arguments about getting the kids, arguments about helping financially. It was the same stuff.
Were y'all on speaking terms or not really?
We was on speaking terms
It's about to come
sometimes.
up. Watch.
If he didn't make me mad about something, or if I feel like he didn't do something that I needed him to do. But as
What?
far as like talking,
No, we're not gonna speed. No, man. I can't stand these type of goddamn baby mamas, man. So basically, if he wasn't saying which, man, I'm gonna play this again. Yeah, man. Yeah, this is your cross, man. So you basically telling us if he ain't say what you like to him to say, and if he ain't do what you ain't like for him to do, come on, man. Let's play that one more time.
Did y'all start talking again and trying to co-parent the boys?
yes, we started talking. Probably, I moved again after that.
It's crazy,
to the place
man.
that I was at, and we started talking again. But I mean, like pretty much our co-parenting relationship wasn't like it wasn't a healthy co-parenting relationship. So
listen to this.
Explain what that, if there was a co-parenting relationship, I mean, what that even was.
It was more so of me trying to get him to help financially with my kids. We will always have falling outs about that. Him getting them, him seeing them more, being more active. That was the type of co-parenting relationship we had. Like I was always upset about him not doing something or stuff like that. So I wouldn't necessarily say it was a co-parenting relationship where I can call him and, it wasn't a good co-parenting relationship.
You could, you just didn't do it.
Financial support or none at all?
He was sometimes when he wanted to.
What about the boys? Did he ever make time to go see them?
Yeah, he saw them sometimes when he wanted to. When it was convenient for him.
Was that on a consistent basis?
No.
How often, maybe a month, would he see the boys?
I can't say. Not a lot. It wasn't a lot. I had them majority of the time.
What was your relationship with Devin like in 2020?
Same stuff. Arguments about getting the kids. Arguments about helping financially. It was the same stuff.
Were y'all on speaking terms or not really?
We was on speaking terms sometimes.
Sometimes.
If he didn't make me mad about something.
If he ain't make me
or
mad.
if I feel like he didn't do something that I needed him to do. But as far as like talking, no. We didn't really communicate with each other like that.
Trey, your oldest son, when's his birthday?
November the 1st.
November 1st?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember if you had a birthday party for Trey November 1st of 2020?
No, I don't think so.
Or maybe a joint birthday party for the boys?
We never did joint.
You know exactly what's going on. And the fact that you know exactly what's going on right here. We know what's going on around November 1st. And that's probably why 3 mess with us so tough, because his birthday was no, I'm tripping. But yeah, you know what was going on around that time. You know what was going on around that time, but now she can't recall.
Do you remember if he did anything with Trey for his birthday back in November 1st of 2020?
I think he bought him a hoverboard, but as far as like a party, no, I don't remember. I don't.
Did you do a party that he couldn't go to?
At some point in 2020, did you
Keep
start
blinking. What's wrong with her eyes?
people?
Yes.
Who were you talking with November of 2020?
MO3.
And MO3, you know him as Melvin Noble?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you call him?
Momo.
How did you and Momo meet?
We met on social media on Facebook.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
Like 2017.
So y'all known each other for years.
Yes.
Killer says she lying.
That's prior to.
Oh, I gotta go. This is about 6:30.
How did y'all introduce each other on Facebook?
All right, y'all.
I think
Man, listen, she cooked. We ain't got to, man. I don't need, man, listen, y'all. She cooked. And see, before I get up out here, let me say this. Let me break this down, man. She already did it. So between today and tomorrow, I mean, I guess they can get their ducks in a row, but something just came to my mind, and I'm trying to figure this part out. I know I done said a lot, y'all. I mean, I'm in the dark trying to make light, you know what I'm saying, trying to find light in this situation, but I'm gonna tell you something I said that I don't even think makes sense. But it could. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this. Oh, excuse me. How could Devin and her be state? That's gonna be like that. Like, could they both be? I don't think they both can be. I'm like, hold up, we know she's state witness, but can Devin still be state witness though? Y'all let me know what y'all think, man. Let me know what y'all think, man. Could they both be state witness? Cause something ain't. I don't know. You say, man, pop out tonight. I'm a tap in, man. I'm gonna tap in. You know what I'm saying? You know, I do be doing my sports thing too. But I have been on here for 7 hours, y'all. Your blogger might not get to do this again for a minute, but it was a pleasure to get to do it with y'all. This content will be edited and repurposed, y'all. But thank you again, everybody that came through, hit that like button, and rock with me. It's gonna be a lot going on in these YouTube streets. I'm about to hit the streets, see what's going on. I did my time, man. Appreciate everybody again that popped out. Till then, y'all just stay blessed, man. Protect you. Man, you gotta protect you.